The video I posted, he glitches, and he's the only person. You could see like a couple people behind him and to the side of him, and nobody else glitches. Only his face glitches. It's really weird.
Yeah,
it's a trip.
Yep.
He always talks about like really lascivious, like perverted stuff, child trafficking, and like he goes like above and beyond, like getting into details. It's really strange, dude.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe to your channel, bro.
Cool. Thank you, bro.
No problem.
I got like a playlist of songs. If you look under my playlist, it'll be like flat nasty playlist.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check out your music later on.
Cool.
And then check out my tracks on my SoundCloud, and we can link back up maybe later tonight or tomorrow or whenever, and I'll give you my feedback, and you can give me your feedback.
Okay, cool.
All right, bet it up.
Right. What state you live in?
Indiana.
All right.
Yep, cheapest place to live in the United States.
Is it? Do you live near Gary?
Kind of. Yeah, it's northeast. I live in Fort Wayne, so I'm kind of near Chicago. I'm the biggest Indiana city closest to Chicago. So yeah.
Okay.
Yep, Fort Wayne.
Right.
I was born in Kokomo, though. If you ever heard of Kokomo. Yeah, the Beach Boys had a song, but when they made that song, they didn't know that there was an actual Kokomo. So their song has nothing to do with our city. It just happens to be the same name.
Oh, okay. Kokomo is actually in Indiana?
Yeah. It's like right smack dab in the middle of Indiana. It's 45 minutes north of Indianapolis and an hour and a half south of Fort Wayne.
Okay.
So have you seen Chicago across Lake Michigan since you live right there?
What about Michigan?
Have you seen Chicago skyline across the lake?
Oh, not personally. No, not personally, but I've seen the video.
Okay, you haven't tried to do it yourself yet?
No, I haven't tried. I've been to Chicago many times, but I haven't tried it. No, I haven't tried to do it myself.
What you're seeing there is a mirage.
It's you know it's real because it looks so fake.
Have you guys ever seen that mouse or that rodent running on one of their burners when they're going up into space?
No, I haven't, but I don't doubt it.
Yeah, it's weird. I've seen it twice already.
That's a good one. A mouse on the spaceship?
Yeah, it's like on the burner. Like, you know, they show you the angle when it's going into space. You see like you're seeing like you're looking down the Earth from the angle of the burner.
Right. Yeah.
So it's at like the edge of the burner where it meets the cylinder, and it ran like across the thing like twice. I've seen it on two different ones. Really weird.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense that there would be mice on the rocket since the moon is made of cheese.
Right.
Trying to get to that cheese, bro.
Right.
Hello. I saw this one when went to live at YouTube about that.
What's up?
Are you drunk,
bro? The mouse rat at rocket.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On that day.
So fun.
When I saw that, I'm asking. I saw a mouse passing by.
Yeah.
And then I saw people in the chat talking the same thing. So
yeah. Yeah, that was a trip.
But some people, some Glovers, they just say, "Oh, it's some ice or debris or plastic, whatever."
Yeah, I know, right?
Right.
So retarded.
Right.
If you could click on the link,
Like they plugged a hole.
if you click on the link I post, it will send to you to that specific time where that happens.
Oh, okay. You got a video of it?
Yeah, I just post
Cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen
directly
a couple.
from.
I've seen a couple of videos people made on that thing. So
Yeah,
funny, dude.
and there are some people they say there's more beyond this specific time. There's more ahead.
Yeah, I've seen it twice on 2 different occasions.
Someone post this too. I don't know if this is the same one. Yeah, and these Glovers can go watch directly on another channel. Rat in the Space Studio.
Hey, you ever seen the one where they take Stephen Hawking up into the parabolic flight, but they say he's in space and he's weightless. And they have him floating around. A bunch of people are like pushing him back and forth.
I think I saw, but yeah, I have some video talking about um, how they, how it works, the G plane.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I have a GIF from ESS. I think was made on that airplane. Suddenly there's no anti-zero gravity. They
Yeah.
just are pushed to the hull. Well, okay, so
Have you guys noticed recently, like, I don't know if it's just the past month or two, but the lighting inside the ISS, when they do like live feeds, they've changed the lighting inside of it? I don't know if anybody else has noticed that, but they made the lights like a more softer, like pink color, as opposed to being like a normal light.
okay, here's this one
Okay.
made on an aeroplane.
Yeah, it's definitely a mouse.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start.
2, 1.
You've had your time, now you gotta go. So withdraw, bitch and yaw, algebra, don't you gnaw? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA nah, ugh. Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 9 and move to non. So pack your landers fast, cause we're to ditch ya. Can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas nasa.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want
some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes,
We want
some new face.
new fakes, new fakes, new fakes, new fakes, new fakes, new fakes.
Round up those lies from long ago. Adios, idiots. Take with y'all the lunar modula and the rover. Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9, first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be taking ya. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billions.
Ilona, gonga kota, hamdu namsa namja noya gunu funsa. Imunkwa, hoku tioda, ponantusa nimpusa utina.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want
some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes,
we want
some new face.
new fakes, new fakes, new fakes, new fakes, new fakes, new fakes. Hey, we want some new fakes.
Hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new fakes.
Hey, we want some new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want
some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face. New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun katsa.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How do you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money too, they got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day, to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. is true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. Announcements flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, they're lying scum. It's there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in a nanosecond. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Yeah.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake.
we used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just a lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a rover on Mars, but it's a fake. Ay, CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face is straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for
Wake up.
Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment. Knowing that they lying it, stay promoting violence. Knowing that we're gullible products of our environment. No, I can't be silent and nor will I be compliant. Not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature. Total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers. But up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness. And fluoridated water come in concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake, it's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move. But the liars on wires wanna take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
we used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
Wherefore he saith, Awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling with every dose of Ambien. You're managing to transfer in, so let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens that hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks, and if I seek him, that he won't hide from me. If I knock it, he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees and trying to keep us all far, far away from obedience. Trying to take our will and our next of kins. Had us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel a savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up.
Used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up. You need to wake up. You need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. saying, wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake. We used to play pretend, wake up. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying, wake up, you need to wake up, yeah, wake up.
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? Day I was in demand, an artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money too, they got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day, to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man, the whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Not from where I'm certain, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this flat. We don't live on a spinning ball.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Glowbusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Glowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down and be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You get mad cause at this fight involves your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob shot the president, Jaren got the evidence. Arrow slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not a in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Glowbusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Glowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for
They make sure to photograph you standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves your horizontal line.
high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for high and dry.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads. Where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards. Where trees and crops grow upside down. And the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Half the country fell asleep, but they scream woke. We're distracted by vaccines and TV shows. Politics, celebrity, gossip, popular, neat quotes. Black lives, white lives, which lives mean most? We only dedicate one day to remember our fallen soldiers, the men and women who died young. But if you come out the closet as Caitlyn Jenner, you're a hero and you get a whole Pride Month. The most dangerous pandemic's propaganda from these clowns. Only mask that's gonna save us is duct tape on their mouths. Don't speak. We don't need to defund police, need to defund the media who lies through their teeth like Big Pharma doesn't cure you, dog, cause every patient that gets cured is a customer lost. And big oil runs the world, the only wars that get fought are with the countries who have natural resources they want. Heard him claiming if a white man braids his hair and likes rap, he's appropriating culture. But if a white man acts too white, he's white trash. He's a racist, he's a bigot, he's a monster. Let's just have the conversation. Not every liberal is dumb, not all Republicans are racist. The government wants everybody fighting with their neighbors cause they know that if we get along, we'll probably go against them. They can't stop us, cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us. But we won't let freedom die, the whole world's brainwashed. Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets. The whole world's brainwashed. It's us against them, it ain't you against me. How did monkeys become people and people turned into sheep? They put fluoride in the water that's keeping us all asleep. Claim they want what's best for us, I find it hard to believe. Cause they've been selling us cigarettes since we was 18. Fake news, fake woke, distract and divide. You're either right or you're left, or you're black or you're white. Big tech don't need a microchip to hack in your life, cause the phone inside your pocket is a tracking device. And I don't know what I'm more sick of, rappers or Joe Biden looking like he ate 100 Xanax for dinner. Cause censoring the president and kicking him off Twitter is a bigger threat to freedom than foreign ballistic missiles. You don't trust the police or the government, but you want people giving up the right to own a firearm. Why would you be comfortable if police and the government the only people on the planet with the right to buy a gun? White privilege getting amplified to reinforce division. It convinces white people that they're favored by their skin, and black people getting angry cause they're told they're treated different. So the conflict is between us and never with the system. Let's just have the conversation. Not every liberal is dumb, not all Republicans are racist. The government wants everybody fighting with their neighbors cause they know that if we get along, we'll probably go against them. They can't stop us, cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us. But we won't let freedom die, the whole world's brainwashed. Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets. The whole world's brainwashed. It's us against them, it ain't you against me. Step 1,
train the people only to consume. Step 2, infiltrate adults with the news. Step 3, indoctrinate the children through the schools and the music and the apps on the phones that they use. Step 4, separate the right from the left. Step 5, separate the white from the black. Step 6, separate the rich from the poor. Use religion and equality to separate them more. Step 7, fabricate a problem, made a lie. Step 8, put it on the news every night. Step 9, when people start to fight and divide, take control. This is called situational design.
They can't stop us, 'cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us, but we won't let freedom die. The whole world's brainwashed.
Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets.
The whole world's brainwashed.
It's us against them, it ain't you against me.
Here's the problem with America, the country is broken, cause they minds stay closed but they mouths stay open. Get attacked and we blame terrorists, go broken, we blame the price, blame racists for the racism, but only if his skin is white. If we don't need guns cause we can call the police, we don't need fire extinguishers, call a fireman please. You didn't want to build a wall and now the border is weak. Your favorite actor has a gate that's like 15 feet. Racism is gay, if you're offended that's retarded. And tolerance is great until you speak and you're a target. If a white man paints his face black, he's a racist piece of garbage, but you put him in a dress and he's courageous and he's gorgeous. All these double standards, man, I'm tired of the noise. Freedom's an illusion if they censor your voice. Call a dad a deadbeat for neglecting his boys, but a mom kills a baby and you call it pro-choice.
You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special to a new world order? Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. To a new world order.
Why they hate the flag, they try to burn it to the ground. Don't do that in front of me, I'ma let off a round, pal. Scream loud, burn the city down now. Put it on the news, make them all feel proud. Look, make a system where 85% of black people fill the prison. Is it cause they black or they make bad decisions? I ain't good at math, but it seems like it's division. Or is it white privilege? I believe politicians need to be locked up. Try to take our freedoms, that's how you get shot up. Got our back against the wall, try to just stop us. More guns, more ammunition, please stock up. Election gets rigged, rights get infringed. Take this syringe, frighten your kids, show up right where you live. Make me wanna grab a rifle and just go.
You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special? To a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. To a new world order.
And everyone blames white folks for every little bitty thing. We don't have no one to blame, we take responsibility. They tell you be a man, then call it toxic masculinity. Then when you act too feminine, they call it white fragility.
I don't understand trans man with humility. I'm just trying to raise my kid the best of my ability. If I disagree, you try to cancel, get rid of me. You cancer, you can't be the answer, you killing me.
And I hate white supremacy just as much as you, but I ain't feeling guilty for something I didn't do. The system's killing everyone, it sucks but it's true. They kill you, then they broadcast it and call it the news.
Or they'll brainwash you through social media feeds. And if you disagree, delete you immediately. Make America China pretty easy to see. I will always remember the land of the free.
You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special? To a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. To a new world order.
Hello? Feels good to be back in my safe place. Safe place.
Damn, Tom McDonald. I mean, what do you guys think about Tom McDonald? Those past two songs.
I think there's bits of truth in it, right?
He put out a couple of videos recently where he's like, he has over 3 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, and all his music is he's not signed with a label. He has his own independent thing. He put out a couple of videos where they're refusing to put him on Billboard when he has like people buying his albums and supporting his music and so he's having to fight with the music industry now because he's got a lot of supporters out there. And that's one of the ones, the first one that he put out. I just posted it. It's really interesting. I mean,
I think he's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, like the lyrics in those songs. Of course, you're gonna, the Hollywood's gonna hate him. Anyway, yeah, I like him. I think he's all right. What you got going on, Slug?
Not much.
Are you coughing? You just like?
I have a vape.
Yeah, well,
I cough sometimes.
No, I cough all the time because I smoke cigarettes, and I used to smoke a lot of weed, but weed doesn't agree with me anymore.
Yeah, I used to smoke a lot of weed, but I had to quit. I haven't smoked in 6 months.
Really?
Yeah.
I tried it again a couple times in the past few months, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't. It just doesn't agree with my psyche. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it made me a
It's
little
just
bit
like
extra.
I can't function that
Yeah.
way. I mean, all through my 20s, early 30s, and even in my early 40s. You know, I was like, I like to get high. I like to get high. But bro, it just doesn't agree with me anymore. And it's like
I don't even know if I'll start back up again, honestly.
I probably never will. I don't know. It's kind of I don't
Maybe
need
like
it.
later in life.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I'm not
No, there's
against
not.
it. Yeah, I mean, it's just if it's for you, it's for you.
Right.
So I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I'll probably still hit it every once in a while. You know, if there's some music and party time. But
Yeah.
I just like I'll take one hit and listen to some cool music and stuff. But other than that, I'm just not interested in smoking weed anymore. And that because it just doesn't agree with my psyche. You know, it just really puts me somewhere I don't want to be.
Yeah, me too.
If I'm vegging out and I have nothing else to do, I like the veg out period, you know, and it's just like I don't have to talk to anybody. I'm just listening to music
Yeah.
or listening to or reading a book or something. I can do that where I don't have to talk to anybody. But that's it's just kind of where. But I never thought that I would come to that point because I was a super fan of marijuana for most of my life. It's really weird that I don't like it anymore. I never thought that I would not like marijuana at all because I used to smoke the shit.
I did too, but it made me like paranoid.
No, it's not
I mean,
just
it
the
was all right.
paranoia. Well, I mean, it's really what it does. It gives me anxiety in social situations where if I'm, around people and I have to have a conversation, my tongue doesn't work right, But that's what I'm saying. If all I have to do is like smoke a little bit and then sit back and listen to music or watch a concert or something, I don't have to talk to anybody. I'll take a hit or two and watch a concert. But other than that, I, I can't be high in front of people and actually, have a conversation because it's just for some reason I just can't do that. Used to be able to, but I can't anymore. Well, shit, I'm almost 50 years old, so I mean, physiology changes. And to be honest, I feel like I'm high all the time, and that
Yeah,
just
that's how I feel.
yeah. I mean, so I've smoked enough weed for everybody and their mothers' lives. There's no reason for me to smoke weed anymore.
Yeah.
So the only time I want to smoke weed is when I'm going to watch a band play. I'll take a couple hits and it's so loud you can't even hear each other. You just want to watch the band play. And then you just watch the band play, and by the time the band is done, then you're back to normal. When about an hour later, watch a band play. But in
I'm not
social
back to normal
situations,
after
I
an
don't want
hour.
to be high. Well, shit.
Not for me.
What is normal?
Yeah, you're right, man. What is normal?
Anyway, I'm just talking about in social situations. If I'm talking to people or whatever, I, I just like face to face. I prefer not to be high anymore. I just don't. There's something that happens to it. I've tried it a few times, recently. I mean, I quit smoking about a year and a half ago, and I have some really cool dreams now. I used to not dream when I was smoking a lot,
Yeah.
but I dream. I have some scary ass dreams, but also I have some really cool dreams too sometimes.
Yeah.
But when I
Vivid
was
dreams.
high all the time, when I'd go to sleep high, I never had dreams. I didn't even if I did, I didn't remember them or whatever. So anyway, it's just kind of and actually I like my dreams. I like some of the weird shit that happens in my dreams.
Sometimes it seems real too.
Dude, yeah, you don't know how real it seems.
Like I've had shit where I was like, damn. Like I woke up from a dream and it felt like I was still kind of there, or like it was telling me something about like, your waking life.
I'll be dreaming and aware that I'm dreaming, and like physical contact. There's nobody around me. It's like I'm in half dream state, right? And half awake state.
Yeah.
I can feel physical contact. And yeah, it kind of freaks me out sometimes. That might be something that I misunderstand. It could be something spiritual. I don't know, but I've had some pretty freaking weird dreams since I've stopped smoking weed. But it
Yeah, I
doesn't
read something
necessarily
about
have
that.
anything to do with that. I mean, some people might have weird dreams because they do smoke weed. I mean, it really kind of depends, I think, on your physiology, so.
Yeah.
We live in a world that was created
Divided.
for us. No, we were living in a world that was created for us, but not by us. And it's an amazing place. And
I'd
we
like
were
to
all
have that
brought up in
mindset.
different. Yeah, well, we were all brought up in different cultures. How can we just like they want to force us into this 100-year understanding? It's like with the development of television and the world wars and everything. That's really only about 100 years, right?
Yeah.
They want us to understand everything about Earth based on what they've shown us through the past 100 years as far as social dynamics and culture and everything, when they don't even have a clue about that.
They just blindly follow it.
No.
A lot of people blindly just follow
They
and
have a
sing.
lot of magicians that will say, I'm a scientist. I studied the Earth. I can go back 14 billion years and tell you how Earth started.
You just really don't know.
I'm yelling. Is my microphone really loud? I don't want to yell at anybody, but I
No,
just
it's not
really get
bad.
pissed off I get really pissed off at these pompous scientists that are quote unquote scientists, but they have no science behind, no acumen. They have acumen, but they have no science behind their acumen about the history of Earth. They grew up in the same era, or at least, within the past 100 years. And it's just like, wow, this is a really fast accumulation of knowledge. 100 years. And so it's just like, in the past 100 years, we've learned more than any other human has learned about Earth, before that. And so we can discount a lot of shit that people learned with other quote unquote scientists or and what also pisses me off about the scientists is that they discount a lot of religions, not completely, but they borrow from their ideas, but don't consider them to be genuine, right? So what they do is throw out spirituality, but they'll borrow from their ideas and create. They'll borrow from the religionist ideas and look at their history and then just fold it into their quote unquote scientific ideas, but it's all philosophy, and they don't even realize it. They think it's really science. Is that kind of accurate, Matthew?
I'm sorry, I showed up 30 seconds ago, and I heard just the second half of what you said.
Oh, my bad. You may not have been paying attention. I just saw you in here. But what it is, I mean, it's a what's the damn word? Amalgamation of science and religion. Whether or not they can actually prove age of Earth. I mean, do you, Matthew? Do you believe that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old and it was created from the Big Bang?
I'm not sure.
It's a result. It was a result of the Big Bang. Result of the Big Bang. The
Okay.
way
What I will say is that I don't think the Earth is a result of unguided methodological naturalism. I think it's clearly the result of intelligent design. But how long it took, that's a separate question, and I'm not sure.
All right, cool. So that point,
we only know what we're told, right?
No, on that point, do you think that through archaeology, they've discovered how modern man came about through evolution, or any other doesn't mean modern man. I mean, it could be modern man, or it could be another species. Do you think that is valid? Their timeline by digging down on the Earth. They found out how we've done the evolution theory. Do you buy into that?
No, I don't. I think there was clearly intelligent design involved in the process. Exactly how that worked, is not clear.
Do you think that the evolutionists have tried to prove this? I think unsuccessfully, that the evolution theory is the cause of it's naturalism. I mean, these are terms that would mean nothing to most people, right? Naturalism and creation, right? But so we're kind of on the same page, I think. With that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But as far as timelines, that's kind of a different thing. So, do you think archaeologists can, and we can sort of agree on some aspect of this. Do you think they can dig down in the Earth and tell you what happened in the past?
Yeah. So it's not a question of whether they're right or wrong specifically, but just the fact that compared to knowing nothing, digging in the Earth does tell you something. I mean, oh look, I
dig in the Earth.
Here's a mastodon bones. There must have been a mastodon here.
But you're not an hold on, Matthew. Yeah, I dig down in the Earth sometimes. I mean, you can dig a well or whatever. We're talking
just
about
for arrowheads.
Archaeologists. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just digging for those.
But that's very shallow. I mean, it's I'm
not an archaeologist or nothing.
Okay, well, I'm asking Matthew about archaeology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think there are some valid parts of archaeology, but it's far from an exact science, and so they're guesses at best. But I will say that I think guesses and conjecture is better than nothing. I mean, what's the alternative? Like, oh, we have zero idea about the past? I don't know.
Wait. So you don't see what these quote unquote science. It's not science to dig in the earth and then make shit up about what you find when you dig down. That's not science at all. You have a preconceived notion about, I mean, just, with the archaeology is digging the earth. What their preconceived notions about time, they think they're digging down in the earth and going back in time. Am I wrong about this?
I don't know much about it, but
it's not always the case. It depends on where they're digging, and maybe there was a rapid burial, right? So they can say, hey, well, this area was affected by like a volcano or a flood, right?
Right.
All right. So how can timelines be established on certain things? So like 4.5 billion years. That's kind of a ridiculous claim.
You don't understand, Helio. When you go to a cemetery, you can read on the stone when the man was buried in the ground. So yeah.
Well, let's. I said 4.5. I mean, that's their major claim about when life, came about on the Earth or whatever. And then, I mean, I'm sure, within 4.5 billion years, there were several disastrous things that could happen on the ball Earth while it's forming and all that kind of shit.
4.5 billion years, it means you have to dig about more than 10 miles deep in the ground to find things from those times. Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to take Matthew Learns through this process. I mean, you can tell that we've been through this process before too. We understand what they say about creation of or not creation. You're a creationist too, so we have that in common. I'm a creationist. You're a creationist,
right?
Now,
but
how do they
explain this? How do they explain this? Each layer is a certain age period. Yeah, 4.5 billions of years. How many layers does the Earth have for 4.5 billion years? I mean, if I plow my garden this year, yeah, I see the land, the ground. And next year, I'm going to plow it again. And I find every year the same screw when I plow, yeah? I find it in the same place, the same depth.
Bro, I'm pretty sure I was about to get him to admit that he does. I could
listen to this, Helio. Dinosaurs.
No, I mean, does it, Matthew? Do you think that what they're saying about
this is interesting. Dinosaurs. When was dinosaurs? Does anybody know a year?
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you interrupting me?
Listen, this is important. 63 million years, I think. Why dinosaur wasn't 73 million years? How we can realize maybe there was 73 million years ago? If we can realize 63 million years ago, then we can realize what happened between 63 million and 27 million years ago.
Well, how deep was the dinosaur found?
I'm trying to figure out what Matthew actually thinks, because obviously, do you think that this is what's weird, Matthew, for me? Do you think that God used the evolutionary process to create Earth?
Yeah, he believes that. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't ask you. I asked him.
Okay, so several things. First of all,
can I be Matthew? Sorry, Matthew.
No, you can't be Matthew. He's right here. So shut the fuck up.
I want to be Matthew.
No. Shut up.
Okay.
Let him answer it. Let him answer it.
Yes. So the first question about dinosaurs 63 million years versus 73 million years versus 150 million years. Who knows? I'm not a paleontologist, archaeologist, or whatever. I will say that they have techniques they've developed that they think are consistent over the years, and they come up with ways of dating it. I don't know how those are.
No, they
That's
don't
question
have.
All
number
right,
one.
cool. Check this out. Jebby Jet, please, can I do this really
Yeah.
quick? Please? I want to. I'm having this conversation
First,
with Meth.
don't worry.
All right. Have you heard of Hugh Ross? You know who he is?
I've listened to some of the stuff. I like what he says.
I gotta go back.
Really? So you kind of agree with what he says about?
I think so. I haven't read his book. I've watched maybe 90 minutes of videos by him, and it seems reasonable. So yeah.
You should watch some more.
Yeah, I like
The
his
more
stuff.
he talks, the more he sounds like he's full of shit.
Helio, maybe I will tell you a lie now, but I need to. She's sleeping. I will ask her. I think that my wife finished the studies about carbon dating. Maybe I'm telling, but she explained it to me one time that carbon dating it's only guesswork and nothing else. She's being chemist.
No, carbon dating is only accurate up to about 32,000 years. But anyway, that's not even what we're talking about.
That's not true. Also,
well, I mean,
Helio, they don't know. They guessing that something is the oldest civilization.
When I say that,
12,000.
I'm telling you what they say.
I am telling you now, they discover the oldest civilization in Gobeltki Tepke. They're guessing that it's 12,000 years ago. How they can guess that it's 12,000 and even they don't know? And now we have something what is 32,000.
Sasha, I know. I've been looking at this for like 10 years. Yeah, I'm quite familiar with what you're saying. Yes, and there's contradictions in archaeology, carbon dating, like bones found in the ground that they claim are dinosaur bones, but they actually still have flesh, like or meat in the bones, or whatever. Not meat in the bones. Meat's on the outside of the bones. What's it called? What's inside the bones?
Like the bone marrow? I don't know.
Yeah, marrow inside the bones that's still there, but they claim it's 23 million years old or some shit. Yeah. Anyway.
Right.
Sasha, bro. Yeah.
How you came to that number? That's impossible, man.
Well, because they date the
if you
bones.
get 63 million years ago, do you know what are you saying? You are saying something what is we don't know who built who built all these buildings in USA or in America or all around the world in 80s or 180s 800 and we are speaking something about 63 millions. We don't know anything about 2,000 years ago.
So I hear what you're saying, but let me just sort of talk through what I think is going on here. Let's say they find some bones. Here's some dinosaur bones. And they say, okay, we have zero idea how long ago this was. And that's the way it was when dinosaur bones were first discovered. Everybody's like, oh, we have no idea how old this is. Over the years, they've developed techniques to say, okay, well, maybe this is a guess. I don't know what those techniques are and what they use, but they admit that it's a guess. Nobody's claiming it's exactly 63.7428 million years ago. They're saying, okay, it's probably in this range. And that's better than, nothing, having no idea about it. So they're just.
Why would they guess a timeline? I mean, they're looking. Hold on, Sasha. They're looking at why would they suggest a timeline? Because they found some bones in the ground.
What's the alternative? Just say we have no idea and stop there?
Well, I'll tell you why they suggest a timeline. For some reason, they think that when they find them in a certain layer of Earth, that shows that Earth over millions of years has like piled up dirt from somewhere. Where did this dirt come from?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
Top
know.
of these fossils.
we are speaking about bones. How many skeleton of dinosaurs we found in the world?
Not that many, I think.
Yeah.
How
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 many?
many?
Zero.
Zero. Okay.
No,
Why
I mean
why
I'm
one
saying
why
zero because I'm
one dinosaur
skeptical, but
didn't die and it's left all skeleton, but only one bone? Why
I
we
mean,
don't have one
when I was growing
skeleton?
up, check this out, Sasha. When I was growing up, I was told when I was a young man that these archaeologists went out and they found these huge skeletons of dinosaurs that were in the ground. The only way, and Matthew, you know this in your mind, and your spirit, your heart. The only way that you could find a skeleton of a dinosaur is if it was rapidly buried and fossilized.
Yeah, that
And
sounds
you
reasonable.
and then you find out when you grow up, then you in every museum in the world there is a skeleton of dinosaur. And I thought when I was young that there it is skeleton of dinosaur in one museum for sure.
No, they can't take that fossilized dinosaur and put it in a museum. That's impossible.
But they have one bone and
Every
then they
every
skeleton.
single dinosaur in a museum that's plastic and plaster.
Yeah.
They don't do that. They don't put those in museums. I mean, if you have an idea of you find a skull of what you think is a dinosaur or whatever, this is the only way a fossil is formed is if it's rapidly buried and remineralized. God, why is it so hard to say? It's because I've been drinking. Remineralized. It's the what happens if there's a bone buried in the dirt.
But isn't the skull, the head, the most strongest bones?
Yeah, but they don't even very often find heads of these
Why?
things, that they claim are
Never.
dinosaurs. Never,
Never.
never, never.
Never.
Right. So, hey, and I'm going to tell you a secret. There's never been a T-Rex head discovered anywhere. It's a story.
Yeah,
It's
then you
in
have
Jurassic. It's in
how
Jurassic
many
Park. It's in
how many
Jurassic
types
Park. That dude wrote that book. What in the 50s and 60s? I think he wrote that book, Jurassic Park. Yeah. Anyway.
and how many species of dinosaur we have? Like we can say
Well, as
1,000
many as you
for
can
sure.
make up. As many as you can make up
Yeah,
in
yeah,
your mind.
of course.
But they don't have any evidence for it.
Why we are speaking of so many species of dinosaurs if they don't have evidence of that?
Because it's a cool fucking story, bro.
And why we believe in that?
All right, did anybody believe in dinosaurs before like early 1900s?
No, I
don't
think
know.
they only discovered them in the 1800s, the earliest. I don't know when.
Yeah, I know. And then it started getting propagated through the early 1900s until here we are. And this whole archaeological freaking digs caused us to go back in time and discover 65 million years ago there were dinosaurs roaming the earth, but they don't have any physical evidence for it.
We need to find the man who first pronounced that thing, dinosaur.
They have a story about it, and they can make plaster casts of what they think a dinosaur might have looked like, but they don't. They just have bones and shit. And I mean, it's just like they want this create. They're abject creation story to actually really be real, because it's evolution, bro. This is their evolution story, and this is part of it. And so yeah, that's where dinosaurs come from, is from their fake creation story. This is a portion of it.
And they was not mammals. There was like
They're reptiles. They're not mammals.
yeah.
No.
How we know that? We find the egg.
It's kind of silly when you really think about what you believe compared to what they actually have evidence for. It's just like, I used to believe that. Oh my God.
Yeah, like that.
Even as a creationist, I've been a creationist my entire life, and I used to believe in dinosaurs. There's no physical evidence for dinosaurs, at least the way they prescribe it. They made up their own story based on their belief about naturalism. And see, that's what I was trying to tell you, Matthew, man. You've been sold a bill of goods, brother.
Oh, I haven't bought into the naturalism idea. I don't think there's evidence for naturalism.
Do you think dinosaurs ever existed?
Yeah, but separately, I think they may have been. I think God may have designed dinosaurs, and they used to exist. Maybe.
Have you ever watched any of Kent Hovind's debates and stuff?
Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Kent Hovind. Yeah, he's a smart guy. He fucking takes down the evolutionists one by one, or three by one. Have you ever seen him debate like three evolutionists at one time?
I think I've seen some of his debates where it was just 1-on-1.
Yeah. Kent's a good guy, but he won't talk to any of us flat earthers at all.
It would be like this, and God made the first life into water, and then God made something, and the animals came out from the water, and then God made that animals start to breathe and to change, something like that.
Yeah, sure, but as far as our general knowledge here that we're talking about now, we're basing our knowledge off of what we've been taught. None of us have experienced what has happened in the past. We just try to gain an understanding of what has happened in the past based on what we've been taught, and looking into our personal interests, or if you actually want to understand truth, it could, but every single person has an individual bias, right? So, but anyway, dude, even with the internet, we can find out a lot of information. But we're still limited in how we can come across certain knowledge, and then just confirm our own bias, which, like, I'm biased towards the creator, and Matthew, you are as well, and so is Sasha. But as far as what they tell us about in the modern science, see, there's another click there, modern science, right? That's another click, which I think, Matthew, you're not part of that modern science click because you're a creationist, right?
Right. Yeah, I have some differences.
Yeah. So anyway, so there's a big question, about how we should move forward from here.
Well, my view is that all truth is God's truth, so that true science would match God's truth. I mean, and that's what happens with the intelligent design movement, where we're looking at evidence for design, evidence that God created life, created the beginning of the universe, all that type of stuff. So
Cool.
true
So
science matches.
does intelligent design match what Kent Hovind is talking about?
It does, yeah.
Really? So the 6,000 plus years
I should say that
Bible.
it doesn't conflict. Intelligent design is looking more at the origin of life and that kind of like basically saying, what does it take to make that happen? It's sort of agnostic about how long it took. So people like Hugh Ross and Kent Hovind could both be properly described as intelligent design believers.
Yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, that really doesn't balance. That really doesn't have a balance necessarily. It still just presents itself as a belief.
Yeah, when you're talking about the past, since we can't directly experience it ourselves, you kind of have to admit to believing on evidence rather than direct experience, I guess.
See, I actually understand you more now, Matthew, since you said that. Because I've studied, or I've listened to Kent and Hugh in many debates, and I understand. You don't want to admit it because I know you, since you just said that, I know that you've listened to Hugh Ross a lot. Anyway, I'm not going to, call you out on it, which I just did. But anyway, so yes, these guys, Hugh Ross has this idea of longevity, and Kent has this idea of simplicity of like 6,000 years.
Hey, what's up, Helio? Never mind all my drunk messages.
Who was that?
What's up, Smurf?
Smurf.
Oh my goodness.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
Hey, Smurf, were you following the conversation?
I just jumped right in here, dude. What's going on?
All right, cool. Well, we're talking about creation versus evolution.
Yeah, in the beginning, God created everything. What's confusing about that?
It's not confusing. We're talking about.
It's not written nothing about spheres, that God created spheres. It's not written that God made the earth 4.5 billion years old. It's not written in something like that.
Hey, and age of Earth doesn't exist. There's no beginning or end. Now, but this is my opinion. I mean, the Bible story does give a beginning and an end, but that always happens for us. If you understand it spiritually, it's a continuous aspect of life. Your spirit goes from beginning to end, and it continues. There's no end to the beginning.
How do you break out of this place, man?
Smurf, why don't you just listen for a little bit? Hey, hello. Hey, Smurf, hi.
What's up? Hey, man. I
You can't just come in here and just say, hey, every time we say something, you can't just interrupt the conversation that was already going on.
Yeah, but what about all the spirits that are trapped in the dimension?
What about I just mute you for a minute until you figure out how to not to interrupt people? How about that? All right. Anyway, so.
Oh, he dipped.
Anyway, so yeah, when you're moving, nobody's moving from spirit to spirit or kind to kind or earth to earth. we have one existence, one way to understand this.
Right.
So
where is curvature?
no. Let's not even. We're not even into
No,
curvature yet.
what server is this?
Hey, I
Evolution
think
server?
this is one way. This is one way to reach Matthew, right? Because we may never ever, get Matthew to understand what we're saying, but this is one way to do it. Is I don't. Hey, Matthew, you've been a part of this for a long time, and you know that all of us are creationists, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so we're on the same page. But as far as God making the Earth globes in a universe, that's not what we think, and you know that by now.
Yeah, of course. That's a separate question. There's a lot we agree on about how God designed the universe. God is the cause of the universe. He created life, all that type of stuff.
Sure, but in the garden was a. Do you think the Garden of Eden was a globe?
Um, I don't think the shape of the earth would have changed from the time of Adam and Eve till now. So whatever it
You
was, I
think
don't think
God gives a hoot about the shape of the globe?
no.
No,
I mean,
exactly.
he would have made it super clear in Scripture if he had intended us to know for sure.
He definitely did. In the beginning, the heavens and the earth.
Right. No, he made it clear that he created it. But he left out some details like how does magnetism work? What about information theory? How about electricity? So he left lots for us to discover ourselves.
All right, to discover how he made it. So you think that he made the universe in big balls spinning around when he said in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, that was the Big Bang?
If you look at those words carefully, it doesn't say whether it was the Big Bang or whether it was something else. And therefore I think the main point is the very first word in that sentence. Who made it? Oh, God is the one who made it. God created the heavens and earth. And that's what Genesis 1 is saying to humanity. Look, all this stuff, it was God who did it. Now, we humans, especially 21st century humans, are like, wait, but how? And so we have all these other questions, but then you go back and look and
You know what Occam's razor is, right? It was just like,
right.
All right, you're a Christian, so you know God, right? Would he make it that hard to figure out? I mean, even though the Earth looks flat, it's not, right? So would God lie to you about this?
No, he wouldn't.
Right.
He would leave us methods for learning about the universe. I mean, we're made in God's image, and so just like he was a creator, we were designed with the capacity to create. And lo and behold, we've made railroads and televisions and iPhones.
Yeah, they create stories about the Earth being a globe when it's obviously not. Make stories up about dinosaurs and all kinds of space. Look at this. Have actors on the ISS pretending they're in space and all this kind of stuff. That's he made men pretenders. He didn't make those men. Well, he made the men, but he didn't make them try to lie to people about being in space and floating around.
Sure, God created mankind with creativity, but of course we've corrupted it. So the same creativity that made a 747 also made tanks.
Do you think the people on the ISS are really on the ISS?
I do.
Why? They're obviously lying. Are you that gullible?
My assessment of the situation is that they're not lying and that it's possible.
So it's possible in your mind because of gravity, But even though we've caught them many times lying, and you still believe it, and you've been here many hours here, and we've showed you many times where they're lying and pulling on strings and shit, and just like, oh well, it's still plausible that they're probably there because I want to believe they're there, but dude, it's a total fakery. It's a circus.
Listen this, Helio. Roland Garros 2021 final. Novak Djokovic against, not doesn't matter, but he is winning the Roland Garros, and after 3 minutes after that interview, when he's on the court and saying the speech, they are putting live from ISS French astronaut. And do you know what he has in the hand?
No, man.
What does he have?
Tennis ball.
Is it possible that it's a separate tennis ball?
No, tennis ball. That mean the guy, French guy, is going to the space, but it will be final one day, and he thinks it will be final when I'm in space because I like tennis. I will bring that ball, and when I have interview, I will show that ball in the time when Djokovic is winning French Roland
I
Garros.
think I downloaded a cool image from Facebook yesterday.
And that's real story. I watched that, and I watched and I watching like, oh great, what a coincidence, and what important thing that guy or whatever you want. Oh, he was one of the French astronauts who in his autobiography that is his hobby is playing tennis, something like that. I'm this sarcastic now.
This is it. No, that's not it. God dang it.
Then you
That
have
was a
puppet
meetup we had a
of the
couple
girl,
weeks.
puppet. It's coming from nowhere, Then you have astronaut fading. Then you have officer astronaut cannot explain what is going on ISS, asking for help in public for other friends. Then you have a string. You can see the string. Then you have big head, human head in the space. Matthew, big human head in the space. Showed on how to say on the window on the screen of the ISS. Then you have they deleted that. It was 6 hours of bullshit on ISS. Not one moment, not refraction, one thing. 6 hours of lying. Then I watched the live stream of ISS like for 6 hours. 6 hours, no land. No land on the earth. Only water, sea, ocean. 6 hours they are flying and showing the earth, and earth is rotating, and no land. And there maybe possibly something happened. Let's explain all these situations now. What I said, that big head in space, that is interesting. Then string, why this guy had then fading astronaut? How we can fade live? That means that he is not a human.
Well, I admit I don't have answers for all of those
Matthew,
questions.
I think that you need to see how they lied, all of that, to make research about and to watch all these things with your eyes. There is no refraction. There is a string attached to the back of and you can see it. Everybody can see it. And if it's fake, why are you faking the string on the back? And you are floating through ISS. What is going on? Then you have a little puppet. It's coming from nowhere and showing in the air, And the girl, it's astronaut, it's taking that puppet. Then you have, listen to this, then you have the president, ex-president, George Bush Sr. in wheelchair coming to visit NASA. And behind him, you see the astronaut with the green screen.
Well, that's a practice room. He's practicing in front of the green screen so that
he's practicing live.
Because they don't go to space. And this is a little secret. Nobody
Then
goes to space.
what I saw when that guy sang the song of David Bowie, because he has the guitar. They made a clip. They I think 3 or 4 of them, they had the instruments. Not only him. He had guitar. Other one has the saxophone, I think. Then they had some. I think when was the football final, they had the how to say, dress of the football clubs, of the, how you call that, your American ball, football. Then they had, what else? How many things they are brought in there, up there? They had that Santa Claus clothes. They had, what is going on? This is mission in the space. They need to be serious. What is going on there?
I have a question for Matthew. Are you still working? Are you still a professor? Or are you on a reprieve right now? Or
Yeah, I'm on a break. I'm done for the week.
so, have you talked to your students about you being in here talking to us?
Not specifically. I think I mentioned that I had made a video or two on the channel, so some of them have seen it. But
Yeah. I mean, I saw those videos. So
yeah, it doesn't come up
talk
much.
about it in class. Yeah, because I mean, your class is not about that. I get that part.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hide it or anything. That's what you're asking.
It's cool. Have some of your students come in here as a result?
I don't know. Discord isn't a huge deal among that age group, among non-gamers. So I don't know.
What do you think about the same age group? You've heard people in here before. Some of these gamers are pretty out of their mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're used to the gaming discords where they get in there and yell at each other.
Or they can just freaking say anything they want to say, but they can't always hear. But
yeah.
Well, that's cool. I was just wondering if you told them about us, but I wouldn't see why you would bring it up there. But
I mean, I
but
do
you
have
have made some
a link.
videos, and so your students, have they're subscribed to your channel. So
yeah, and there's a link in the description of my video back to the server for anybody who's interested. So I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe
really? So like a permanent link in all your videos?
Yeah, it's in the description or in the.
Oh, cool. That's cool. Yeah, cool. Hey, man, I didn't know that, but yeah, I appreciate you putting that up there for us. I know you. I can't freaking believe that you even hang out with us after all the shit you got.
To tell the truth, half the time I'm doing something else, like working on pictures or something. So
I know, but I'm just like, people just freaking bark at you freaking most of the time in here. It's funny.
It's good practice for being a teacher, actually.
Is it really? Because I've never been a teacher. I never wanted to be. I'm a musician, and I actually went to I didn't finish college, but I went to college. I went to college on a full tuition scholarship.
Oh, good
for choir. So I wasn't an academic. I was just a good singer,
I think there's too much of and this is coming from a university professor. I think there's too much emphasis on undergraduate education, in that a lot more people should do the trades, and you could actually earn a lot more money that way and not have all this college debt. So I think we need to rebalance our educational system.
Yeah, I was kind of like when I took the scholarship and went to school, I was like, when I started going to classes, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it through this. I mean, I graduated from high school with a 2.5 grade point average, but I had a full tuition scholarship to one of the major universities in Arkansas, and I was not an avid. It was total. I mean, you could compare me to like a basketball player or whatever. You know what I mean? Because I could sing really good. That's why they gave me the scholarship.
You can still sing really good. I've heard some of your songs.
Yeah, I know. So, but I'm not an academic, but I'm still smart, right?
Right. Yeah. You don't have to do college to be smart.
Yeah. So I pay attention. I just I just I just don't know how people do college stuff. Doesn't mean I'm not smart. I'm just not built that way.
Right.
I mean, you don't have to tell me if have you known people that are like that, that are really intelligent but just can't do college?
Yeah. I have cousins. I have friends, other people who don't necessarily finish college or aren't good at it, but are really good at what they do in other areas.
Well, hey, check this out. I mean, one of the reason that I know I'm intelligent is because I'm good with math, right? So, and you're a math guy, right? So
Yeah.
I'm a cabinet builder. Everything I see is in 3D, flat.
Right. Yeah.
It's a 3D realm, right? I got into cabinetry early in my life. Then I worked for a, a place where I was making cabinets for corporate jets. So I was making cabinets that appeared to be upright while you walk down the aisle, but on the outside, the back side of the cabinet, guess what it is? It's a cylinder. Yeah, it's a cylinder. So I learned this software, which is really cool. It's called CATIA. Have you ever heard of CATIA
I haven't.
software? Yeah, but it's a French design software, and it was a French company that I worked for called CATIA. They own this software. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar company. I used to work for them. I worked for them for 9 years, and I worked on the computer designing these cabinets, working with an engineering department, and these engineers never had their damn hands on any of this shit. So I had to build their designs. There were CNC machines cutting all that shit out. I had to build it by their design. And I was like, you know what? Once I start trying to put this stuff together, it was like, I had to start talking to the engineering department. It's like, hey, here's why this won't work, because I have to put this together. And I'm going to fractions of an inch, or a millimeter sometimes, depending on, different applications. So yeah, it was the most frustrating job I've ever had. I was in the job. I had the physical product right in front of me. Had to put it together the way they designed it. And when it didn't work, I had to talk to the engineers, talk to what they called manufacturing engineers, which is a product development thing. Dude, it was a most stressful job I've ever had in my life. But it was fun. I mean, I learned a lot of things, and but it was just like these engineers never put their hand on a product. They just they had a computer program that they weren't inside the plane. They were just like, they had a computer model of the plane. And but when it comes to like fractions of a millimeter, hey, bro, that shit's not going to work. That screw's not going to line up in that slot. Like, you fucked
It
this
does
up.
sound like a cool job, though. Work anything to do with corporate jets sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. It was really cool, and the software is really cool. The CATIA, it was CATIA V5. I'm sure they probably updated it by now. Maybe V6 now, but it was really cool. And so I had to work with the engineers, the manufacturing engineers, the CNC people that were cutting the parts and everything. I'd just get a box of parts, had to put it together, look at the 3D model, and I could zoom in. There was all kinds of tools on there that I could, change it to inches, millimeters, and whatever I needed. And there were certain processes that you had to go through. Every single thing you did had to go through inspection processes and everything. It's like I said, it was the most stressful job I've ever had, but it was a great experience, and I'm glad I don't have to do it anymore. But I kind of want to do it again, but not for that same. It was not. It was not fun. It was fun at times, but they really didn't give you the opportunity to help yourself. It was like they would they would make you say they would make you do stuff that goes against regulations, and it depends on your relationship with the inspectors. It's just like, hey, you know what, I don't think they should do this, but can you give me a stamp anyway, because I don't think they did this right. I can jerry rig this, but I don't think we should do it this way. I was like, hey man, we're getting paid the same, to do it and to make it get done, because we got to. I mean, I'm working on $50 million planes, and I'm supposed to jerry rig it part of it, and I'm just like, you know what? It was so frustrating, bro, because some of the engineering was kind of generic, and you didn't actually get to talk to the person that actually designed the part. And it just went through, step by step, 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 step. And then I'd go to meetings and it was like, all right, what about this part? Did you have anything about this? I was like, I have an issue with that right there, and they'll never fucking fix it. It was so frustrating, bro. It was the most frustrating job I've ever had.
Hey, Helio. Hey, Helio.
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you.
Have you talked to Slug yet?
Yeah, Slug was talking earlier.
Oh, it was. My bad. I just got here.
No,
Continue.
cool. Yeah,
Continue with your
Slug, you
airplane
still in there?
cabinets. I'm sorry.
No, you guys don't. I'm tired of bitching about that shit. I'm done with that job. I'm done with that fucking job. I've been threatening it, just thinking about. I want to go to Boeing. I think they have probably a better program. But anyway, Slug. I'm pretty sure I heard Slug talking earlier. If you want to talk instead of hearing me bitch about my old job.
That was concise.
I love that video that Karen made with the shapes of the moon. Crazy. Thursday night is. No, you never know. Can be a little slow, little hot. For another song. Oh shit, the Hogs are playing tonight. I forgot. It might be already over. God dang it. I'm gonna be watching that game.
Kentucky lost too. Helio.
What?
Kentucky was the number 2 seed. They lost to St. Peter's.
All right, well, the Hogs are playing freaking Gargonzola. It starts with a G. I don't even know the fucking name of it.
Gonzaga.
Gonzaga. Is the game over? Or
I don't know, but Kentucky lost to St. Peter's.
oh shit, the Hogs. I really have a bad feeling the Hogs are going to lose today, but I have faith because you got to have a faith. I gotta have. I've been fucking with you guys, and I forgot that I was going to watch this game. Hold on, let me go.
I think they'll win as long as they score more points than the other team does. I could be wrong.
I'm subscribed to Paramount, and I think it's supposed to be on CBS. So let me go to Paramount. Live TV. See if the game is on. Shit, I totally forgot about it.
Road trip. If you book a Priceline, you'll save more, so you can grow.
Sorry, guys. Let me see if
Man, that makes me want to book at Priceline now. Thanks, Helio.
Damn, I think I saw an update of the score earlier, so I think the game's probably already over. I missed it. I didn't check it today. I was doing some other shit, but damn.
I would guess that about 0% of your current listeners care about the Arkansas Razorbacks, whether they won a basketball game or not.
Who?
The Arkansas Hogs, the Razorbacks.
I was there in the Sweet 16.
And you're the only one that gives a
for
shit.
the first time in like freaking almost 20 years. Yeah.
But you're literally the only one that gives a shit, Helio.
All right, well, fuck it anyway. It was a nail biter last week. I was watching that shit. I totally forgot about it because I was talking to you guys. No. Anyway, so what else is going on the flat level stationary plane?
What?
I don't know. We've got about 16 knowledgeable, critical thinkers here. None of them have anything to say. Somebody say something.
Something.
Holy shit, they won! I missed the game, but they won 74-68. Oh, yeah, they're gonna be they're gonna be in the top 8 next week. Or no, the tournament's
Arkansas made the Elite 8, then the Earth is a globe.
Dude, 74-68. That's pretty hardcore, bro. They won.
Kentucky lost to St. Peter's. I never even heard of St. Peter's till this year. I didn't know that school existed.
So fucking pissed I missed that game. I was sitting here talking to you guys, but I'm not pissed that I didn't miss talking to you guys because that was fucking cool too. So pretty much equal. Pretty much equal.
You DVR'd the game, you can watch it later, right?
No, I don't. I don't have that. But that's freaking cool. I didn't. Last week's game was really close, and this one looks like it was a blowout, 74-68. I mean, it's not a blowout, but it's just like they hit them hard. First quarter or first half, 32-29. Second half, 42-39. So it was pretty close, but they dominated both halves. So anyway, so Arkansas is in the Elite Eight. It's freaking awesome. I will be watching the next one. Sorry for the interruption. Dude, last time Hogs have been in the Elite Eight was a long freaking time ago. So.
Way back when Nolan Richardson was the coach, they went to the Final Four,
That's right.
didn't
Yeah,
they?
they won a championship in '94. Yeah.
Was there a good player they had? I'm trying to remember.
They've been in the Sweet 16 a couple times, I think, since then, but never made it past that.
My name Butler or something was what there's one player went to the NBA. Anyway.
Yeah, it was Nolan Richardson. Yeah, he took them to the national championship in 1994. I have a T-shirt for that one. That's a long freaking time ago. Cool. Awesome. The Hogs won. I missed the game because I was talking to you guys, but that's all right. I'll see if I can pull it up somewhere.
Wow. God, man. Where
You mean like you calling like what?
you light asses, motherfuckers. Hank and Sonny last night with the doctor. Fuck off. That was awesome. Fuck. I just, it went on for, I don't know, felt like a couple of hours, man, but that was great, man. Even he's like, hmm. he thought he knew it all, man. Hey, thank you, brother. You're welcome. Thank you. He came in here with, a disc in space, man. Cool. Thank you, man. Wow. All right. Anyway, just
Hey, flat Earth dude, disc in space, as if it's like, hey, I
hey.
used to believe in the solar system, but I'm a flat earther now. So now I think that we're the third disk from the sun, and gravity works the same way. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are? Do you think that I don't? I understand what they say about the solar system. Do you think that all of a sudden I'm thinking, well, we're still the third place from the sun, but it's a disk, and that's how gravity figures all that shit out anyway.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, it was funny, man. I'm like, he's like, "Where's the edge?" And then how's this disc thing work?
Boring.
I'm like, you gotta be. He
Well,
had it
that's
all
not what
figured
we
out.
think about. That's not what. Yeah, sure. The Strawman argument's just set up, but that's not what we think about Earth at all.
No,
So anyway,
I think he was surprised that he couldn't answer the three questions. Yeah.
well, because he came in with all his presuppositions. I mean,
Right.
if that's the way he came in, he's like, so you have the third disk from the sun, and it's like, bro, we all used to think the Earth was a globe, third rock from the sun,
Mm-hmm.
and gravity did all that shit. We don't all of a sudden think, well, we're the third disk from the sun and it's flat, but it's still spinning around the sun. No, that's not the way it works. But I don't
Well,
blame people for thinking that, because they're still stuck in the,
well,
in the
where's
solar
the
system
edge?
paradigm.
Where's the edge? I'm like, oh no. Really?
No, sure. I mean,
You're gonna
hey,
fall off the
that
edge.
question's still legitimate. Still legitimate. Yeah, I get that question a lot too, in real life and on here. It's like,
Yep.
what edge? You
The edge.
find the edge and tell me where to jump off.
Exactly. Hook me up with an edge. Anybody got an edge?
What edge are you talking about?
Where's the edge of the universe? I always ask them. Where's that one?
Yeah.
Getting pictures of that?
Hey,
No.
well, it's at the end of the infinite expansion. It's expanding, so it's really because of the red shift, blue shift. That's evidence for expansion. So it's moving away from you, but you really can't find. Everything's expanding because the Big Bang was a little dot, and then 14 and a half billion years ago, that shit exploded, and then it's still expanding, and just a small, tiny portion of this.
It exploded into nothing from nothing and made everything.
Yeah, and they call us believers
They
in
call us
religion
crazy.
and shit.
Like, whoa,
Yeah.
what? Like, wait a minute, man.
What
Time out
the
here, man.
fuck?
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
And they have the audacity to come in and say, well, that's not what we say, but when we prove to them that's exactly what they say, they're just like, no, you flat earthers are nuts. It's like, bro, I just told you for a fact that all your quote unquote astrophysicists say that everything came from nothing and is expanding into nothing. And
it made
you're
everything.
gonna say, and we say that it's created by a creator, and you call us crazy.
Yep.
What
It's so
the
fun, man.
shit?
Yeah, the doctor was fun last night, man. That was a great listen. And then after that, man, Hank was on a fucking terror last night, man. He was
Man, Hank
piffing,
gets
man.
on a roll. When you get Hank on a roll, man, it's just over.
It was a piff, man. Epiphanies, man, coming out of his skull, man.
Shit,
Thank
I
you,
should
Hank.
have recorded that shit.
I don't know if it was recorded or not, but it
Well,
was
it's
awesome.
recorded on the live stream, but I might go back
It's
and
on the
take a
live
look and
stream, man.
capture
Yeah,
it.
he probably went
Yeah,
off
I'll
on
go
like
back and capture it.
45 minutes. I was thinking of grabbing it. That was that good, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I can do it. So it was.
He was talking about the
last night.
psychosis of people, the psychosis and how they got tricked into this stupid belief shit,
Was
man.
about 12 hours ago from. I mean,
Yeah, well,
24 hours ago from now.
Yeah,
Like about this
somewhere
time
now.
last night. Yeah, I can pick it up.
Probably a couple hours later than this right now.
Yeah, about like 10 p.m. Central.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Well, I'll check it out. See if I can grab some of it.
But it was good, man. I was like,
cool,
right on. Yeah. Well, I was listening today while I was working, and it was good. And I think we had that engineer guy in here, or I don't know if he's an engineer or what. He wasn't. He's not. He had some interesting theories. He's talking about, maybe it's a bigger curvature or something. He was kind of all over the place, man. But he definitely knows it's not a globe, or it could be a bigger globe or something. He doesn't know. Yeah. All we're here to do is prove to you that it's not what they sold us here in school, and then you can figure it out from there. You don't need my help.
But can you if you're not practical?
You got to be practical.
And it's just like, you know what? I see what you're saying, but I'd rather believe the general idea about it. I see what you're saying, even though it looks flat, but I'd rather just go with the globe side because most people go there. I mean, it's just like, it's too difficult to actually understand that I can believe my own eyes and my senses. I'm just going to go with the general narrative because it's just really easier to go along to get along.
Go along to get along. I believe my.
Hey, man, and I'll say, hey, do that. Go ahead. All right, now you found your way here. Nobody here is trying to convince you. Nope. You came and asked questions. You made a decision at the end of the answers to your questions. I'd rather go along to get along, and I don't want to talk to you guys anymore. Well, then go do that. Go along to get along. Go ahead and do that. If you're extremely curious about the topic, we're here 24 hours a day.
Yeah, that's what I told the doc. I go, hey man, if you got a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, I'll give you the channel for the whole day. Go for it. Demonstrate that shit. Get back to me. I'm sure we could open up the floor for him all day.
Hey, to be honest, I mean, if normies come in here and ask a few questions and decide that they don't want to talk about it and jump back into their normie lives, then that's on them. It's not. We're not here to convince you. We're here to to tell you what we think. And if you don't like what we think, you don't have to talk to us.
And then they can, and then they're gonna have to think about that for the rest of their lives. When after they leave here, you can go back to your globe and spinny space Disney shit and have fun, man. But every day, man, they're gonna be looking at that ocean, going, You know, those motherfuckers are right, man. Ain't no bendy
That shit
fucking.
looks pretty flat, but I'm gonna go ahead and believe it's globular, just because them flat earthers can't be right because they're not educated.
No, they can't be right. There's no way.
They can't be right because there's too many more educated astrophysicists and shit that already figured this out by looking through
Hey, man,
telescope and shit.
those cats figured it out. All I got to do is just go to work every day. Thank you.
They're arguing with Earth, not us, right?
Yep.
Their beef is with Earth. They might as well go yell at the horizon for not being curved enough.
It's not our fault that you can't. It's not our fault you can't see the curvature. It's you know, it's their fault for telling you there. It's everybody else's fault for telling you that there is curvature when there's obviously not. So it's not our fault for you bringing it up. So you can be mad at us. Be mad at us instead of the idiots that told you there's curvature to the Earth. It's not our fault.
Dude, it's your claim, Mongos. Bring it. Bring your proof. I had some motherfucker last night in the chat tell me, no, your claim. You got a claim too. You claim it's flat. And I'm like, no. I measured it flat. You claimed it's fucking curved. It's your claim. Show me your bendy water.
Yeah, and then they'll show you pictures of Earth from space when it's like, well, that's not a picture. That's an image that somebody told you. And they're like, well, my trusted sources, they really don't have anything of it. They already know NASA's busted, you know, and so they really get frustrated. You know, it's fucking weird.
It is fun. They're busted. We know they're busted. They know they're busted. But they keep trying though, man. They keep kind of come up with like, you know, black curvature. I saw it. It's kind of like a black hole, and it curves the black space of time and
Black curvature matters.
It's like, what do you mean black curvature? Fuck off.
Black. What is it? Oh shit! No, I can't even think of
They
that
come up
term.
with whatever they can think of, man.
Make shit up every day.
Every day. It's funny. We don't have to make shit up. We just go, hey, go outside and look.
Dark matter matters.
Dark curvature matters. Dark curvature.
Dark matter and dark curvature matters. Like you'll never see it, but it's there. It matters.
Is there a globe in here? Is there a globe in here?
I don't see one just yet.
I
don't think so.
What? Where is everybody?
I know, man. That's why I jumped in. Like nobody's here. That's a good time for me to jump in.
It's Thursday night.
You know, I'm kind of rude and crude and right to the point. But anyway, I'm having a burger and a beer and hanging out with you guys. It's great. Talking to real people about real shit.
Well, I'm about to jump out and have a smoke. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
But yeah, get some globies in here, man. Let's talk about.
I'll work on it, man. Let me look at the chat.
Talk about the turditure. I mean the black the black swan. No, I mean not the black swan. The black hole sun. No, not the black hole sun. The
black curvature. Dark curvature.
Matter. They probably think dark matter matters.
Holy shit!
So let's get with the people that think dark matter matters. Might be the best thing we can actually go.
All right, I just see Brian S out in the chat and Hugh Janus.
Yeah, they're not.
I believe you pronounced huge anus incorrectly.
Huge anus. Huge anus. All right. Got it. All right. Anti-Sophist is out there. That's about it. And that's about it for the people. Yeah, we're live. Is this live? Yeah. It's fucking live. 24/7, man. We're live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Let's do it live. You gotta be old to know that one. Wow.
I don't think you do. It's still a meme today.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's like talking 20 years ago. No?
Yeah.
Wow.
You could put fuck it, let's do it live right next to emotional damage.
Let's do it live. Captain K-Man. There he's out there. He can jump on
Sup,
there.
Elijah?
But, Elijah, I got some dark curvature.
Hey guys.
I can't prove dark curvature, but it's there. It's a real
What
thing.
what the fuck is dark curvature? What are you talking about?
It's a phenomenon that happens only inside of your skull. It's dark inside your skull.
Hang on, bud. What I'm trying to ask you, is it something that people have actually said, or is it something you just made up?
No, I'm just being funny, man. Come on. I'm just making shit up.
Okay.
That's what they make up. They make shit up, so I'm making shit up. You know? You gotta laugh at this shit sometimes, man.
Yeah, I can see it. It's like the evil version of curvature.
Right.
It's curvature and it's dark curvature.
Anyway, I'm gonna mute up. You guys figure out this thing, man. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. What am I going to do now that I can't hear somebody eating? Elijah, what were you going to say?
No, I ran into my son coming in from the gym.
Cool.
What was I gonna say? I don't know. Hello.
I don't know. You said something. How's it going, bud?
Good, man. Well, it could be going better, but you know what?
Don't get down on yourself. You're living your best life.
Right. All things considered, everyone else thinks it's a globe, so you know.
Yeah. You're not doing too bad.
Yes. Imagine an existence where you have rules and regulations on your thoughts. Well, there are rules and regulations, but I'm saying the ones that weren't naturally out there. I wonder who's the first person that committed a begging question fallacy and decided, yeah, we're gonna roll with that. You know?
Probably the first person who ever had an argument.
Right.
I mean, it's a natural progression. You speak to any child, and they'll, if you ever end up discussing anything, they'll of course make a begging the question fallacy.
Oh shit! Logical fallacy comes from sin, doesn't it?
It comes from thinking that the voices in your head are the same voices that everybody else has.
Maybe sin is okay. Let's not use the word. Let's not say sin. Maybe that's not even the right word for it. But okay, why you get in an argument with someone in the first place? Well, they're confronting something that a person who has done something that they don't want to be known has to be subversive about.
That may be
in
one.
any situation.
But like, if I'm telling a story, you were at the same situation that happened, and then you're like, "That's not how it happened. This is how it happened." We have two versions of reality, so we have to parse those realities in order to get the story straight. Usually, my story is going to be centered around me. Your story is going to be centered around you. Somewhere in between lies the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where begging the question fallacy comes from, is from that ego of saying, well, I automatically know this, therefore I'm going to assume that this is the cause, or that this is the impetus for what happened. So
basically putting your presupposition, like it's like putting, well, it's the the rose-colored glasses thing. Like instead of assessing the situation, you already have emotions about it, and you're going to see things through that.
Right. You'll have an assumed cause or an assumed outcome because you've already assumed, you've made several assumptions even to get to the point of understanding what had happened without actually looking at it and saying, what could be the cause? You've already assumed it. Like when somebody sees something weird in the sky, they automatically jump to something that they can explain, but that may not be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Like how many times have you like seen something really strange in the sky or next to your friend and they're like, that's obviously this or that, and you're like, how would you fucking know that?
Right. Must be satellites.
Right. We try to explain things away that we don't understand. So we make general assumptions.
Getting a call, be right back.
Fine. Well, fuck me then. Oh, fucking Smurf's here. He comes in muted. That's how you know you're hardcore. I mean, I'll try.
Hey, thanks. It's me, Smurf. How y'all doing?
Fine. How much have you drank?
Only a 1.5 bottle. How you doing? How about you?
Oh, I haven't drank any.
You should catch up.
I don't need to catch up, bud.
1.5 bottles of what?
Cabernet. By the way, I'd like to point out I have an issue with Helio because he's drunk half the time, but then he singles me out and gives me an issue just because I had a drink, and that's not fair.
That's not fair. I agree with you. Helio is drunk way more than half the time. I don't know what you're talking about, Smurf.
You know, I just want to talk about how the Earth is flat, but then, anyway, I don't want to, we'll let Helio get upset.
Sometimes when you're talking about how the Earth is flat, you start talking about how the Smurf is flat.
Well, on the top of my mushroom here, it looks all flat from here. I tell you.
Hold on. I can defend myself here. You came in the middle of a conversation, interrupted it, and that's why I told you to back off. It's all good, man. Cool.
Helio, I may deserve that, but you also do that all the time.
What?
Helio, I may have done that, but you also do that.
Yeah, and people give me shit all the time about it. It's okay. I'm just saying we were having a conversation when you jumped in earlier. You can talk now. Nobody. So now you're here.
I don't have the power to mute you, though. It's not fair.
Okay, it's not fair then. Okay,
life's not fair.
Here with it.
Hey, we can all agree on something.
Yep.
Okay.
It's not.
I love you, Helio. I love you, brother.
I love you too, brother. But don't come in and interrupt a conversation I'm having with somebody because you might get muted. That's all I'm saying.
That's not fair, but I love all you guys.
Thanks, Smurf. I love you too, bud.
Smurf is up.
Back at you. What were we getting? Yeah, instead of bitching about when I got muted or when I was being out of control or all that stuff. What were you talking about? Deuce Fault that had something you guys were.
Oh, nothing. Just talking about how probably the first logical fallacies started, and why. What are the impetuses for logical fallacies in general?
Doesn't it start with an impetus toward a certain idea that you believe to be true?
Yeah.
And
yeah, you're making assumptions. You're trying to prove your point, even though you may not have no real reason for it. And because you don't have primary knowledge or you've made too many assumptions, your argument ends up pretty weak and jumping over so many fallacies that you look like you're in the Olympics.
But at the same time, if you get the entire world to agree with you on your presumption, then
right. Well, I think that's what I think
you'll
that's
get
why people,
the general population to agree with you, and then somebody that disagrees looks like an idiot.
I think that's why people need to be armed with the ability to foresee the pitfalls of any rhetorical combat.
Sure. And even if it's rhetorical, it still should make sense to a logical person.
Well, if they'd studied that art, yeah. I mean, logic is an art, right?
Can be. I mean, it also kind of goes back to common sense as well.
No, I don't think it does, because it's something you actually need to study. It's a fine art.
Well,
it's
logic.
Rhetoric is a fine art. I'm sorry, it's not something that comes naturally to most people.
Well, and certain aspects of logic are kind of intertwined with that.
While they'll be elementary to somebody with an over 90 IQ, there's a good subset of people that won't have that ability. I mean, you look at spatial awareness. Most people aren't equipped with it. They either have to learn it, or they'll be trained in it. But some people will never get it. There are parts of the mind that are obfuscated for some people.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I learned it from talking on the internet to a lot of you guys. The banter.
Right. You weren't taught it, which you should have been, because the 3 R's have always been reading, writing, and rhetoric, not arithmetic. That's stupid. Arithmetic isn't even a word.
Starts with an A, arithmetic. But yeah, I mean, we do often talk about math, which is arithmetic.
Right, but that's not part of the 3 R's. It's reading, writing, and rhetoric.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, but writing starts with a W.
You're right.
No, I get it though. Yeah, that's good stuff. Good advice for anyone that's listening and wants to get involved in some of these deeper philosophical and deeper conversations.
You can't get to philosophy without logic, because as soon as you delve into philosophy without logic is as soon as you'll go off into esotericism, right?
Well,
yeah.
How much of these Globers come in here with vanity going?
Everybody does.
They all do, right?
We do.
That's vanity.
You asking the question is a part of vanity.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not guilty of it, but that's a strong one, man. I mean, you're like, hey, man, we live on a globe, man. Come on,
right?
That's vanity, right?
No, it's part of your worldview. Your worldview moors you to your view on your values, your value of self, and your value of others. So your core values, value of self, and value of others, right? I mean, without that mooring your worldview, then nothing makes logic, nothing makes sense. So if you're coming in here saying, hey, you're attacking my worldview, I've been told this ever since I was a little kid, what makes your ideas different? It makes sense why they may come in with a little aloof, right? Because it's their whole worldview. They think they're insignificant nothings spinning on a ball, spinning through space, spinning around spiral arm spinning around a great attractor. They think they're not.
Millions of miles an hour.
Yeah.
They don't want to even think they're significant, or
Right.
that this is the only thing there is.
Even their scientists say that that's a monstrous, proposition.
Yeah, I saw those quotes.
They think that it's horrifying, absolutely horrifying. These
They go, it may be true, but we can't go with that just because it's horrifying.
It's horrifying because of my past life and what I've done. I don't want to be accountable for that. So obviously we're flying through space.
100%. We're zipping through space, man. Zipping through nothing. Zipping through a vacuum.
We're zipping through nothing forever. Hope we don't slam into anything out there.
We're just smurfing around at 5 different fluctuating smurfing speeds.
Yeah,
11 vectors, 5 different speeds.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
4 different directions. Like, all right.
Not a hair in your head is blowing in the wind. You don't know anything. You're just upside down, monkey man on a ball, spinning without a clue.
As long as you're as insignificant as the planet that you're on, which is insignificant as a grain of sand on a beach, then your deeds don't have to be accounted for. But as soon as you find out you're special, you have a special place in the world, and that you have, and that your existence is divine. Oh my God,
That's
did I
what
do?
all this nonsense is about. Like, no, there is no God. No, you're not going to judge me for my sins, God.
You
don't
skipped
exist.
the beginning. You skipped the beginning. In the beginning, there was nothing, and then something happened.
Right, we're nothing coming out of nothing, blowing into nothing, exploding into nothing.
Well, I mean,
nothing.
I have to say, all Genesis takes a miracle. It doesn't matter which Genesis it is.
Yeah.
Exactly. When you really break it down, they have their
Now, you heard what he said, Helio?
I did. They have their creation.
Remember when I said yesterday that the creation is the first law of thermodynamics violation? Remember that? Do you hear what he's saying now?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Creation is it's all the laws of thermodynamic creation or
they claim
violation.
They claim no creation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they claim no creation, but they have a creation story. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Eli. Go ahead, brother.
No, I cut you off. I just wanted to throw that in there. Please go ahead, brother.
It's a good point, though. It's a good point. I mean, because in order to have those, you would have to have a miracle, right? You're breaking every law that could possibly be in our natural world.
Yeah, I mean,
now,
the
typically when we say that, think about this though.
Book of Genesis, you see. That's their creation story.
Yeah,
dude.
Think about this. Typically, when we say that, that means that we've arrived to the conclusion in a illogical way. Like in any other instance, that's what we would say, because
in any other instance, I would agree.
That's what makes it so trippy in my mind. Like I've thought about it a couple of times.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter which Genesis story you go with, whether it be Big Bang, sperm. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
the big clap. They all start off with a miracle.
Yeah, Genesis just means beginning.
Every single Genesis story has to start off with a miracle, because
it's that God spoke these things into existence.
It doesn't. It doesn't necessarily matter which Genesis story you go with, whether it's the multitude of scientific things. Scientists will even tell you, give us one miracle, we'll explain the rest.
Yeah, you got to have a miracle to start with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I got a shout out to the YouTube chat, man. There's some people out there, man. Some Globers, rowed a boat. Get your ass in here. Anybody else got?
They're not
just having anything in existence is probably a miracle. But why is there anything at all? in existence?
Well,
Yeah, this is good questions.
For your
How much?
experience.
That's
Happenstance.
Who?
Happenstance. That's what it is. Happenstance.
No, it's not. It's for your experience.
I know, but I never really paid attention. You know, when it's $30, I don't care. But I got 3 items, and I'm like, what? Oh,
In the
wrong number.
beginning, nothing happened. And then something happened.
Some of you guys
You
aren't
sure?
making sense.
No, try
That
it again.
happens.
Try it
It
again.
happens.
I don't know. I don't.
Hey, Elijah.
He was saying, why should anything exist? Just why?
Elijah is paying $10 a bottle for 3 bottles of water.
Where the fuck you doing that at?
Wherever he wants.
New York?
Look, check this out.
You go to the machine, you just buy the jug, and it just puts water in there, and that's like $3. You get like 5 gallons.
This is special water.
In the beginning of time, something happened, and it exploded from nothing into something. And then the something exploded, away from the big explosion. And then we're moving near the speed of light away from that, and then everything moved into yeah.
Flat Earth, dude, you're actually detracting from the point.
That was actually Smurf speaking or something. It was that Smurf.
No.
Yeah,
that wasn't me.
Yeah, that was Smurf. Yeah.
Was that Smurf?
That wasn't me.
Yeah, dudes, you've been Smurfed.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, Flat Earth. It's still your fault, nonetheless.
It's still, I'll take the blame. I'll do it. I'll do it. No.
Have you guys talked to Captain Dan yet? We have a VC verified Captain Dan.
Oh, Captain Dan. Let's talk to Captain Dan.
Yeah, he's been speaking. He said a few words already. Helio, have you been paying attention to the conversation by any chance?
I changed my handle. I changed my handle, that's all.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Captain
Are you
Caveman.
new to the server?
Captain Caveman.
Oh, Captain Caveman.
Captain Dan's OG, man. Flat Earther.
Yeah. I'm the senior member here.
Fucking A.
Oh, I see. It's a VC verified.
He's been around more than I have been around, man. For sure.
All right, never mind then.
What do I have to do to get VC verified?
It's $20. VC verified. $20.
Yeah, you can send it to me.
Yeah, the link for the PayPal's in the description.
That's funny.
That's actually true, but I rarely get donations. But the major donations I get are from concavers for some reason. I don't know.
That's funny.
That is funny. Concavers are givers, man. They're
that's
givers.
odd. That is odd.
They just like to hear us freaking argue this,
Yeah.
Don't worry, Helio. If I make it one day, I'll give you a good donation. Don't worry.
What's a Dalmatian?
Sure.
A Dalmatian. You mean like a dog?
It's this white dog with black spots all over it.
Yeah, it's a dog that looks like a cow, but it's it's a dog.
Hey, I'd rather have $10 than a Dalmatian. I promise.
If I was hungry, I'd eat the Dalmatian.
Dalmatians are kind of like stupid dogs, man. You don't want a Dalmatian.
Yeah,
They're too inbred.
I don't think a Dalmatian would survive where I live.
Yeah.
There's no dogs where you live at? Where do you live? China?
No, there's dogs. That's why I'm saying I don't think a Dalmatian would survive where I live.
What does a Dalmatian taste like?
Like chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
You guys are so funny. Oh, shit. All right.
You guys are killing my brain cells.
How did Captain Dan? Why'd you change your name, Captain? What happened?
Because he can.
Because everybody else had a little nickname, and my name is Jacques, and it's hard to pronounce.
Yeah. Jacques. Did I talk to you before, Jacques?
Jacques Lebleu. Yes.
It's Captain Caveman. It's Captain Caveman.
Parlez-vous français?
Jacques Lebleu?
No, the other chapeau. I do not.
Moncherry, Hershey, Ferrari, Lamborghini.
I don't.
I'm La
I
du
only know-
Fromage.
I used to work for a French company, but I never learned much French.
Yeah. See, that every time my name comes up, I have to go through this conversation. That's why.
I have to ask
That's funny.
because of how I learned this phrase. So, did you learn the phrase "omelette du fromage" from Dexter's Laboratory?
No, I learned it from Steve Martin.
Okay.
Of course, from Steve Martin. Who wouldn't know that?
Okay, so really quick, I'd like to point out that Helio just admitted that he had to work for a French company, which obviously makes him from Canada and not Arkansas. He's been lying the whole time.
Yep, automatically.
Hold on, I can prove that this French company owns a company that is. I worked in Little Rock, Arkansas, but the company is owned by the French.
Don't you mean Little Rock, Canada?
It's not hard to find the company that I worked for. They make jets.
It's not hard to find Canada either.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
right.
telling you. I mean, there's a company. I worked on corporate jets in Little Rock. It's really easy to find it,
dude. Okay,
they found out
it's a French company.
Little Rock, Manitoba.
Yeah,
Little Rock, Manitoba.
Anyway, but yeah, I worked for the French. They paid me.
Oh.
Is that why they fire you? Because they had to pay you in the first place?
I mean, they probably got tired of me after 9 years. That's why they fired me. 9 years I worked there.
Hey,
yeah, because they had to pay you. That's why they fire you, because they had to pay you.
Hey,
I think that's, to be honest, you're probably closer to the truth than you might know, because I was really good at that job.
You get paid rupees.
Canadian pesos.
Canadian.
Did you get fired or did you quit?
Don't worry, Helio. I went ahead and updated your roles. You now have maple syrup.
Hey,
you know what?
Syrup, dude.
Fine. I mean, the Canadians might be offended because I've never even been near Canada. The closest place I've ever been to Canada is Cleveland, but you can go ahead and give me the role if you want to.
Dangerously close.
Oh, ye who protests too much.
Cleveland. Cleveland. That's from an 80s movie. Howard the Duck. You guys remember that movie?
No.
Howard the Duck.
I'm pretty sure you mean the Mighty Ducks. And wasn't that about Canada?
Nope. Howard the Duck.
What about, hey, Cleveland, your mother?
You guys ever seen that video? YouTube video? Cleveland?
No.
Cleveland.
No.
Check it out. It's a YouTube video.
Howard the Duck came from an alternate universe.
Yeah, called Canada.
And he was in Cleveland.
All right, I gotta go. This is bullshit.
No.
Bye, guys. Have fun with your maple syrup.
No.
You can Trudeau yourself.
That's the smurfiest
Trudeau
thing.
your ass on the way out of here. Yeah, that's Howard the Duck right there. The old dude knows what I'm talking about.
He gone, man. We chased him away. Damn.
Hey, why don't you go and Trudeau off?
Trudeau is a schmo, man. How about that?
That's really surprising. I mean, Deuce Vaught usually is the guy with all the big jokes, man.
I don't know. I think he's got a little hair going.
He fucked
He's
off.
got a
on all
hair
the dope
going.
stuff. He fucked off on all
Hey,
the dope
there's
stuff.
another drinker in the house. Her name is Sha-na-na-na-na.
We'll compete with her. Yeah, just bring it up.
I'm not here to compete with any other drinkers.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
What's up, you guys?
You still drinking that natty?
No, I'm drinking Keystone.
Keystone Light.
I'm Helio. I'm drinking that nothing.
Hi, Jenna. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, I want to apologize the other day because you guys, I had about like 6 beers and then I had 4 margaritas on top of that.
Oh,
like
fuck.
big margaritas.
Amazing.
Holy goodness gracious.
And I
still alive.
I don't ever drink that much. With all the fires that were going around me, I was just kind of freaking out. My nerves were shot. So I was drinking like a crazy lady sitting on my back porch, just like watching the world burn around me.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I was like, well, what are they gonna... Seriously, I was like, if they're evacuate me, are they going to be like, oh, you can't leave in your car, you're drunk? Or are they going to tell me that? I don't know.
Tie you to the hood of the car.
I'm missing something. Was there some wildfires in Texas or something?
Oh, dude, we had over 54,000 acres burning for the past 4 days.
That's a lot.
54,000. That's like 75 square miles.
Wow.
And it was all around me. The planes were coming into the lake right beside me, and the helicopters. We had these pontoon planes that were coming in and scooping up.
They dumping water on the wildfires with the helicopters
and pontoon planes. Yeah, like they were going nuts. And they did it for like 3 days. They finally got it out, but man, there was like over 50 houses lost. I went and drove through there today, and it just looks like a freaking war zone, man.
Oh shit, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, because it was on every side of me. Thankfully, none of the fires got to us, but all around me, I woke up one morning and I walked outside and I was like,
neighborhoods burnt down.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I didn't realize that was.
You see any melted cars?
Yeah.
You did?
I seen melted cars. I seen brick houses to nothing.
Yeah, just to nothing, right?
Nothing.
So,
Directed
do you
energy
think
weapons?
Yeah. Do you think that a regular fire can melt bricks?
Let me tell you this. The wind was blowing 60 miles an hour.
Wow.
And so I don't
essentially,
actually, a lot of people in the comments on the news, people and shit were saying DEWs and all this. I don't think so, because here's the thing. The wind was blowing so fast that the grass just burnt through, and it didn't burn the trees so much because the wind literally was just carrying the fire away. But the houses that had eaves and stuff, if any little spark got up in there, it started a fire in the house. It didn't matter how fast the wind traveled, it burnt the house down. Does that make sense?
So you said you drove through the neighborhoods. Now, did it look dissimilar to what happened in California?
It looked a lot like that. It looked a lot like that.
All right. Well, so the trees
Paradise?
were still there. The trees were still there, but the houses were disappeared.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't the trees get burned down?
Well, that's what I'm saying is because the winds were blowing so fast.
Hey,
The trees,
well,
the
but
trees
the bricks were less.
because
so
the
trees are
interior,
stronger than the bricks.
because
The
the
bricks
interior. Listen, I know. I've been through all. I looked into all the Paradise, California fires and stuff, and I thought what you're thinking right now. But after this wind blowing so hard, I'm not going to say it might not have gusted up to 80 sometimes. Okay. It was insane. The wind was crazy and it was shifting constantly. But I'm not saying that it was not something that was created.
Yeah, weather manipulation. That's what it is.
But I'm not going to say it was either. Either way, I'm not going to put a stance either way. Okay.
The question is the combustibility of your house and the trees.
Well, the combustibility of your house, because even if your house is a brick house, most houses have a wooden frame that, like, their roofs, they have the eaves. You know what I'm talking about? The eaves.
Well, you said the bricks melted.
No, they didn't melt, but they just all crumbled down. Like the bricks were still there, but the mortar just crumbled and the bricks were laying all over the place, man.
Okay, so the bricks were still there, but the mortar.
The bricks were still there. The mortar just gave up and the bricks fell to the ground. And the tin buildings.
Let me ask you this: Did the people Did anybody die?
One person died.
So how many houses were destroyed?
The last thing I saw from the news was 50, but I don't believe that because I think more were destroyed than that. Because when I drove through Carbon, Texas, pretty much the whole town is destroyed. And I drove through the countryside.
Carbon, Texas.
Yeah, Carbon, Texas is actually Carbon, Texas now.
Yeah, it's just all that's left is carbon.
That's
terrible. That's a bad joke. But yeah, Carbon, Texas is
so
Carbon.
they claim one person died, so they had enough of a warning for everyone to evacuate.
Oh no, before this person died, there was many evacuations. They evacuated many of the little rural towns. They had already evacuated them. The lady that died, she was a deputy, a mother.
Oh, so she was working for the police department.
And she went back into the smoke to try to help an elderly person out. Somehow, the elderly person survived,
did help
but she
that
didn't.
elderly person out, but
she didn't get out.
Well, if she didn't get out, did the elderly person get out?
Yeah, they did. They did. The elderly person did.
You saw that on the CBS News?
No, I didn't see it on CBS News. My sister actually went to school with the lady. Not went to school. She did 4-H with the lady. So they were the same age. My husband actually thought that the lady was a man when they showed her on TV.
He's total conspirator like we are sometimes.
Anyway,
right, cool.
Dude, listen. This is how crazy this is, Helio, is that in recorded history, this is the biggest fire in the history of Texas. That's how bad this fire was. It's the biggest fire in recorded history of Texas.
Wow, I hadn't even heard of it.
Yeah, they
I
don't
heard
like
a little bit about it a couple weeks. This was like a couple weeks ago, right?
No, this just happened like 2 days ago. They finally there's still fires going. Like most of them are like about 80% capacity contained.
How are they gonna have freaking wildfires and an ice storm and shit?
We didn't have an ice storm.
Well, I don't know where you are in Texas. This is big.
Central Texas, Eastland County. They called it the Eastland County Complex Fires, what they called it. Because there was 4 fires, then it turned into 6 fires. And they were all just, man, people were coming from everywhere, like up north to firefighters were coming from all over the place. And all the people were...
wait. Do they have an idea of how these fires started?
That's an interesting thing because every time there's a fire that starts, that's the first thing they talk about on the news is, well, they're speculating that blah 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 happened. Nothing.
Because some kind of planes flew over and fucking blasted you.
Well, sure. I mean,
have not
that could
heard-
be like what we've talked about, DeWeb and stuff like that. But it's like, if there's a lot of high winds,
listen, the humidity.
I've been to Texas. There ain't shit to burn.
No. There's lots of grasslands because cattle ranchers, they have lots of grasslands, but it's been so dry. The humidity was below 9%.
It's not the same way. Anyway, go ahead.
When the wind is blowing like that and the humidity's that low, anything can start a fire. It doesn't have to be somebody that didn't put their chains on their trailer right, hitting the ground, causing a spark. Train tracks can start fires. Man, it's insane, really. And Texas does have a lot of shit to burn. Let me tell you. I live around. I've got I'm surrounded by shinnery, like where deer like to live, And I was scared to death because the fires were like right beside me, literally 10 miles away. And I'm like, the wind's gusting at 60 miles an hour. That shit could be in my yard in 60 minutes, literally.
Hey, the wind was pretty high where I live today as well. And if there was a grass fire near where I lived today the winds were pretty fucking high. And I could tear down some shit pretty quick. But
if there was a grass fire where you live, you'd probably put it out.
Depends on where it starts and where, and how. I live in the city. I live in the country, but I live really close, like 30-minute drive to the city.
I'm gonna hold that against you. You live in the city, but you live in the country. I remember that,
dude. I promise. All right, 30-minute drive to the city, but it's country where I live.
Well, anyway, I really just wanted to apologize to y'all the other night because I was really shit-faced. And Helio told me not to call y'all.
Hold on. A fellow drunk person said, back off, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Helio told me, don't go on the live stream. And I was like,
Now, Helio is not the only person allowed to be drunk on this channel. Now, let me tell you, if you just don't tell anybody you've been drinking, you might get away with it. Now, also, don't worry about it, because I only come here when I'm hammered, and I'm only here when I'm hammered, and I'm actually managed to make it half of the time.
Well, hey, I'm not hammered tonight, so
I'm just saying, man. All I'm saying, if you are drunk, or if you're lit, hey, and I concur with Shanna and Flat Earth Dude or whatever. I usually I won't even join unless I have a buzz, because it's fun when you have a buzz to come in here and talk. But I don't want to disrupt the conversation. I don't want to make people, feel uncomfortable and all that kind of stuff. So, if I'm being rude and disruptive, please tell me and I'll back off. But I have. Hold on. And I know I've done it. I've been very rude and disruptive when I was overboard, and that happens at least once or twice a month, maybe more. I don't know. People can probably do that. But anyway, so just recognize.
I'm not doing the math, man.
I know. Hey, I'll tell you what. You're not doing the math because you're a fellow drunk. But other people are doing the math. It's just like, hey, but anyway, just let me know, and I'll do my best to back off.
Helio, I want to say I agree 100% with you, and I shared the same perspective completely. But the problem is, I'm not an admin or a moderator, and I get persecuted. People mute me, and with you, I agree. Like, dude, somebody can just say, "Smurf, you're hammered. You've been drinking too much. You should, well, exactly what you just said. But it's not fair, man. Why you have this extra double standard, man? It's not cool like that. Like I agree with everything you just said, dude.
All right, cool. You know what the difference is, Smurf? Is half the time you make no sense when you come in and actually start talking when you're hammered.
He makes no sense now.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I don't know about that. Listen, I am all for 100% freedom of speech. I don't care what you got to say. You want to act a fool on a YouTube channel? Go right ahead. We'll just
No, but you can't. No. I agree with that, but not here. Not here, Smurf.
Not in here, exactly. Not in fucking here.
Okay,
Here
let me ask you this then, Helio. Do you agree with YouTube censoring different shit on YouTube?
No, but no. This isn't a YouTube thing. This is a thing between people that are actually coming here. If it makes sense and you want to have a good time and even if you're drunk or makes sense. If you're not making sense, one of the moderators will moderate you. But
Well, okay,
yeah,
I do get that. I get that
you can
because
just all right. See, listen, Smurf, he just did it. He said, "Hey, can't I be drunk just like you're drunk?" It's like, no, because you don't make sense when you're drunk, bro. So no, we're gonna mute your ass when you're not making sense and following the conversation.
Well,
No, that's no.
Well, I
Helio,
probably don't always make sense, and I apologize to y'all for that. I really do. I do want to say I really had a great conversation.
Be respectful for the live stream. Follow the conversation. Respond in kind. There is no reason for you to disrupt anything, even if you have a buzz. Just be respectful for the conversation. Follow along and have a good time.
Can I just point out a personal thing? Is that 98% of the time 99% of the time when I blow up in the explosive anger is because I got muted. But I'm just trying to get unmuted. But yeah, I love all you guys, man, and I love this place, and everybody's cool.
Hey, Smurf,
Yeah, it's cool.
I've been there, brother. I've been there, and I've been muted before, and I'm just like, and I come back, I'm like, why'd y'all mute me? What the fuck?
Yeah, but don't get excited. It's because everyone else is paying attention and we're having a conversation. We want you to be involved, but we want you to pay attention to the conversation and have an open, honest dialogue. We're not trying to omit you from the conversation. You're just being disruptive. That's the only reason we would mute you. That's
I kind of understand, but I want to.
Guy, can we move this shit along? Let's stop talking.
Hey, and
I'm just trying to explain. People have if you have a buzz,
talking right now about anything of significance.
Listen more, talk less. Go ahead.
Nobody's muted. Can we just stop with the fucking emotions? Can we just get out of our emotions now and let's just talk about
Why? I want some milk and cookies.
Hey, I do want to say thank you for letting me talk to you about what actually was going on here in Texas, because a lot of people don't understand because it's not on TV. They're like not even talking about it. It's really weird.
What's going on in Texas? Let's hear that. I want to hear that.
Well, we just talked about the fires that.
Where'd you come from, Mr. Oud?
Hey, shut the fuck up. Let the lady. This is why you've been muted. Let the lady talk. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I just
we already talked
Helio,
about it for 20 minutes.
Because Helio didn't know that Texas was we have a record. The biggest fire in Texas in recorded history just happened like 4 days ago over the course of the last 4 days.
So is it still burning, or what's going on? Is it controlled now? Contained?
It's 80% contained in general.
Well, that's fucking good. That's good.
Yeah. So, but it burnt 54,000 acres, which is about 75 square miles.
How many homes?
They're saying 50 right now.
No, that's not too bad. Thank God. It could have been worse.
No, because it's in rural areas, but the fact that it burned 50 houses in a rural area, you don't understand how Texas is spread out. In a rural area, 50 houses is a lot.
Oh yeah, I've been
Shanna, that ain't shit. He's
We
right.
kind of just talked about this for an hour, Mr. Ald.
I mean, do you understand what I'm talking about, Helio? In a rural area where there's
I just drove through it. I just drove through a residential area today on my way home from work, where I build, shutters and mantles for a new residential area being built. I drove past 50 houses that are brand new that I built.
I know.
Shutters and mantles.
We're not talking about a residential area. We're talking about rural area where houses are like 10 miles apart from each other. Okay?
Oh, well, that's even worse because what the fuck is in between these houses?
Grasslands, cattle. There were cows burned to death.
Wow. Did they taste good?
Man, we should probably have just a barbecue right then and there.
All right, Shanna, let's set up a time to talk about this off the live stream. Yeah, I mean, if this is a thing,
we need to totally move on.
Yeah, we definitely do, and
Because this has nothing to do with flat Earth, but it was something.
No,
that
sure,
just
I didn't know that these grasslands have killed 50 houses and how many cattle?
I don't know how much cattle was lost. There's people coming from Kansas. There's people coming from all over, bringing hay.
Seriously, grab you a cow and put it on the back of your truck or the back of your hatch or on top of your car, and then eat it.
Man, people are bringing hay from all over the country to Texas.
Don't bring hay to the fire.
No,
it's just dried out. That's just gonna get burnt.
Because they have moved. Most of the people came from all around with their cattle trailers, and they moved the cows to other ranches that are outside, and they're bringing hay to feed the cows, so that y'all have meat to eat.
Yeah, poor cows need to eat.
Grab you a burnt cow, and eat it.
You can't just do that, man. That's not how it works.
I'm sorry. I just imagined you could. My fault.
Yeah. It's not how it works.
I bet he was grab a cat.
Definitely not.
Maybe if you're starving to death, but generally you want to dismember the animal before it dies because it puts out all its poisons into its meat at some point when it's dying.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you really
would grab himself a cow.
Have you ever skinned a deer or anything? I mean, are you familiar with?
Yes, I have.
So this process, even with cattle burning in the field, if that's not done, it puts out stuff in the meat that makes it taste disgusting.
Oh wow! Thank you for. I didn't know that. Thanks for enlightening me on this.
Yeah, if you shoot a deer and you take it home and you just don't gut it right then when you kill it, the liver and all that stuff that's stored in there seeps out into the meat and it just ruins it.
Oh, I've killed a deer like 5 times, but I didn't know you can't eat a burnt cow. But thank you for. You're right. It makes sense.
Yeah, there's a difference between slaughter and finding a dead animal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we know. Thank you so much.
We know. Lessons learned.
Moving on.
You want to give Proverbs a chance here?
By the way, I want to say I had a great time last night in the biblical chat. I don't even know it's one of the biblical rooms. I had a great time there, Helio. I'm glad you set up all these different rooms.
I didn't, but thank you for attributing to me anyway.
Well, whoever set them up, I really had a great time.
I'll join you down there, and I have a lot of questions.
For me?
For anybody. I got questions for anybody down there.
I'm not sure I could give you the right answers, brother. Just telling you.
That's all right. That's okay.
I just like to discuss topics such as I like the theology and philosophy type thinking. I know this is not the right place for that, but
I got questions for Helio, but I'll spare it for some time. We drag him down there to the Bible channel.
Hey, Smurf, if you want to go down to the religious room, I'll join you there.
I'll join you too, but we have to get like a few other people to come with us.
No, we don't.
Well, Helio, we're gonna drag Helio with us.
No, you're not. I'm not in the mood.
Helio's not in the mood. I could tell he's not in the mood.
I will when I'm in the mood. I definitely will join you guys in there.
But I could tell you're not in the mood tonight.
Don't take it personally, Helio. When I get really angry and I send you a bunch of drunk texts messages.
Smurf, we've known each other for quite a while, so
I love you, bro.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I appreciate that. Thank you, brother.
If I was totally offended by you, you wouldn't even be here, bro.
Well, that's cool and all, but I appreciate that. I love you, bro.
Hey, I'm sure y'all have talked about this, but what is your hilarious thoughts about the ISS going to fall out of space, and then the Russians were like, "We're not going to save your guys out of the ISS." Since we don't have a space program anymore.
I don't know where to begin.
I thought it was hilarious. I was like, who are you going to save? Nobody's up there.
How many hundreds of millions of people believe there is somebody up there?
There's a ton of people that believe there's somebody up there. But
You mean a ton? I'm talking about a ton? You're talking about most. Most people that follow
99% of the people believe there's people up there on the
I would
ISS.
say it's a little less, maybe 97, but
Maybe. But as soon as I heard that story of them threatening, well, we're not going to take your guys home.
I mean, supposedly with all this new thing going on with the Ukraine and Russia,
and
I don't know how much we can actually. I know. I don't know how much we can even talk about this without getting the fucking channel.
Oh yeah, be careful. Be very careful.
But anyway,
it made me laugh.
Now with that, we have the Russians on one side of the ISS and the USA on the other side. And it's just like, oh, we're supposed to be enemies now. And but we've also been talking shit about the Americans drinking Russian piss and shit, on the ISS. So like, what the fuck, I mean? How much of a joke is the ISS a joke, or
it's all a joke? It's all a joke.
All of it. It's all fucking. Everybody's drinking the piss of these fucking retards that are lying to us. They're taking advantage of our gullibility. Not mine, but I can see through their bullshit.
They're not just taking it. They're not just taking. They're not just taking the for our gullibility, but for people's own natural good nature. They're like, "Oh, we want to help save people in Ukraine."
Wait, good nature. Good nature. Good nature actually kind of equals gullibility.
I agree, but To a certain extent, I agree.
Well, they only get their good nature by just believing that whatever happened in their life has been for their best. You know, the government is really for their best interest, and they're really helping them. That's why they vote and they support a certain political party. They get a chance to actually try to make a difference in the world because they're voting.
Okay, there's different kinds of good nature. To be honest, Helio, I would say you are a good-natured individual. You
I wouldn't
want
say
to.
that, but okay.
I would, because I think you deeply care about people. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here trying to teach people the truth and show people truth, because you want to wake people up out of this madness. So that is you being a good-natured person of wanting to help people step out of the madness.
Very frustrating because people don't even know how to see it.
Well, what's very frustrating is most people that come here are already awake. They already know what the hell's going on. Occasionally, yeah, we get a stupid troll. But in the most part, it's very rare that we get a person that is a newcomer that actually is coming in to learn some. And then when they do, it's wonderful. It's amazing. And I love the newbies that like to come in that actually truly want to learn.
I think you're correct, but Helio is getting kind of frustrated. Very frustrated. I can tell.
No, actually, that's what we're here for. But yeah, I do get frustrated, but at the same time, I keep it going because that's what we're here for. The normies keep.
I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Okay.
And all right, go, Shannon, go.
Go ahead. I can.
What I'm saying, when the normies come in, when the normies come in, we have at least a couple people here that can talk to them and say, "Hey, we're not here to transform your mind or convince you that what we're saying is true. It's really, you found us. You came in here. We didn't go looking for you. We're here talking amongst each other, and you clicked the link and came in here. So,
yeah,
you have a question for us.
I've got a whole lot of people message me and they thank me for speaking on this channel, but I get frustrated here because I get muted all the time.
Because you're kind of a dick sometimes, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. My bad.
I mean, I'm just being honest with you.
No, you're right. You're good. I mean, I'm not trying to, but yeah, you're right.
All right, cool. Let's clear that up, and we'll get back to,
Well, I just want to talk about how in the beginning there was nothing, and then nothing exploded from something. What do you think about that?
We talked about that 30 minutes ago. We talked about the nothing exploding into nothing, and that's still their creation story, not ours.
I can't get over that.
They want to talk. They want to talk about our creation story, and they're going to tell us something that they know about the Bible, which they don't know shit about the Bible, and then we try to show them their creation story, and they're like, "Well, yeah, that's plausible." It's like, okay, how is it more plausible than our creation story? You fucking idiot!
Yeah, I agree.
I think most people I know think that they're both outlandish, non-intuitive.
They think they have science to back up their creation story about the Big Bang, and they don't. They don't have any physical evidence to back up their story about the Big Bang. That's their creation story, but they have no real physical evidence to back that up.
That's because it's not science. It's not science. It's scientism. It's scientism. It's a theorized belief.
Oh, sure, and to be honest, I was familiar with that story when I was growing up, but I was always a creationist, and but now as far as religion goes and the Bible, the Bible had a lot of influence on my life, but as as far as the creation story goes, there were times that I was always connected to it. That form of the creation story is more plausible to me than their freaking 4.5 billion years creation story of Earth. I think that's always been very unlikely to me because I'm a sensible person.
We've kind of debunked the evolutionary 4.5 billion thing. It's debunked. We kind of got to the bottom of that.
But there's so many people. There's so many people that think we're crazy for thinking, oh, the Earth was created in 7 days, but they believe that boom, something banged into something else, and 2 dust particles, and life became, and planets became, and all this bullshit. So,
Generally, though,
who's
Shanna,
crazier?
Yeah, generally, though, Shanna, the reason most people disagree with what we're saying about the origin of Earth, the main reason is not because they have personal experience, which is different than we do, because we experience the Earth and notice it the way it presents itself. The reason they convey their own theories or the way that they claim to experience Earth, it's not because of what their natural experience is. They think that the Earth is this way, third rock from the sun, ages and everything, is because of what they were taught in school and college.
Because of indoctrination.
I know.
But they were told.
Yeah, sure. And so,
you could, but those people could say the same thing about me. That I've been indoctrinated.
That's the dichotomy. That's the dichotomy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we get into some of these major arguments. It's about the dichotomy, not about reality, right?
Exactly, because those people themselves don't even observe. They rarely ever even look up and notice what the sun and moon are doing, the stars are doing. These people don't exist in reality itself.
No, you're right. There's no parallax in the sky. The constellations have always been the same. You're right.
Exactly. So these people.
How'd you know the constellations have always been the same?
Yeah, we can't verify that either, but
through somewhat of recorded history, yes, we can verify that a bit.
They've never been disputed to not be the same.
Yeah. I mean, you can't.
I can't think of the old man that came up with the thing that depicted the eclipses. What's his name?
Who said that about parallax of the stars?
I don't know who said that.
No, I said that. Now listen, you're right that I don't have firsthand direct experience, but it's never been disputed. There's never been it's always been the same. Constellations always lined up. No one's ever argued that it hasn't.
Well, we have accumulated historical knowledge, but as far as I think within the past 100 years, they attribute a lot of our knowledge to what do they call it? The something revolution. Dang it, industrial revolution, right?
But it's not. It's not. That actually was when the downfall of it started.
No, I get that. And so they'll in colleges and high schools and whatever, they'll attribute knowledge to parts of history that were just stories there's no science involved. It's just stories about their idea of the evolution theory, history of Earth. These are stories that were created when they have no real scientific evidence.
Do you think that this is a way of dumbing down the people, the sheeple, I should say?
No, I wouldn't say it's dumbing down. It's well, and I guess you could apply it that way because
Yeah, I think
you
he's
could, but you can also make them. It's another religion. You can create a religion out of something that doesn't exist. They believe it.
It is a religion.
And it's very elaborate. I mean, just like with evolution theory and balls spinning around the universe, third rock from the sun, all that kind of shit, Milky Way galaxy, you can make them believe it very easily within 100 years, a couple of generations.
It is an exercise in faith. It's definitely an exercise in faith, because if you believe that, you're taking someone else's assertions on faith.
Absolutely.
But that said, what you're doing is you're making a qualification of that person's opinion in doing that. Yeah.
What was that stupid sitcom that there was actually a guy that illustrated that? No, it wasn't Third Rock from the Sun. No, it was like the guy was like trying to present to them the fact that they believe in science, and why don't you believe in God when you could believe in science? And he had all these illustrations they were like in a bar, and I want to maybe it was Philadelphia or
Yeah, like he put up Einstein, Tesla.
And he basically he made an excellent argument, and that's all I'm saying. And they put this up as comedy for an excellent argument because they were pretty much trying to make you say, "Well, that's stupid," because ha ha ha, you're supposed to laugh at this. They were putting this up as comedy, yet he was speaking total truth.
I'm just saying there's only a chance
there's no total truth in comedy.
Okay, he was putting up more truth, and it was supposed to be laughed at. Is all I'm saying.
Well, it was funny. So anyway,
It was funny. It was funny, but everybody, not me and you, but the average person walked away from that episode thinking, "How ridiculous is all that?" You know.
No, baby steps for a lot of people. It's all.
But yeah, for some people it was, but for only a few people it was baby steps. That's what I'm saying.
Some people are never going to see it, Shanna. You're gonna have to accept that.
I know this, brother. I know this.
What were you gonna? Somebody was about to say something while she was saying that about.
I apologize for interrupting whoever was going to say something.
You don't have to apologize.
I was trying to say something about something.
Well, that's very specific.
You know what's funny? You guys don't realize, but Paza, you're a Globie, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool. So, what do you think so far about this aspect of what we're saying?
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anything you say. I mean, the average person is as thick as shit. Yeah. What you got to bear in mind is if the average.
That's why you're here hanging out with us, because we're not thick as shit.
No, but if you agree the average person is thick as shit, that means by definition half the people are thicker than that. Yeah. So
I know. I know. Yeah, I know.
So what are you doing here, hanging out with a bunch of flatties?
No, Shanna.
Oh,
I'm curious, literally.
Well,
these guys all the time.
I just asked him. You didn't have to ask him again.
Oh, my bad.
I actually enjoy talking to people who actually care what they think. Most people don't care what they think, one way or the other. Most people don't. Most people. The reason there are two minorities in the world. Yeah, there are those who genuinely study science and fit in the paradigm of being locked in an absolute belief in the globe Earth, and then there's the community here. The vast majority of people in between don't give a shit one way or the other, and you're never going to get into their mindset because they don't really. They can, whether they believe the Earth, whatever the shape of the Earth is, it's not. It doesn't bother them from the day to day. They don't care. They don't care. They're the same people who are religious but indifferent to the religion. They're the same people who are political but indifferent to the politics. Same people who are philosophical but indifferent to philosophy. Most people don't actually care about these things. Just get on with their day, get up, do their job, have their fun, have their barbecue, have their beer, see their friends, go home. Say grace over whatever grace they're going to have over their meal, and they just get on with their lives, and they don't actually care one with the other what shape the Earth is.
I disagree.
I have to say, I agree with Pazik 100%, and I'm glad you said that because most people are very complicit. They just don't give a shit.
It doesn't affect them.
You know, I agree with everything you just said, and I found what you said to be very wise.
Well, it's true. It's not.
I like that too, Paz. I like what you just said.
It's not. I'm not trying to be funny. It's just an honest assessment of the way the world works. Most people are just getting on with their shit, and they don't care one way or the other. In the same way as if you say to them, "Oh, there's an end to the rainbow," or "There isn't an end to the rainbow," they don't care. They're not going there. They're not interested. They're not. They're just getting on with what they got to do.
Wait. They're interested in the rainbow, but they're not interested in how to get there.
Exactly.
And you can only get there in your mind and your spirit. It doesn't happen through physical means.
Do you want to know what the ultimate irony is? Yeah, is it when I speak to people who are scientists, I speak to people who are doing studies in science. Okay, they have a passion which is only shared with the people who are here. They have a passion of thinking. Now they may look at the world differently, come to different conclusions, and adhere themselves to a different philosophy, but they have the same passion about what they think. Yeah, and that's the irony, is that there's a group of people on this side who think this, a group of people on that side who think completely differently but have the same passion, and the vast majority of the people in between just don't have any, are apathetic to the whole thing. Yeah, that's the crazy.
They're passionate about other things. They still have passion, but of
course
something else,
But most people,
I think what he's saying is most people just want to get through life, mundane life. They don't care to actually try, literally, because I'm speaking for my personal self. Up until 2015, 16, I literally just worked, didn't pay attention to nothing. Nothing. I didn't pay attention to nothing. And I was happy there. I was, what is the say, ignorance is bliss. And then something happened where my husband brought something to my attention, and I started looking into these things because he was. And it was a great awakening for me because it wasn't just about me thinking. I never really was. I was always a critical thinker, but as far as like, I was a very puzzle person and like working things out. But I truly never was a critical thinker where I questioned everything I was told. I never was like that. And I think what you're talking about is people on both sides are critical thinkers trying. They really want to know the answers. We really want.
They don't. I'm going to tell you a secret about these. I don't want to call people names or give them a tag.
Throw it down,
Helio.
Give them the name.
We'll call them normies sometimes, right? Well, they're just existing. They're existing on Earth, going through the process, right? They couldn't give a flying hoot about the shape of Earth or anything we're talking about. So everyone that lives on Earth is in a realm, right? Now, whatever pretend reality they might be fed with by these news agencies or Hollywood,
The
they're just
Illuminati.
going to, not Illuminati. This is something simpler for their mind. Illuminati is another part for. I mean, there are sections of understanding if you really see what's going on with the population. When you see the deeper shit going on, the Illuminati was started in 1776. Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard about Adam Weishaupt, but I was kind of joking around. Please continue.
Okay, so cool. Most of the modern people aren't aware of any of that. They don't even know that they don't live on a globe. They're in a cartoon realm that is the Earth globe. They're in a standard idea. They watch TV, news, blah, blah, blah. They don't realize they're being manipulated.
Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah, well, yeah, Mockingbird is that's
one part of it.
Yeah, it's.
I just had to shoot that in there because that is a huge part of the manipulation.
Mockingbird is one part of it. Yeah.
Operation Mockingbird is still in full effect. Fraction.
Absolutely, Hank. It's in full effect.
Hank's in here. He can back up what I'm saying. It's like we're kind of stuck, like the Earthlings are stuck in a loop. And especially in the past 100 years of this propaganda fucking weird loop, it's freaking weird. Hank, can you back up? What I'm saying? Because it's just like it doesn't make sense.
There's
It's
two
like,
visitors in the
we
PC right
get
now.
ridiculed. We get ridiculed now. In our modern times, 2020, when we can see not even too far, like a couple decades back, how you were lied to about some bullshit, which I won't even get into. It's so easy for them to manipulate the population with some craziness, and they were doing that shit over 100 years ago.
Wow.
And so it's just step propaganda, manipulation, people believing bullshit.
And you can go back to I can't quote the exact year. It was like 19 something, 1902, 19 something. In the newspaper, where people were being put in jail, teachers were being put in jail for teaching that the Earth was a globe. So this is not necessarily we're 3 generations in. What is it told? Give me 3 generations and I will corrupt society.
Edward Bernays.
And we're at least 3 we're probably in the 4th generation right now, maybe 5th. And so
we're not that far in, but
well, think of a generation is about 30 years.
All the the psychologists and shit. We're at least a few generations in, with freaking Edward Bernays and freaking all these fucking psychologists and shit. They know how to manipulate the population and convince them.
Have you watched the documentary about him?
Bernays?
Yeah, where I
watched several documentaries about Bernays.
Yeah, and that's when women started smoking because he was like a super he understood the psychology of man, and he manipulated people, and many companies used his psychology. They employed him to manipulate everything we've been doing.
Oh,
What?
Dude, Bernays was part of the elite families. He was. Do you think they manipulated him? Are you freaking serious? No, Bernays.
No, Bernays owned that shit, and he was a very wealthy man because of it. And
No, Hank.
Is now about time?
Yeah, Hank.
Yeah. Okay. I'll wait.
Oh
no!
what's
Don't wait.
bad time?
I want you to talk now, Hank.
Yeah, Hank. Let's have it.
Yeah. So Bernays was the nephew of Freud, right? That
Yes.
asshole that thought that everybody wanted to kill their father and sleep with their mother. Obviously, he was projecting, right? But yeah, I'll get that. So he was from the Frankfurt School, right? And this is the same place where these people coming up with these really bad ideas like the Kalergi plan and all this stuff. They're all from the Frankfurt School, and I would say that they're really the enemy of humanity because there's different ways to think about this, but this is pushed as like, these are like the head guys. Like, no, they're not the head guys. Like, there was other people who had different ideas. Like, if you look at Freud, right, you might learn some really cool stuff about.
They were vying to be. They were vying to be the heads.
Right. But yeah, after they fled Germany, they came over here and infiltrated all our schools. And it's just, nothing really good comes out of the Frankfurt School that I could tell. If anybody would like to change my mind, I'd love to see it. But that Frankfurt School, man, if I ever went to Germany, I'd piss on it. I really would.
Before Bernice,
at that time, just like I was saying, it was like what early 1900s, right? Is that about the time?
Yeah, early 1900s.
I'm asking Hank.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, 1900s. Yes, please. The 1900s. That was
1910, 1920. It was like Bernays. Like prior to World War II, I mean, there was a lot of fucking propaganda promoted through. Now, and especially with those families that were all interconnected, and all that shit was going on. See, this is deep shit that we shouldn't even be talking about on the live stream, to be honest.
Well, I wanted to illustrate the fact that Bernays is the whole reason our whole economy works like it does today, because he introduced consumerism. Back in the day, people mended their clothes. They took care of their shit. People used to take care of their crap because they didn't ever want to buy another thing. They bought it. They wanted to keep it. That's not what we live in today. And Bernice did that.
We're gonna get taken out for talking about this.
Yeah, we're not. Let's talk.
We can't talk about patch and blue jeans because
you guys want to talk about Bernays, fucking have at it. If you don't want to talk about Bernays.
Well, I'm just saying it has to do with everything that's going on in our world. And if we're going to talk about flat Earth, we got to talk about what's going on in flat Earth, man.
Wait. Shana, are you saying that Bernays invented blue jeans?
I'm not saying he invented them, but I'm saying he basically made people think, well, when your blue jeans get worn out, go buy another pair instead of patching them.
Well, I mean, blue jeans for women was a pretty controversial thing when Bernays was alive.
Come on, Julio, man, you giving her a hard time. She's mostly right.
He actually got a bunch of very prominent women that were in society when they had the parade go down through New York, and they all had a cigarette tucked under the leg, and they all brought out a cigarette and started smoking during the parade to make women. And they came out. I can't remember the slogan. Hank, you might know the slogan. It was something like
Liberty.
Liberty.
Really interesting. I ain't gonna lie. This sounds really interesting.
It was like liberty for women because women did. It was like shameful for women to smoke, and all the men in the office smoked, and they were like powerful. So it was like empowering women to smoke in this whole parade, and then all of a sudden, because the cigarette companies were trying to figure out how can we get this demographic of the other 50% of people to smoke cigarettes, and so they actually hired Bernays to do this whole orchestration, and then boom, women started smoking cigarettes.
So, who hired Bernays to influence the women to actually empower themselves? You know, to say, "Hey, I'm a woman. I can smoke like you men, and I'm sexy as fuck."
I'm sure it was probably Lucky Strike. I don't know. Back in the day, it was probably Lucky Strike or something like that. Do you know, Hank? I watched the documentary, but I don't remember the facts.
I think I remember it, but I think it might have been Lucky Strike. I mean, but
I'm just saying,
hold on.
He manipulated all of our thoughts through that
Lucky
kind of thing.
Lucky Strike, Pall Mall, and Marlboro are the same fucking company, so it was that company.
Aren't all companies pretty much all owned by black?
Yeah, all the North American companies, like the major companies, they're the same thing. You know, just like they're.
Will this be a red flag if I say BlackRock and State? What's that one? There's three big ones. Then they own all of the shit.
That's all we do is hit red flags here. Go ahead, keep doing that.
I'm just saying, there's three major companies that own everything. BlackRock has been buying up all.
The last one was red, but this one's black.
BlackRock.
Cool.
I think it's Blackstone.
No,
Blackwater changed their name.
And so the next one would be gray, I guess.
No, it's BlackRock. I know it's BlackRock, and it's State something. Fuck. I hate that I can't remember shit.
Not a big deal. I mean, because as far as everything we do here,
it doesn't actually matter because we can't change any of it. That's what sucks.
Wait.
Oh, but you can.
I disagree. No.
Really? You think you can stay off the apocalypse?
No. Wait. Somebody here thinks they can not stay.
This is the unveiling.
Dave.
The internet is the apocalypse. You guys know that, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Hey, Dave, I want to ask you, can we stave off the apocalypse?
Yes.
Has the internet unveiled things?
David,
Have we
hold
learned
on.
things?
Let's go over these comments. So one person thinks that they can stay off of the apocalypse. One person thinks they can stave the apocalypse, and one person says they can prevent the apocalypse. So let's go through that.
Okay.
Okay. I have a plan. It's called violence, and but we can't talk about. You know, it's not.
Well,
good.
you're the one that thinks you can prevent the apocalypse through violence.
Yes.
Are you that, Smurf?
Yes.
No, we don't.
All right, so you're going to prevent the apocalypse by attacking the enemy. Okay, cool. So now we have that. So who's going to stave off the apocalypse through one means or another?
I think the whole idea of staving off the apocalypse is there is an idea put forth in the Bible, if you whatever you want to think about it, is that I can't remember who said it, but we are supposed to want the time to be longer, even if we're suffering, to endure for those who don't believe, so they have time to believe. So there's that, and the Father is long. The Father is long enduring, so there's that. There is that.
So how long do we have to wait for the apocalypse to, which the apocalypse can have many meanings, in this scenario? How long do we have to stave off the apocalypse while we're waiting for it to happen? Well, we're kind of in the middle.
You talk about the end days.
I think we're actually in the end days, but they've been saying that since the day that Yahusha was crucified. So
yeah. So
what's up?
Unveiling is what it means in
Hold
Greek.
it up. Yeah, go ahead, Hank. And
every time you say the word unveiling, you're speaking Greek. Please speak English. I'm sorry.
No, unveiling. Yeah, I mean that's the opening. That's
I mean,
the,
apocalypse means revelation.
Yeah, you can say that.
No,
Revelation of knowledge. The revelation of knowledge, the unveiling of knowledge, the uncovering, the opening of the curtains, the behind the scenes.
I'm going to tell you.
I'm
going to tell. Don't let me. I'm about to tell you a secret. It already happened.
I believe that violence is how society, the fundamental of society is violence.
Hey, Helio, did you say it already happened?
It did.
You're completely wrong.
It's happening right now.
Commerce and law.
I wouldn't
and order.
say it's already happened. I would say we are
Violence is the
presently
breakdown of
in the
society.
happening.
It's happening right now.
It's happening.
And you don't realize it. You
I
can
agree.
believe all you want.
I agree. It's happening. I wouldn't say it's happened. I would say it's happening.
No, it happens inside your soul. You are the king. You've already been brought to the kingdom of God. It's already happening to you.
Well, each and every one of us
doesn't the Bible
is
say
the kingdom.
Doesn't the Bible say somewhere that when Jesus returns at the end days, it will be known to all men at the same time? Something
Yes, we will all see him. Every single person.
So if you think the apocalypse is now, and other people haven't, then it's clearly not what they're talking about in the Bible, isn't it?
The apocalypse doesn't actually happen necessarily. The apocalypse, I think, happens before he comes back. I think there's a lot of turmoil and crap that happens, and then he comes back.
An apocalypse isn't turmoil, though. The apocalypse is the end, isn't it?
No, like Hank said, it's not. That it's the revelation. It's the revealing, the uncovering of knowledge.
Hasn't it already been revealed? Yeah. Was that you, Pezza, talking?
Yeah, sure, but don't you understand that there's not a
already
Christian
right in front of your face.
There's not a Christian that hasn't been born in the last 2,000 years who hasn't thought the end times is coming in their time.
I agree with that 100%.
Hey, that doesn't mean it's not happening now.
I disagree.
No.
We should look at the word apocalypse. A means no. Apocalypse. It kind of reminds me of the ocular apocalypse.
No. I posted the etymology for.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, apocalypse means the revealing.
It means
right. So that means it now, right?
It means
because how many people do you see?
Because we know about it.
Waking up to, they're just waking up. People are waking up, coming out of their trenches, of their just normal like we were talking about earlier. Most people just go day to day. They don't give a shit about nothing. They're very, they just don't give a shit. But there's a lot of people waking up today that are starting to give a shit and saying, what's going on? Because this is a great awakening. I actually truly believe we're in a great awakening of the revelation, the apocalypse.
I don't know.
It's the Great Awakening. Yes, the apocalypse is the Great Awakening. Yes, I agree with you.
Apocalypse means,
and it doesn't happen physically. It's in your mind and spirit. Yes.
Absolutely. Listen, you cannot get hung up on this apocalypse word, whoever's talking, because that word has been made to be something that it's not.
sure, I understand that. Its literal meaning means disclosure or revelation to all. That's what that word means.
Because we're told in the apocalypse, the revelation, that there will be many awakening there will be signs and stuff to bring them awake. And if they come awake, that's great. If they don't, then they're going to have the apocalypse that we've had put into our brains by Hollywood,
But it can't be happening because the Bible states it would be disclosure or revelation to all at once. That's what the Bible says is the end time when all know of God. Yeah.
No. We're talking
that's
about.
not what it says at all. That's not what it says at all.
You're talking about when it says that he actually comes back. We're talking about two different things.
Where does it say that?
The apocalypse is different than when he actually returns. When he returns, all will know and bow their knee. That is true. We're not there yet. We're going through the tribulation.
How's it said that everybody's going to realize that there's a God? I don't know how that's going to happen if there's going to be an Armageddon where people are going to be fighting. So, I mean, how does that make any sense at all? So, can you cite a source where the Bible said everybody's going to, join God on the battlefield? I mean, like join him? I don't think so.
No, exactly,
It
Hank.
talks about people
And Hank,
Not what the Bible says, but anyway,
actually
I'm
talks
not going
about
to argue
people
about this. But
making war against God.
Check this out. The people that took the vaccine, they're gonna fall out, and then it'll be up to us.
We don't talk about medical stuff here, Smurf. You're gonna stop talking
I'm
about
sorry,
that.
man. I slipped up. Just saying. My fault. My bad.
Hey, Hank, wouldn't you agree there's a total difference between the revelation and awakening to when the actual Savior comes to take us home? There's a total difference. And that is when, in the total end, when he comes down, every knee will bow.
All right, where does it say that, Shanna?
I don't have my Bible out here with me, man. I'm sitting outside.
Aren't you skipping us? What about the false prophet that comes down and a lot of people kneel to him?
I'm sure that Hank knows the scripture I'm talking about.
I do too. I'm just asking if you know. Why are you talking about it if you don't know?
Philippians 2:10 through 11.
I'm not extremely great at quoting scriptures. I know them by heart, but I'm not great at quoting them.
But to be honest, I don't necessarily have a codified inference that I would use to solidify what Christians believe about this anymore. I used to believe it, but I don't anymore that way. But I think it's pertinent to the end times because I can see it happening right now.
Is there anybody who comes to this group who is an atheist and a flat earther?
Why would you?
There are 0 flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm kind of atheist. I mean, I'm Jewish.
I would say there might be a few people
I don't see how you could be Jewish and atheist, though.
It's kind of similar. I'm a Jewish.
It's like saying
I thought the Jews
I'm like a Christian,
I thought the Jews believed in
but I'm
God.
an atheist.
Hey,
I'm not an Orthodox. I'm a Reform.
That was funny as hell, Hank.
No, that does make some
Were
sense.
you ill?
Who just said they're a Jew? I'm curious.
I'm Reformed. I'm a Smurf. I'm a Reformed Jewish.
Smurf. I will let you know right off the bat. I am. I consider myself a Nazarene.
Cool.
I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No, it sounds like Jesus.
It is, but I call him Yahusha.
That's cool. No, I was just saying that
So I'm
atheism
kind of like
kind of-
right there with you as a like Reformed Jew, but I'm like a Reformed Christian.
Somebody mentioned atheism, and reform is like the closest to that or the furthest from orthodox. And so, yeah, I'm just saying, I'm here.
I'm happy you're here.
When he
We
said
don't
he was
care
a
what you
Jewish,
believe.
when he said he was a Jewish atheist, that's not too. I mean, I'm a Christian atheist, so much as I was baptized, but I'm atheist.
I'm a married bachelor. Nice to meet you, bro.
Exactly. You're talking about your
If you're
background and your
baptized
current
but
position.
don't believe in God, why would you call yourself a Christian atheist?
No,
Why don't you
because
say
all you're
don't
referring
believe
to you're referring to your cultural background effectively, and then you're saying you're
Sure,
associating
okay.
now.
Yeah, I get that part. Yeah, go ahead.
There's no such thing as an atheist, dude. You're not an atheist.
There is such things as an atheist.
No, there's
No,
literally
there
not.
actually isn't, because
Wow, that's an interesting
truthfully, if any atheist is put in a situation where something is going like you're getting pushed down the road by a truck, I promise you're going to be praying to your Father.
Yeah, you're talking like a
No,
foxhole.
sure. Hey, everybody, let's not let this get really hot. We got a new guy in here.
I'm just
Claims to be
saying.
a Chris. I know, Shanna. Shanna.
You know what I'm saying is right.
I know that. We got a new person in here.
You've been having a new person. I've been telling you guys that there's new people in the chat for like an hour.
All right, cool. Gospel Bear, will you go ahead and take this? I got to pee and smoke a cigarette. If there's a new person here that claims to be a Christian atheist,
I'll be nice. I'll play totally nice.
all right. Well, by playing nice means let Gospel Bear talk to this guy.
Maybe it's
Okay, I will.
It's past my bedtime. I've just been trying to patiently introduce the new people to the.
Okay, well, I'll pick somebody else if.
Witsit is capable.
Oh, Witsit just something. Yeah, Witsit, you want to talk to this Christian atheist?
What's up, Witsit?
What up? Well, I'm just saying there's no. I was just saying there's no such thing as an atheist. I mean, take it or leave it.
What's it? The new people are JMF and Okazi, and they're absolutely. I don't know who Absolute Delirium is, but they're obviously not new because they have roles. But JMF and Okazi just recently got roles. They're fairly new.
All right. Well, what's up, guys? What brings you to the server?
Riveting.
It's the only flat Earth Discord I'm in. I just wanted to hear what you guys have to talk about, and I've never been able to speak. I've always been muted red. So,
Even on Ladies' Night?
I don't think I joined on Ladies' Night. I don't check in every day.
Oh.
But I'm happy to be here. And
Oh, well, we have Ladies' Night every Friday, girl, so you should come join.
So yeah, yeah, they lied about the Earth. Don't make it weird, you know. But it doesn't.
Wait. Though, like before I continue, you guys are recording this and it's live or what?
It is live as you speak.
On YouTube.
Okay, how many people are watching this? Because I got to go.
Dude, like 25,000 people.
Don't be scared. Stick around. Yeah, we're live 24 hours a day. Don't be scared. Come on.
Don't be scared.
Weird. I just don't. I can't
Here.
do that. I just
Here.
popped in.
There's like 40,000 people
Hey,
on the live stream.
Your voice sounds great. Don't be uncomfortable. Just if you have questions,
There's
we have
40,000 people
answers.
watching.
No, there's 31 people watching right now. I just posted it in the chat.
It's really late, so yeah, there's only 31 people watching.
People are in a really goofy mood
they
tonight.
Are they being snarky? What is their general?
It doesn't matter. YouTube people say weird things. You know how YouTube comments are.
While you're
Not
talking,
scared.
you
Don't
can
call me
click on the
scared.
live
That's
stream.
mean.
while you're talking, you can click on the live stream and
watch
see
it.
how they're responding in the live YouTube chat. I mean, don't be embarrassed. I mean, dude, it's
Hey,
so.
so do you think?
I
Anyway,
love doing live
Do you guys
streams.
ever just talk without it being streamed, though? Do you talk with it not being streamed?
Not really.
Not in this room. This room is streamed live 24 hours a day. So
Everything is recorded for the future.
But there
well,
are
you can
other.
drop down in other rooms that
There
aren't
are.
recorded. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
can't be
to-
totally new because you've already got 5 roles assigned to you, so you can't be totally new.
I never said I was new.
Yeah, she didn't say
I
that.
don't know.
But hey,
But-
so I'm curious though. Do you think that the government lies?
We're on a live stream. Like, I just am so weirded out. I cannot consent. I just can't.
Okay, well, we all know the government lies. You know, I mean, they come out and admit that they lie all the time. Like,
Did you not know you were coming onto a live stream?
No, I did. I just wasn't gonna say anything, but you guys called me out, so I'm not gonna like be
Well,
weird.
then go away. There's another person that's new here.
oh my gosh!
I wouldn't say. I would.
Bye.
I would
All
not
right,
tell
so-
her to go away. Please stay, because I would like to hear what your ideas are about what you think.
Yeah, but I don't want to be in here if it's being streamed. So
Does anybody in the mainstream know who
I got
you
an idea.
are?
Absolute. Would you like to go down
I like
below?
how the health
Absolute.
and
Would
nutrition
you?
channel's down there, though. That's like really good that you guys have that. Like, how do I-
Absolute. Would you like to go down to a private room where there's no live stream, so that maybe a handful of us could go with you?
Yeah,
Would you
well,
like
I mean,
to do
I don't
that?
want to take anybody away from here, but yeah, no, I prefer.
Well, you're the reason we're here. We're waiting for new people like you, and sometimes we get caught off on rabbit trails and have all kinds of weird conversations about other stuff. But
I'm just
we're
saying,
waiting
if I get found out that I'm on this right now, like people are going to be mad at me in my real life.
Oh, you're gonna get found out.
Well, like Hank
Not
said,
found out. No, it's not like that. I just have some psycho.
there are private rooms that we could come down and talk to you with that are not live streamed.
Okay, so everyone chill out. All right.
Unless your name in real life is Mrs. Absolute Delirium, who's going to know you're on here, frankly?
Hey, Hank, what room would you advise her to go to?
I like
in
the
this?
health and wellness room. What is it called? Let's go in there.
Well,
'cause,
then
like,
allows her to
that's
go
everything.
anywhere. If she wants to, she can.
Okay.
Well, she said she wants to go to the health and wellness room.
I'll stay here.
You guys are
You
tripping
guys
me
don't-
out, man. Hey, I just want to let you guys know if the same people just keep jumping in, belligerently interrupting everyone, it's really hard to listen to it. Just letting you guys know.
Hey, what's it?
I agree. I agree with it, man. It was kind of like weird, but it wasn't necessarily everyone's fault. It was like her being reluctant to talk and saying, "I don't necessarily want to be live." For 5 minutes, she's like, "I don't want to be on live stream. Am I on live stream? I know." Yeah, you joined a room that says live stream.
But
Well, then she said she admitted that she knew it was live. She admitted that she knew.
Yeah.
Everyone chill out. Here's the deal. She
Hey,
explained-
y'all be nice. Y'all be
Dude,
nice.
I'm gonna have to get out of here.
Not when they
here and they
when
still
they
haven't
join a
tried to
room that
arrest me
says
yet.
live stream and they're just like, "Am I live right now? Oh my goodness!"
I know, man, but listen, she wanted to talk to us, but she doesn't want to be live, so I get that. She came
Okay,
on.
fine.
Okay.
It's over. Next.
Okay, so look, I'm
I
gonna
don't
try
even
to say
believe
something fast. Okay, so she was explaining that she wanted to listen, but we put her on the spot, and so she started talking, but she felt weird knowing that she was being recorded. Now, the thing to do in that moment is to not force someone to talk or something. You could just start to talk to them, and maybe they would get more comfortable and speak back, right? So I was just like, the government lies. She got nervous. We could just continue to talk, because my follow-up was, well, I mean, do you think NASA's the only federal agency that doesn't lie? But either way, you don't just like bombard them and then make them, you know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, it's okay,
That's
man.
what I was waiting for. That's what I was waiting for, but everybody else started jumping in.
Yeah,
But,
if I asked my rabbi, he'd probably say it's a waste of time talking with her in the first place. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it would have
She
mattered.
wasn't going to do it anyway. But anyway, that's all right.
Well, how does someone answer that question? That's why I asked that question, though. So everyone knows the government lies and the federal agencies lie. So make them say NASA's the one exception. Like even a normie can't answer that question.
Yeah, that's funny.
Hey, I would have to put a disclaimer out to say everybody doesn't know that.
No, wait. If you click on a room that says live stream,
we're not talking about that.
No, I'm saying everybody doesn't know that the government lies to them. So many people are sheeple that think that the government's just there to take care of them.
Yeah,
I
but not
disagree
that
with that.
many
I think
people.
people
Like,
just accept. I think people just accept that the government lies to them, and they think that's part of politics. So they accept
That's
certain
correct.
lies because
I'm
they've
not.
been taught that. Oh well, that's just politics. They're just playing politics, so they
You
accept it. But they
really think everybody thinks that?
I think there are some boomers that are exceptions. I think anyone under the age of 35 knows the government has lied a ton of times.
Did you say under the age of 35?
Yeah, everyone under the age of 35 knows the government lies all the time.
Oh, I'm over that. I'm well over
kind of a
that.
general, like, hey, I sort of can't believe most of the shit they say, but the Democrats and Republicans should support one because that's probably the best thing that I can do because it's the right and the left. I have a right hand and a left hand and a right brain and a left brain. I should go ahead and move toward that direction. Even though I know and originally that the government lies. I mean, but right and left, that's I should follow one path so that I can actually function in reality. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, here's the point though, man. Okay, I'm trying to give you guys pointers. I go talk to normies in the real world all the time. All right, it's how you do it. Everyone knows, for example, like 9/11 story was sketchy. Everyone knows the Vietnam was sketchy. If they don't, you can teach them that it's been declassified. They lied about that war. There are basic things that have been admitted by the government that they lied. Right? Most people know those things. If they don't, you can easily tell them they've admitted it. So then you're like, well, we know the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, who has been caught spying on all of us because of a whistleblower. All these official narratives that all the normies know about. Like, do you think NASA is the one exception to federal agencies lying where they just always tell the truth or something? It's a good question to ask them. So, I mean, just explaining that, pouncing on someone isn't the move, man.
I
normies that you talk to
disagree
a
with
lot more
you
aware
that
than the
most people
normies
know these
are.
things. Most people don't know these things. These are actually things that most people don't know because I freaking can't think of the guy's channel, but he goes around asking people stupid questions like, who's the president? Who's the vice president? And most people can't even answer those things. So do you actually think... Yeah. So do you actually think that the average person knows the things you're telling me that most people know?
Yeah, I think the average person knows the 9/11 official story was BS. Yes, I think that majority.
So the average person knows that 9/11 was BS, but they don't even know who the president is?
People on that channel, Shanna, are not average people. I just want to point out that he doesn't show you the ones that know the answer. He likes to show you the people that don't know the answer.
Well, of course, he likes to show the doofuses. I get that. Because it wouldn't be entertaining if he just showed
You're
people...
saying majority of people. I mean, vast majority of people know that our current president is a bumbling moron named Joe Biden. Most people know that. Most people know. I'm telling you that under the age of 35, everyone knows 9/11 sketchy, man. I'm just telling you the way that, like, when I say everyone, I mean 90% of people that are younger. So if you're talking to someone that's in that age range, it's a good place to meet them in the middle where you can get them to admit the government has lied about a lot. And they'd be like, well, don't you find it interesting? Because no one's ever thought of that. NASA just had this special little place where everyone thought they're the ones that don't lie for some reason.
Oh,
I think you're probably right on the demographic of age, because anybody that was born pre, I would say 75, are super indoctrinated. They totally believe the moon landings kind of crap. And like my parents, they were born in 1950. They got married in 1969. They both watched the moon landings the year they got married, and they were like, oh, and there's no way I can ever convince them otherwise.
Wow.
But younger people look at it with like our technology now and how we can make movies with all these super graphics, and even they look back at the moon landings are like, man, this is supposed to be real. Graphics would have been better than this shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's my point. People know, like younger people know, they could make a better moon landing on TikTok. Legit, they legit know that.
So yeah, I get that. That makes 100% sense.
That's why they're hitting them with so much propaganda now, and children are getting brainwashed with iPads at 3. They're being shown all kinds of crazy propaganda now because the old lies are starting to wear off, right? So they have to hit them with new ones and distract them with new ones, and that because most people that are young have never watched the actual moon landing footage. They've never seen it.
Now,
Yeah,
check this out.
they've seen movies about it, you know.
Correct.
I got a friend who has some kids, and they were pressuring me to take the vax. But I know we can't talk about medical stuff. But yeah, they're totally falling for the latest propaganda.
Well,
funny thing about that live moon landing footage too,
is you
though.
can't say the actual V word. You gotta like use You gotta use like the jab or.
I'm just saying they got to bring out new propaganda. Like the moon landing might be fading off, and for the reasons you said, but they got new propaganda they throw. You know what I'm saying?
It's always something new. I actually think this whole thing with the Ukraine and Putin, that whole thing is a whole. This is all propaganda itself. This is part of their plan. This is part of the scheme. They're all big friends, and we're not a part of it. Like George Carlin said, even though George Carlin was part of the plan, he said it. We ain't part of the club, but they are all in cahoots with each other. They're not enemies. They're not enemies. This is a huge distraction from something. I don't know what, but like the whole V disappeared when this war started because that's just how it goes. Well, we got to get a new story going.
Hello. I'm new, and I'm from Finland. Hello, next to Russia, and
Wow,
I'm actually pretty concerned about Russia attacking Ukraine.
Man.
Yeah.
That accent does not sound legit.
And you see my point about talking, and I think there is actually war going on there. So I don't think you should talk about that like that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying.
Don't do
Excuse
it.
me.
Do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying things are not happening to people. I'm saying that these things are happening because of some bullshit of a chess game that's just a game to the people in power. Okay, yes, there's going to be casualties, but these casualties are because of their stupid ass games that they want to play upon the people.
Now hold on. Before she explained all that, she didn't really say very much, Okazi. She didn't say much at all. Now she's explained a lot more now. What do you have to say though, Okazi?
About what?
About you brought it up, the Ukraine and the war thing and Russia. What do you have to say?
He already said it. He doesn't think we have the right to talk about it.
Oh, well, let me enlighten this guy exactly how true that is.
He doesn't have shit to say. So can I say what I want to say about the moon landing?
I mean, I think if
Yes, can we
Russia
please hear about the moon landing? Can I
please say what I want to say about the moon landing?
Y'all be quiet and let him talk, please, because I want to really hear what.
We're getting off subject. We were talking. All right, whatever.
Let's just hear it. Let's hear it.
I mean, you're going in the wrong way in this fucking discussion. I thought this is about fucking flat Earth, not about the fucking war. Like,
Do you have anything to say about it?
Anyway, Russia's really close to the center where you're not allowed to go, that they hit on the flat Earth. So maybe you want to talk about that. Maybe we'll talk about how Russia was the first one to claim they went to space. Maybe we'll talk about how they claim they're still on the ISS with the United States. Maybe we'll
Can
talk
I tell you
about
guys something about the moon landing real quick though? When you talk about age and people that witnessed it and watched it on television, before we get off on a tangent, because for anybody new that's listening, I'd like to say this.
Okay.
So my mother, who was in her 60s, was a child and witnessed the moon landing live on television, right? The first man on the moon when they aired it on television. My grandfather, when it was airing, he swears up and down that the very first airing of that movie has said on the bottom of the screen, "This is only simulation." And he said it out loud and repeated it over and over again to his children, my mother. And since then, until his death, he railed on that and said it over and over again and taught everyone, all his grandchildren, that. And my mother still to this day testifies to the fact that when that footage was very first aired on the television, it said on the bottom of the screen, "This is only simulation."
So that's like on the bottom of every globe that it says this is not
But
for.
that's not relevant to what he said. So Matthew, what were you about to?
No, it's very relevant to what he said. On the bottom of every globe, it says this is not.
No, it's not. Matthew, what were you about to say?
It's a disclaimer, so it's very.
It's
when
very
they,
relevant.
In 1969, in July, during the first landing, they showed a simulation of what the lander looked like because they didn't have any live footage.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when they showed the footage of him stepping out of the lander onto the moon and giving that whole bullshit speech. At that time, it said this is only simulation of the first moonwalk. Only simulation. I'm not talking about whatever you trying to say.
Yeah, Matthew, let me help you out here too. I mean, that's why Buzz Aldrin said in his little interview, "No, you didn't." When he said, "I remember watching the moon landing," he said, "No, you didn't. What you watched was an animation. There was no one on the moon at the time." So even Buzz Aldrin says the initial airing was a animation.
That's not a very good way of interpreting what he said. I've heard the clip and I know what he was saying. He wasn't claiming the moon landings were false.
Good night, you guys. I hope y'all have a blessed night. I gotta go.
Good night.
Love y'all.
It was a pleasure speaking with you. See you next time.
Always a pleasure to speak with y'all, guys.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't trying to be mean to you. It's just, I mean, he made a point. I didn't want to just. The last 20 minutes has been everyone just spam interrupting various points. So.
Right.
Yeah, I'm drunk.
Well, chill out, buddy. Drink some water, bro.
Thanks for the advice.
Well, sometimes that's what you got to do to get your point heard.
Yeah, like, because that is a trip, man, and it makes sense with what he was saying because he remembers that was the official narrative at the time. They knew they had that was the deal, right? They knew that the first airing was not, and that makes sense why they would do that because it's so risky, right? Like anything could happen, or it could be so bad that it would. So they wanted to test and see what people would think, and just say this is not real. So they had their plausible deniability.
But there was tons of people at that time that didn't believe it was real either. But that didn't stop them from then traversing forward. And every time they showed that footage, anytime after, my grandfather always said that those words were never seen again on screen. They never, ever again said that it was simulation. Until what you said earlier about asshole Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, that's a trip, dude. Yeah, I read somewhere where it said like 1 in 3 people didn't believe in it at the time. I don't know.
Yeah. My grandfather is not a liar. He was not a liar. He went to his grave a bitter old man and mad at the world because he knew. I don't know how he knew what he knew, but this man, I don't know what he did, where he was, but he knew everything, the whole timeline, the whole New World Order agenda. He knew it all before you had access to know it, before the internet, before you had access to know all these things and be able to research the stuff that we can do today. He already knew it and was teaching it to me when I was, in grade school. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Well, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time.
right? And the opposite of that is that, some people will be fooled, right? When they hear about the Martian attack landing on the radio, that was just audio hallucination, right?
Yeah.
And they thought it was real. So when people heard it and saw it, right, that was enough to brainwash people and to believe in something completely crazy like man has the ability to walk on the moon.
It's crazy to think about too, because the numbers probably aren't that drastically different. Like they only need around 70%. So like, if one third of the people are seeing through this whole Russia, this whole get genetically modified, all this, say even 1/3 of people figure out about the Earth, it can be argued that you need more than that. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll just breeze right past you like you did believe it.
Yeah.
Because they're going to tell the story. Like when they tell a story in history class about the moon landing, they don't tell you that 1/3 of Americans didn't believe it. They leave that part out.
Well, yeah, it's the same way where they teach you with the globe Earth. They don't teach you that for all this time it was always flat. All these cultures, it was flat. Every culture up until this one point, it was flat. And even after they put that bull crap sphere shit out, it was still flat for a lot of cultures, and they didn't want to accept it at all. They don't teach you that either.
I don't want to get political, but I got to tell you, the Democrats do this.
Okay. Yeah, that's flipped anyway, but yeah, I lost it. Smurf, you got it. Teach us about politics.
I'm sorry. That's all I was saying. My fault. Go on, man. He just said that it's always been flat.
So all the Democrats are flat earthers and all the Republicans are globies, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, okay, here I got it back. Okay, so similar.
That's funny. Is a friend of mine told me that Trump is a flat earther because that's why he started the space program thing that he wanted to start, was to prove and show the world that the Earth is truly flat.
Yeah, that's super desperate. They'll still defend him now after he promoted the jab too. But so like the other thing with the flat Earth, right? They don't tell you about the ancient civilizations, but they also tell you that people knew the Earth was a ball for like 2,000 years, and everyone knew it.
Right.
But dude, in the 1800s and 1900s, people were still debating this. Like prestigious scientists, award-winning scientists, like they'll teach you that the Foucault's pendulum in 1851 proved the Earth was spinning. There's an award-winning scientist that was there the first time it was done, and the first time they tried it, it actually went the wrong way. And then the second time it went the right way, and then they just called it a night, called it a success. And he wrote about this, and he was prestigious, dude. And there's like tons of famous people, scientists that were debating it.
Yeah.
And
they want to
they'll
pretend
never,
that it was like this big consensus, but it never was. The debate never ended. But for some reason, I don't know what happened, how it happened, but I mean, I guess it's probably the takeover of the universities around the world somehow, of the cult that is the Sphere Earth cult. They just forced it down everybody's throat until you couldn't say otherwise.
That's right. They started with the media, like Universal Studios logo, like before anyone ever went to see what the Earth was like. It looks exactly like what they said it does. And so they just started showing you in movies, and they let it sit for a few decades. Like, I don't think people have thought the Earth was a globe, even majority, for very long at all. Like,
no. And I bet if you ask like small children that are super, children for some reason they have a different perspective. They're really things around. And I guarantee you, if you actually were able to speak to children and ask them about where they are, I guarantee you, before they reach that indoctrination period, they're not going to say anything about Earth being a damn sphere. I mean, this is speculation, but I honestly believe that.
Yeah, I'm with you. My oldest asked, right? I asked about it, and it was like, yeah, when I was little, before I went to school, I thought the Earth was flat. It's like, oh yeah. And then I talked to a little girl the other day, and I said, hey, like, what shape is the Earth outside? And she goes, flat. And I was like, what do they tell you in school? Right? And this little girl that's already in school, she said, they tell us that it's a sphere. I was like, why do they say that? And she goes, I don't know. They're weird. So that's for you.
Isn't that funny how like intuitive children are so they have this weird thing about them yet when they're innocent and they haven't been manipulated by the media. They're super in tune. You think they're not. You think they're dumb and you think they're stupid kids. But they really know and are super introspective and know a lot more than we think they know. So we brainwash them.
What's also interesting, I feel like, is when they came out with the moon landing lie. Just the time period in general, like when you watch the Disney movies and I don't know, the music, it just is all very hypnotizing. Like if you go back and watch old school Disney, it's like a psychedelic trip. Like the colors, the music. I don't know. I feel like they were able
Well, that
to
was the point,
put people
right?
in a
Wasn't that
major
the point
trance.
of wasn't Walt Disney big into that whole scene of indoctrination and mysticism and whatever
Sure,
the hell he was into?
it's fascination. It's fantasy, fascination. It's sort of the same thing, you know. You get delved into this fascination of this great idea of the globe, right? And it's comparable to what you experience, but it's not your natural experience.
Well, isn't it also like a magic
It's
trick? I'm
similar.
sorry, I didn't
It's
mean to cut you
similar.
off.
It is a magic trick. Yes, you're
Right.
exactly right. It's similar to what you experience, but it's not actually what you experience.
Right. And it's done on purpose, right? To manipulate children at an early age to get them out of the reality of what they are experiencing and what they already know, to trick their minds into thinking this other great fantasy that doesn't really exist.
Right, and that's why I talk about Edward Bernays quite often, because this is his idea of the Brave New World, right? This is really simple to manipulate a large population if you gain their attention, right? You don't only the only way that you can actually make this happen is by gaining their attention.
Well, and the trick too is not only gaining their attention, but you have to gain the attention of the children, the people's children. Like it doesn't matter adults.
No. I disagree. I think the adults, if they're convinced, they will convince their children.
Yeah, right. But even it seems still today, though, no matter how. But what about the people that today, like you could be, like just for an example, a staunch conservative parent will try to instill those values into their children. Their children go to school and learn these radical liberal views, and then hate their parents for their staunch conservative views.
That's what's happening, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's backward. It's kind of like this is that's something that's going on now, and it's wow, yeah, it's just pretty putrid in my opinion.
Yeah, well, but I mean, it's our own fault,
I'm sorry. Can I?
Yes, sir. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm from Finland, and I have been in USA. So,
how long did you spend in the United States?
I have been there like 3 weeks. 3 weeks in
3
total.
weeks. Okay.
I have
All
been
right,
there like 2 times.
What part of the United States did you visit?
New York.
New York. All right, cool. So tell us your experience. Go ahead.
So, when we go from Finland, we go to the left. You know? Yes, we go left.
What do you mean by left? Are you talking about political or are you
I mean,
that's the long way.
At least I think if we are flat and
wait. All right, so from Finland, you go to the left. You're talking about west? Like
Yes.
from Finland,
Yes.
it's west.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
All right, so I thought we were talking about politics again, but anyway, so
No.
you went west from Finland. Okay, cool. Never mind. Oh, this is great. I can't wait to hear what you're gonna have to say.
I didn't make communism.
No, to be honest, I'm really more curious about what your experience was in New York from Finland. Who gives a shit about direction? I want to hear your experience in New York. What
New
did you
York.
experience?
It's pretty expensive and
A dumpster.
Well, hold on. I mean, you don't have to. You went to New York from Finland, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, why did you go to New York?
Because I want to spend some money. I think I don't know. We went.
You
Come on, okay,
one of the business.
Julio, are we taking this seriously, Julio? Because I feel like this
We
doesn't
went
sound
shopping
honest.
and shit, and it was so fucking expensive.
Shopping and shit. You were shopping and shit.
And
Was that what you said?
we went.
Last place you want to shop is in New York. It's the most expensive place to spend any money.
We went to see the new the 11 Towers.
Oh man, this guy's full of shit.
Can we? Yeah,
I can already tell.
We were having a good conversation.
What the fuck? I don't know. I'm from Finland. I don't know what to do there. What should I do? What should I do?
From Finland. That's a wrong accent, buddy.
Doesn't matter where you went to in America. You can say New York. You can say Oklahoma City. I just think you're full of shit. To be honest,
your accent is off. Get better at your accent.
You're full of shit, buddy.
You're full of shit,
buddy. You mean I'm not from Finland?
No. I don't give a fuck if you're from Finland, but you don't know shit about America. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I know. I know.
And
I
how
don't
much
know.
do you know
I
about
don't
Finland, Helio?
Yeah. Yeah.
Say I went to Finland. This motherfucker said he went to New York, and he can't even tell us one thing about New York. Except that it's expensive. That's all he said.
Why are we talking about Finland? Who cares? What does
Why
it
do we
matter?
let him interrupt our conversation anyway? He added nothing.
We ate in the Forest Gump restaurant in the fucking...
The Forest Conference? Did he say Forest Conference?
Yeah,
the Forest Gump restaurant.
He said he
famous for being
ate in the
Forrest
Forrest Gump restaurant. If you guys want, the interpretation.
Okay, can we get him
I didn't
out
know
of
there
here?
was a Forrest Gump restaurant in New York, but anyway.
Fucking
Well, we ate
this is what I'm
some
talking
sheep
about.
in
This shit
there.
derails. We were having a good conversation. This is just derails.
And we
Actual
went to
conversations
Jets
and real
games.
shit. Shut the
Jets
fuck
games
up.
in...
Somebody shut him up, please. The fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Somebody shut them up.
Who's the one in the fucking Duke game? Somebody tell me that.
The who, the what?
Who's winning the Duke game?
Is there a Forrest Gump restaurant in New York?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I know there's one in Louisiana.
Bubba Gump.
Yeah, Bubba
There
Gump.
used to be one in Louisiana.
Yeah.
I know that.
And it was fucking expensive.
Wait, you mean Bubba Gump? Is it Bubba Gump Shrimp Company? Oh, it's Bubba Gump, not Forrest Gump.
What the fuck? Who eats a Bubba Gump in fucking New York? Get the fuck out of here. There's no way. There's no fucking way somebody's gonna eat. I don't care how much of a tourist you are. You're not eating a fucking Bubba Gump in New
got
York.
income taxes.
In New York!
You go to fucking Mulberry
They got
Street and eat
inheritance taxes.
in Manhattan and eat in, famous places to eat. This asshole talking about Bubba Gump.
Well, we
Bubba
didn't know
Gump?
shit. We
Come
didn't
on,
know
man.
shit. For real.
You don't
And
know
it's-
shit. You still don't know shit.
Yeah.
Dude, if you went to New
Well, I
York
hope you
City
don't
and
have
you
any.
actually, I don't even know what you brought.
Keep your shit to yourself.
I was in New York 3 weeks ago from Finland, and I got some stories to tell. And
Bubba Gump.
I ate it at Forest.
jealous,
I
That
mean
movie come
Bubba
out
Gump
20 fucking
shrimp.
years ago. Fucking Bubba Gump. Jesus Christ.
Oh, this fucking guy.
Well, it's been 7 years since I have been in New York.
This guy.
They got school taxes. They got county taxes. They got state taxes. They got federal taxes.
He should have said Maine. I went to Maine and ate at Bubba Gump shrimp and had the best lobster of my life. In Maine.
Even if he did come to New York, he's gonna be able to tell us shit about New York from Finland.
So OK Nazi is from Finland, and he's the only person in the server who lives in a country that borders Russia. And when he tried to say something about the Russia-Ukraine war, everybody just shut him down.
About Russia?
He was
going
to tell us something.
No, he was talking about a restaurant. Man,
Can you shut the fuck up now? I was in New York during Hurricane Irene.
Which hurricane?
Irene.
Who's that? Irene?
You mean like
Was
me,
that
myself,
headed
and Irene?
toward-
That Irene?
Was that headed toward New York, Irene?
Yes, it was, and it. Manhattan was shut down during.
Was that during 9/11?
Is there a way
Because
we
there
could
was a
steer the
hurricane
conversation back onto
offshore.
flat Earth?
Can we please? Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if that's gonna happen.
What the
now.
fuck? I have to
Got
prove
muted.
myself to these
I
guys.
think I'll do it 2 more times. Here's the second one. Is there any way
I
we can
guarantee
turn the
you
subject
there's
back
no
to flat
Bubba Gump
Earth,
shrimp
please?
in
No,
New
no, I don't
fucking
know.
York.
I don't know even.
Can we steer Irene away from the shore?
All right, third time. Can we please talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, it measures flat.
It sure does. Every time it's been measured.
Okay, Finlander.
Anyone got good videos on the sextant?
Sextant videos. I'm not sure. There are channels that
I know
have done a
someone
lot
who
of
does.
sextant
Quantum
stuff.
Racer.
Go ahead, Hank. Where's it at?
Not to be an asshole.
Oh
but
no,
I
you
did
guys
look up
are
Bubba Gump
going
shrimp
really
in New
slow.
York, and there is one.
This is
Not to be an
Discord breaking.
asshole, but
Hey, one at a time. Yes, if you have, that's a really good. Somebody said they have some videos on the sextant.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Preferably
like
uncut
an
video
interesting
from
one.
somebody using a sextant on the ocean to navigate. Uncut, unedited, if you can do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a challenge by McToons claiming he wants to do a sextant challenge of some kind.
Isn't it a $10,000 thing that he's claiming?
Yeah, he's trying to do that.
And so the first thing to sell us on is that he's even got 10 grand in the bank, and then we can go from there.
Yeah,
well, we don't even have to, at this point.
No, let's throw him well under the bus at this point. McToon asks for it every day.
He does,
Well,
but he's a joker.
he said he's done he said the challenge went on for 3 weeks ago, and supposedly no one has quote unquote done it before yet.
Well, here's the thing. People don't trust that he has 10 grand. Number 2, people don't trust Globers. Number 3, it takes a lot of work to go out there, navigate with a sextant for a little bit, do whatever fucking little challenge he thinks that he's got going on, which isn't a challenge. It's just showing people that a sextant can't work on a globe Earth.
Number 4, number 4. A sextant isn't designed. Hey, a sextant isn't designed to work on a globe Earth because when the instrument was created, it was only for lateral.
Yeah, you always have to assume a flat baseline. That's the thing. Is I've seen many videos by Nathan Oakley, and oh my god, every time I think like he's gone into a debate about the sextant, every one of the people that try to use the sextant always have to assume a flat baseline, and that already completely defeats the purpose.
Right.
Yeah, we've here on this server and my YouTube channel, we've had several videos about this. It's
Yeah, and here's the deal: I don't care about money.
Well, I don't understand why either.
He's
if that's the
bastardizing
truth.
it with money. First off, right? It's the truth. Who gives a shit about money? So that's just kind of making it look bad. But then the next thing, the only next thing is Earth measures flat. So sextants don't even need to come into the conversation, nor does gravity, nor does gas pressure. If you measure the Earth and compare it against the globe math, it will not match up. Earth doesn't match narrative.
I can call him on that money now. I don't understand why nobody else ever did
like
that.
I said,
because I can give him a number.
Matter. It's another distraction, bro.
Of my financial advisor.
All right, go for it.
Financial. I can give him private chat. If he wants a private message me, I'll give him my private
it's stupid as fuck,
number,
dude. It's just
and
it's
he
a
can call
distraction,
him
guys.
to verify whatever account he's talking about, and we can do that. That's simple.
Well, go for it. He's not going to give you the money. He's just going to make shit up. Just like he always.
That's why I said private message me. I'll give you my man's number. You call him, verify it with my account.
We've already covered.
Listen to that. Listen to all the work you're willing to do to make this motherfucker have relevance. Fuck that, dude.
Right.
Just give us Earth curve measurements. Ready, go. Thanks.
We've already covered it. It's done. It's done. We've already covered that.
You think a guy that's never even kissed someone of the opposite sex has 10 grand in the bank?
Well,
sorry.
Well, I know people that have kissed.
I can smell it. You know, he smells effeminate. It smells that way from, and I've never met him.
We've already. I know you're making you.
Oh, that's the sad part about.
We have covered this multiple times from this platform and others. This sextant argument, and the only reason he brought it up is because we brought it up first, and he really has no argument.
That's true. We were first in it. Actually, I think it was QE that did that. Just kind of.
Yeah.
Hey guys, here's this new one.
It's not new. That's the whole thing. We were just
new to this debate between these people.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we were bringing up every new argument comes from Flat Earth first, and then they make videos.
And then they twist it. You're right. Yep.
Yeah.
I think what should be done, however, maybe, I guess, I don't know, but if anyone has like the budget, I'd advise doing the challenge but refusing the money. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, but I feel like
he's going to give you the money anyway. He's going to deny that you actually freaking get. It's a worthless argument. He's not going to give you any money. I mean,
no.
They'll say the same thing about Flat Earth challenges too. It's like, oh, well, you didn't prove it, so I'm not going to give you the money.
Well, it's kind of like a challenge. I mean, you remember fucking Professor Dave's, 10 challenges. Everyone's already, Vibes of Cosmos has already practically done it himself.
Flurfer, your mic is really, really hot.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's pretty big time on our side. Yep.
I know it's really bad. I'm sorry. It's
another
it's
thing,
a Bluetooth mic.
In order to be a real challenge, too, the loser has to be willing to actually pay.
I don't know how to turn it down. It's a Bluetooth mic.
Okay, we'll go on.
I'll turn you down on my side. Everybody just, it's fine. Deal with it.
Yeah. Just turn me down if it's too loud.
Move your microphone away from your mouth a little bit. I mean, it's just sounds like you're yelling at us.
Yeah, no,
I do like what you're saying. It just sounds really hot. That's all I'm saying.
Hank, you still in the chat?
Really hot.
It definitely has the high end, turned up really high when it comes to these types of mics.
So just fix it and we'll be good. Anyway, though, let's talk about the flat Earth, if we could, please. I'd love to. I'd love to talk about it. It's the only topic that I can think of right now while I'm in this live stream.
Let's talk about every single globe bullshit nonsense they can make up about sextants. No, let's not.
Oh, shit.
It's like a sextant can only work on a globe because blinkety blink blank 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 blow blow globe. That doesn't make any sense. So a sextant can't work on a flat Earth because blinkety blank 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 and blank blank. Sextants only work on a globe. Even though they're measuring a level stationary plane.
Yeah, and then you just use random funny math equation to assume that the Earth is a sphere.
Matthew, did you see that image Matthew showed? I don't necessarily agree with that image, but it's kind of pertinent. But that's.
This is the image that Huey usually uses when he talks about the topic.
Yeah, and I think he's trying to take a piss out of them because that's ridiculous too. You know, it's just like, look, bro, that's a level horizon. Like the guy that's using the sextant from.
Here's the thing: we don't claim that sextants are direct measurements either, right? With a sextant, it's just a bunch of observations that line up so that we can navigate on this flat plane, but it's not technically direct measurements. The problem what globers do is they take stuff that's even less credible than a sextant and call that direct measurements, such as an observation of things disappearing bottom up. Well, that's just a law of perspective.
And sextants only deal with where your position on Earth.
You see what I'm saying? It's not direct measurement. None of it's direct measurements. I just want Earth curvature measurements. That's it. That's all. That's all I want. I'm going to be really annoying about it too. Yep.
I know. Me too.
Yeah, there's no measurements.
Go ahead.
Right. So I don't know why they bother. If they won't bring the measurements, I don't know why they come here.
It's always the trickery where they it's always the trickery where they always try to confuse perspective with curvature. That's the sad thing is
I was about to say that.
Yeah, they always give examples. Oh, hey, look at this object get cut in half by the horizon. I'm just like, that's just regular angular resolution. If that was truly curving, you would see the object tilt backwards away from the horizon, but you don't see that. Instead, it's an obvious example of an angular resolution.
Right,
I need to look for more examples of angular resolution being displayed in reality. Unfortunately, I only have a few examples.
Ships disappearing bottom up is a law of perspective. Thanks.
Okay, so using a sextant in Matthew's idea, what he posted there, when you're using a sextant, you point it toward the horizon, which I think I'm not speaking for Matthew, but he can speak for himself. That's the curvature of the Earth, and then you measure the angle of a certain star or a celestial object above the horizon, and then you can navigate toward that because the horizon is the physical curvature of the Earth.
I'm just seeing how we can get light to bend downwards to perfectly represent what we're not supposed to see but are seeing anyway.
I mean, there's
demonstrations
of...
seriously, that's what the Globers believe, guys.
Well, man, look at Matthew. Matthew's still trying to back his own shit up, just like I just said.
Yeah, I want to...
This is from Huey's
website. I've heard a few examples, like, for example, people claiming that the only reason why you see things at a long distance is because it's a mirage.
That's all they could do is just fucking say, well, fuck, let's just call it a mirage. They'll buy it. Dude, watch, they'll buy it. Mirage, go.
Matthew, is
that mirage is so strong that the sun can't shine through it at all.
Matthew, is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
The apparent horizon is different than the geometric horizon, so no.
All right, so if you're using a sextant navigating across Earth and you're basing say you're on a boat, and you're using a sextant.
No. See, that's all imagining stuff, dude. We're going down a hypothetical trail. All right?
No, hold on.
Don't do it. Don't let them do it. Just measure the Earth.
No,
I'm serious, dude.
Well, you can't
dead
measure
serious.
the Earth.
Why would you talk about anything else? If it's a ball, it measures
I
curved.
thought we were talking about sextants.
We don't need to talk about sextants. That's what I'm saying, dude. I'll put a fucking pin in all. Listen. I'll put a pin in all the arguments because they're useless if you can't have curvature. Useless. Doesn't matter.
I agree. It's a good idea to move away from sextants because it's a useless argument.
I'm not talking about just specifically sextants, bro.
Why is it useless? Because with sextants use the apparent position.
Because it's so much easier to understand that if you have a ball, you have curves. If we don't keep it simple, dude, we're going to lose most of them. They don't even want to start to think about it if we just don't give them all the answers right away.
All right.
Okay, we got to keep it kindergarten.
But he's looking at the idea that you can disprove. You know what I mean? It's a tool to use to disprove.
It is. I agree. Listen. The arguments are fantastic. The arguments are phenomenal. Right. But my point is, we don't even need them.
I know,
because they already get. It's because they gave us.
Right.
They gave us the numbers.
It dies at curvature, dude. Fuck the numbers.
Yeah. No, the numbers are the curvature, but
not really.
They don't.
Listen. It doesn't even have to match numbers. Look, they're saying, "Hey, Earth is ball," and we go look for the curve of the ball, and we don't find the curve. It has nothing to do with ones, twos, and threes, bro. Nothing.
You've often heard me say, "What globe?" What people say,
exactly. What globe?
What globe?
Globe? I mean, that's a fundamental problem, right? We've already proven no curvature, right? That's why I get so frustrated sometimes on the server, because I hate having the same conversation over and over and over again with Globers when we've proven our point already of no curvature. So what
it is frustrating, and I'm not going to
see why. I see why sometimes I feel like you have to take, like Helio saying, them extra baby steps to try to explain it and try to, even though we've already explained it, but sometimes you have to go that extra mile. But no, I get your point too.
And a lot of these cats go the extra 10 miles.
Sometimes you can be redundant. Well,
listen, hold on.
You have to be redundant. But
you guys' information is so rock solid, so impenetrable that I love to hear you guys sit and talk about it and destroy these lies, these fairy tale illusions that we all grew up believing. And then if they get lost down those rabbit holes of fucking gravity, well, what makes things fall into no, just find the curve.
They get lost in the gravity well. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Lost in the gravity.
That works against us too, though. I think that works against us too, because it is so rock solid that we sit here and we spin our wheels so hard on that. But it is so hard.
Yeah, but it's just convincing people, dude. The truth is there, regardless of how stupid these people act. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll shut up.
But at the same time, there's a reason for us to be redundant sometimes, because we get so many new people in here. You have to repeat the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
And over. So
that's
it's all good, man. I love you guys, and I appreciate everyone's work.
Love you too, brother.
That we do.
Love all y'all.
We do for this, even though we get frustrated, and that's obvious. We all get frustrated sometimes, but it's freaking cool.
I get more frustrated with the idea that
I don't get frustrated more with you guys because I like to be the redundant guys. Like when I hear new people, it's like, oh, really? It's just like, and everybody else gets frustrated because I get redundant because I'm actually
totally fine.
I love bringing in new people. Like I'm just like, oh, really? You think the Earth is a globe? What do you think about this? Have you considered this? I like talking to new people. So anyway.
Well, that's my problem. I'm so done with talking about flat Earth. I just want to come on here to talk about other flat earthers, about other stuff, but I forget that I can't do that I get so tired. Like I don't want to have a conversation about flat Earth with another flat earther. It's like it's
I
time to
get
move
frustrated
on.
too, and,
You know what I
when
mean?
that happens for me, I just take a break. You know, I take a break for a few days, but then
Yeah.
what I'll tell you what happens though is when you come back and there's new people in here, you kind of get back your energy. It's just like, oh, really? Because they'll come up with all kinds of shit, you know. So it's just really fun. Just
Yeah,
like,
no,
oh,
there's a lot of
you're
dishonesty.
not there to actually convince them the Earth is flat. You're just curious about. Really, you think the Earth is a globe because of this? Well, have you considered this? You know, and you know, you just really, you know, get
But
involved.
my point is, like, I respect my other flat earthers' opinions, like you, Helio, and Hank, and Shauna, everybody that comes on here. I love all the conversations that we have, but some of them are so redundant. And I feel like when we do get on a good topic and we do get onto something really that I'm really interested in, we actually make progress. We have to stop because it is a live stream, and then we have to make room for a troll that wants to come in and mess up our conversation and be redundant, and then we're repeating ourselves over and over again. That's what frustrates me.
That's the purpose of this live stream. You're gonna have to accept that, you know. But
yeah, I know.
That's I mean, we keep this. That's why it's called 24/7 Flat Earth. I mean, it's all flat Earth.
Yeah.
Every day. And a lot of the topics that we can rabbit hole into could get the channel shut down. So that's why we keep it flat. You already know that.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying it's frustrating. I understand why it is the way it is, but it's it's frustrating because we
It's
always
only
have our hands
frustrating
tied
because
behind our back.
people can't put their comfy appeals to someone else's work down. That's all it is. They can't get rid of the fact that somebody else already figured out, so thank God I don't have to. Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So it's appeal to authority. I'll just
Yeah, appeals to authority, appeals to
Well, that's how the entire structure works, right? The whole entire political structure works. Is that these people are way smarter than me, so I'm gonna vote for this guy because obviously if he's in that position, then he
it's a
knows
hierarchy
way more
system.
than I do, regardless of So I'm just gonna yeah.
Well, and I'll put it to you the opposite way. A CEO shouldn't have to do the nitty-gritty, tiny little things in the business, right? The CEO should do the things that CEOs do. You can't expect everybody to be able to do everything. So that's where I can say, well, it's kind of unfair to say, hey, did you go check this? Well, go spend thousands of dollars on doing that and come back. It's like, well, no one's going to do that. But the best part of it is there's such simple and free tests, unless, of course, gas to get there and however much a little mirror costs from Walmart, one of those fashion mirrors you stand up.
It's between private business though and politics, because in private business, I mean, the CEO is employing you. You're only there because of him. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't be there.
Hold on,
but in politics, it's the other way around.
Okay, but anyway, those things. What I was saying is, it's easier in flat Earth in this subject to think about it. You don't have to know everything about something. You don't even have to know 1% of something to get some truth out of this. All you got to do is go measure it. You can observe too over a flat lake, because they're all flat, by the way. Find me a bent one. But go observe a mirror on one side of the lake. Make sure you got a couple, 3, 4, 5 miles in between. And if you can see that light from the mirror at 1 foot above or right at the, on a really calm day, you can just put that mirror right in the ground and shine it over. If you can see that, then at the very, very least, I'm almost finished. At the very, very least, the accepted globe math and globe narrative is incorrect. And you are believing a lie when you believe it.
The only flaw with what you just said is the average high school graduate today can't even understand what you just said. They can't even write their name in cursive. They can't even read. They can't even tell time on an analog clock. So for them to actually make those calculations It's impossible.
Like what's the little line and the big line on that circle thing? Is that a you called that a clock?
Yeah.
Clocks mean zero.
My nephews, they can't. I mean, think about that. Think about this generation right now coming up. They can't even write a sentence or their own name in cursive.
Well,
or better yet,
yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. They're not taught the finer points anymore. I get it.
Right. I mean, but it goes further than that. Their mathematics today is so screwed up. They can't even they can't do that. They can't get in. They can't do those measurements. I honestly I believe that. I don't think they are even capable of counting the money in their pocket.
What measurements to the horizon, or even understand what they might understand about the measurements of the globe if it were a globe? Are they incapable of comprehending what we're saying? I mean, I've experienced that. We experience that every day, but
yeah. Well, I agree. I think first of all, they're incapable of even that thought, and then secondly, once that thought is put in their brain, to actually go out into the world and put it in practice, they don't know how. They can't do it. They don't know how, and they can't. They can't even write their own name or tell time on an analog clock. They're not. I think that's the dilemma that we face today as flat earthers.
Nah, dude, flat earthers have been experienced that dilemma for several years now. So that ain't even freaking. It's just nothing new to me.
Okay. I just got these young. I got my nephews, man. They're so young, and every conversation I try to have with them, I can't relate to them. I can't talk to them.
It's
I
like,
feel
my
they
nephew. My nephew one night just looked at me and was like, "It's like, you really think the Earth is flat?" And I was like, "No, I don't think the Earth is flat.
I know it's flat.
I know, And
Right.
he was like, he shook his head. He's like, bro. And he knows what I do on YouTube. He knows what I do on YouTube and shit, But
right.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Do you guys want to know?
He can't do what he just suggested, right? About going in a boat and doing all these testing and doing all those mathematical equations.
No, he ain't about that. No, he
right.
does other shit.
Do you guys? Do you guys want to know one of my favorite proofs of supposedly gravity?
No.
Dropping two dense objects in a vacuum. That supposedly proves gravity.
In a vacuum?
In a vacuum. Even though we realize that, oh hey, if you're dropping two objects that are dense and you remove, all the air out of a vacuum, the medium will have practically no density, and by dropping two dense objects in a vacuum, obviously it's going to go down a density gradient. So this isn't really proof of gravity, in my opinion.
The answer is no, because there's no such thing as gravity.
Oh, and another dishonest thing that some guy did was, oh hey, here's this video of two helium balloons dropping in a vacuum. Even though we realize that helium balloon. This is proof of gravity, guys. We're going to remove all the air density in a vacuum. We're going to remove all the air density in a vacuum. Helium balloons are going to drop to the bottom of the vacuum, and supposedly that's proof of gravity.
Well, don't they have to, in order to even do an experiment with a vacuum, right? I mean, how is that done?
Check this out.
Here's what I think about the helium balloon idea. Right, check this out. The helium balloon itself, that's rubber, right? So the rubber without air inserted inside, if you let it go, it's just gonna fall on the ground, right? It's like.
Here's the thing: is what's more denser?
Hold on. I can yell. Your mic. I told you your mic is distorted, but I can yell into my microphone and make it really loud, like yours sounds. Anyway, so you can blow up the balloon, and you can tie it off, and you can bump it up a little bit, and it'll fall a little bit, but it still has the air from the natant atmosphere, right? It's just like bing, bing. It's a little balloon, right? All right. So, but when you put these balloons inside of a vacuum chamber, after you is this what you're talking about? You fill them with
what happened in the alleged
Jesus
experiment.
Christ! Can you let me finish my sentence?
All right. Okay, you go first or I go first?
I already know what you're gonna say.
All right.
How about that? I'm fucking precognizant. I have precognizance. I already know what you're gonna say about these balloons in a vacuum chamber. So anyway, so you like
Helio.
put all right. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm being an idiot. Maybe I'm being
Helio. No,
all right, just let me ask this question.
Don't you,
all right,
Helio? Don't you need?
I'm actually
curious.
I want him before anyone interjects. I want to hear him.
Don't you
to say that he's not gonna say what I was already gonna say. I want to hear him.
Does it start with a C? Does it start with a C?
All right, so okay, I'll ask the question. What's more dense, a vacuum medium or a helium medium?
You're the only one that brought up helium. I was talking about natural air in a vacuum.
Yeah, no, because that's the thing. Was the experiment the guy gave me was how helium balloons dropped in a vacuum after the vacuum was like they were like getting all the air out in the vacuum.
Excuse me. Can I interject for 1 second?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I might have been.
Don't you need a container?
I might not have noticed that he was talking about helium. That was a different.
Do you not need a container?
Well, that's the thing. Is what happened was they just filled up 2 balloons with helium, and then put them in the vacuum container, and then they let the vacuum run.
You said container? They put them in the vacuum container.
Yes, and then supposedly this somehow proves gravity.
Doesn't that shatter the entire experiment? They put them in a container, right? So aren't we? Excuse me. Go ahead, Julio. Please.
Wouldn't that be fucking awesome if we had like fucking nitrogen, helium, all this kind of? It's like, wouldn't this be the funnest party for all flat earthers if we had a nitrogen, vacuum, helium party? You know,
let me do this bullshit experiment and put all this shit in a container.
rolling through different shit with containers.
Let me do all this bullshit experiment, put all this shit in a container.
It still wouldn't prove anything about flat Earth at all, but it was
yes, this supposedly proves gravity because the helium dropped.
All of us flat earthers love science too.
Yeah, but let's forget about the container. So is there no container?
What container?
Well, he put it. All the experiments he's talking about, they were put in a container, right?
Yeah, so they put the helium balloons in the container, and then what happened was
all right.
Yes,
all
they
right.
put the helium balloons in the container.
That we have gas pressure here on Earth, and we can contain it somewhere and utilize it but we capture it from a larger container. I mean, this is really dumb. You should feel dumb, but you probably won't because you don't realize that the only reason you can capture this larger, you can focus this helium or nitrogen or whatever the fuck you want to capture is because it exists in a container.
Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing is, at the end, after the balloons dropped to the bottom, the balloons started popping.
It doesn't fucking matter. It's in a container.
Earth is not a balloon. God damn it!
Well, look. The argument in this experiment is supposedly this proves gravity
This is
because
an
you use the
experiment.
vacuum.
You're making an extra container
reality.
on top of the container.
I'm talking about reality. Earth is not a balloon.
Is this guy serious?
No,
I'm
wait.
serious.
Okay. I think you
totally
guys are trying to confuse me. Basically, what happened?
No, you confuse yourself.
No, I'm trying. Basically,
right,
basically
nitrogen,
just let me go first, man.
helium.
Okay.
We're trying to confuse you.
Okay, so all right. Let me explain the experiment that was supposedly given to me. Okay, so they got a vacuum container, right? And then, okay. All right, and then they put 2 balloons filled with helium inside the vacuum container, and then it started sucking all the air out of the vacuum.
Gravity. He didn't say it. See, the thing is, he didn't say it, Lou. He didn't say it, Lulu. He didn't say it.
All right, and somehow, because the helium balloons dropped inside the vacuum as it was getting sucked out.
Dropped what? How did it drop? How did gas drop?
Well, basically, what happened was they put the helium balloon as the helium balloons, while the vacuum was still sucking all the air out, the helium balloons started dropping inside the vacuum while the air was getting sucked out around the balloons. And supposedly this proved gravity, according to them.
How did the what is sucking on the air? See, gravity, gas pressure, our gases don't work that way. They don't suck each other away from each other. It's just a natural response. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. It doesn't.
Yeah, no, I'm aware
suck
because
each other
when the
from each
balloons
other.
dropped to the ground, the helium balloons definitely started popping.
A balloon is a physical object. The air inside of the balloon contains, those are natural gases. They just move the way they do, and so once they're contained, they respond in their natural function.
Or he's leaving out the fact that somebody on the outside.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing: is what happened?
Manipulating.
All right, I'm gonna explain it in layman terms. Basically, okay, what is more denser, a vacuum medium or a helium medium?
Wait. Say that again. I want you to repeat that.
What medium is more denser, one full of helium or one that is a vacuum?
One full of helium.
All right, what's more of a denser medium? Is that what you said?
Yeah, which one's a denser medium? One full of helium or one that is a vacuum?
So
it's probably
that's not even. Why would you say this? This actually proves your ignorance because a vacuum is not a medium. That is something that is
a vacuum is a medium.
No, it's not.
It's like an environment, basically.
Hold on. Not a natural medium. A vacuum is not a natural medium. It's
No, we never claimed it was a natural medium.
Oh my god! Well, who's we? Are you? Who's we?
No, me and Wild Beast know each other.
All right,
I'm
cool.
pretty sure.
All right, so the vacuum is a description, but it's a mathematical description between mediums. It can, it's functional. It's functional if you can measure it with an instrument, but it wouldn't be described, the way that you just said it.
I think what he should say is that the balloons that were full of helium, because they're more denser than a vacuum that was around it, it sank.
Wait,
that's what he's.
Why are you bringing balloons back into the
Because they claimed it was
dysfunction?
gravity.
Because all right, balloons are a container. That's our
They are a container. He's
All right,
describing why the experiment was stupid, and he's saying that's because he noticed himself that all it was explaining was relative density. That the median around it became a vacuum, therefore the helium balloon sank. That doesn't prove gravity. That's all he's saying.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh my god, you guys are starting to coming back around again. This is for the people of the sun.
Hey, Leo, that's what he's been saying the whole time. I think he just didn't quite understand what he's going for.
Yeah, see? Hey,
yeah, that's kind of the issue. Is
Matthew, this is why I make fun of people that try to make fun of us, because they just don't realize that they're as smart as they're even smarter than they think they are. Because it should be more obvious to them than it really is.
That's a genius of the deception.
What do you guys think about?
I'm a broken genius.
Electromagnetism.
It's not obvious.
What do you guys think about the electro?
All right, so what's wrong with what I just said? All right, so we got the balloon back, and we got some broken geometry and explosions, within freaking backwards friggin' expulsion because of the stupid.
We call it reverse engineering, Helio. Right.
Well, I mean, are they embarrassed because a drunk guy just freaking showed them how this shit is bull?
I hope so, man. I hope they're embarrassed.
I don't know. It's just that I tried to explain like the global vacuum argument, basically how they say, oh, because objects drop in a vacuum, that supposedly proves that gravity exists.
And that also explains their.
Wait, gravity is a different discussion. We were talking about air pressure.
Air pressure.
Yeah, basically, how they claim that gravity exists by using a vacuum and dropping objects in it.
Yeah, but we didn't even, dropping and rising. Well, I guess we talked about it a little bit, but that, as far as gravity, that really wasn't. Hold on. If you remember right, we didn't say gravity. Through that entire conversation, the word gravity was not brought up. It wasn't. So pay attention. You might figure some of this shit out.
You just might figure some of this shit out. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Modernize your memes, please.
Okay. But gravity. All right. Lulu said, I did say gravity. But as far as the attention toward gravity, that wasn't the focus. It was really more.
Yeah, there was no.
That wasn't the main focus. All right. See, Lulu won't even come in here and talk to us about it, but that's okay.
No problem.
But that and the new people and some of the other people won't necessarily get involved with this discussion. gravity itself is not the main focus.
Well, no, and it didn't start off that way either.
Oh yeah, wild beast.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
It started out with the whole
actually, I
container
think it is.
experiment about
Like it's
helium and
container, gravity, moving.
yeah, it wasn't about gravity at all. It was about helium and a container and all these bullshit experiments and
Yeah,
it was going.
Where's the container? Where's it at?
Right, it was an experiment in the balloon. The balloon was a container.
Yep.
You know what? Do you know what? Lulu's right. Gravity came up when they said when we went into the container in the freaking
But this doesn't matter, right, Helio? Because that was in the crux
the
of their.
vacuum.
That was the crux of the. It doesn't matter, right? Because it wasn't the crux of the argument, right? It was about
exactly
right. It doesn't matter at all. It was
because
the whole
there
point.
are no natural vacuums in reality.
Exactly. That was the point. You're right, and we knew that from the get go, from his entire. Because that was the first thing he said. Spiel was that experiment in the whole container business, and that's what the first thing I said was the container. What container? Where was the container? What did who facilitated the container? Who's in charge of the container? Who manipulated the container? But there was never any answer.
Yeah, cool, man. Thanks for backing me up on that. A lot of people give me a lot of shit on here, but I let
Hey,
that
Helio.
shit roll off.
Helio,
But,
is your drink in a container?
I'm gonna take a drink right now from my container.
Me too, man. I'm a container drinker. I'm a total
But I'm
container
gonna tell
drinker.
you, and there is liquid in the container, but I wouldn't contribute it to gravity because I don't think that should exist.
Gravity is a hoax.
Well,
I'm in the glass. My vodka in my glass,
specific
and
gravity.
the ice in my glass.
It's
that's
specific
floating
gravity. I'm gonna go with
on the top of my glass.
specific gravity.
Is that gravity?
Specific gravity. Specific gravity.
Oh,
It's the new sextant. Specific gravity is the new sextant. Trust me. All right.
Is there any vodka drinkers in the chat?
I drank vodka this week.
I got this vodka, right? I got this new vodka. It's from Poland. It's called Blisk. BLYSK.
Nice.
Blisk. It's got a red like phoenix on the bottle or something. I don't know.
Okay.
It's delicious. It's delicious.
It's delicious. Did you hear that? We like that.
It's delicious.
There's
I recommend anybody local. I mean, it is kind of top shelf. You're not gonna get in your regular
top. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not getting it at the gas station. I want to go, a little further. This stuff, I think it's Blisk. BLYSK. Vodka.
With the
Poland.
Blisk. We like vodka. Yeah. Glad. Where's Glad? Sean, you do great Russian accent. I tell you, man.
Blisk. Blisk.
You do Blisk vodka. It makes good. Yes, good.
It make you good. It make you hard. Like
make you good. You good drink.
Make you good. Make you flat earth. Belief.
Flat vodka.
Make you flat.
I heard Glatt do his Russian today, man. I was laughing my ass off.
Delicious though. I'm serious though. This Blisk.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, bro. Made me laugh. Hey, Earth flat because star round. Earth round because star round. Flat.
Earth flat because Biden's son fucking Ukraine. And Biden had to fuck up Ukraine for save son.
Earth equals round because move sky round or sun thing.
That should be moving. The sky be moving. That means Earth is moving. That shit is moving everywhere.
Moving. I mean, we moving, motherfucker.
It should be.
If you think sitting on the ground. You see the plane, moving. I'm moving. The plane not moving. I'm moving.
I'm
plane?
moving. I'm moving.
I'm moving. That
I'm
plane
moving.
sitting still.
I'm
But I'm moving.
I'll be gone
Yeah,
here in
man,
like. I'm leaving in like 15
No, we
minutes.
don't go.
I
Where
gotta
you
go. But
going?
All right, so there's
I
time
got like
limit.
15 minutes, man. I
All
gotta
right,
scoot,
so
man.
Flat Earth dude
You ain't
has
got
to
nothing to
leave,
do.
and what? How many minutes do you
About
have?
15, man. I gotta Scooby
Oh
Doo, man.
shit! Oh, we're
To do
gonna
what,
make
man?
the
You ain't
best of
Scooby Doo
this
my
for
ass. You ain't got
15
nothing to do.
minutes.
We gotta make the best of it, man, real quick.
Oh yeah,
You
we're
ain't
gonna
done shit.
fucking
You ain't got nowhere
we're
to
gonna
go.
roast
You
each
know what
other
I'm
and get the
saying? Yeah.
fucking. We're gonna get
You,
this
oh
shit out of
man,
our
I'm
system.
on the wrong
We
time.
gotta get some shit out of our fucking cuckoo.
I'm Austin. I'm
Hey,
really pissed about some of the shit that people are. What's going on in the world?
Let it out, Helio. Let it out.
Let it go,
You
man.
try
Let
to
it go.
let
Get
it
some of your
go.
chest.
Let yourself flow.
In
Slow and
Soviet
low.
Russia,
That is the tempo.
That's
Are
good.
you?
Who
Don't
is
do
that?
that.
Who's that? Who's that?
Please don't
If
do that.
I've
anybody's
been
Soviet
working.
Russia, vodka drink you.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
That's the
Yo,
Beastie
So good, man.
In
Boys.
Soviet Russia, prostitute pay you.
Do this from Poland.
You do not come to Mother Russia without getting paid for sex. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
That's hilarious, man. Oh shit.
No, but seriously, man, yeah, Flutter.
Hey, I was just wondering if you know that shit. Never mind.
You will
Glad
have to speak
Since you're having a brain fart, let
clearly.
me ask you guys this. Can I ask you guys some serious for like serious some real
No,
serious
you
for a
may
minute?
not.
How do
It
I
is after midnight,
past
and we
midnight?
are going to let everything hang out.
Hold on, everybody's talking at the same time.
No, I have a serious question to ask
Hey,
real
is
quick.
Don Pettit here?
About no.
I want
Let
Don.
me ask a real
All
serious
right,
question about Flat Earth real
Don
quick.
Pettit has to answer the question though. Go ahead, ask your question.
The
Go ahead.
Russian accent was by request. I
Well,
don't know
shut the
if I
fuck
want
up
to do
about
talk
Russian
to that
accent.
right
I
now.
want to ask something about real Flat Earth for a
Oh,
minute.
that sounds cool, but I'm saying
Pettit
it
is in
doesn't
the-
work if
God
everybody's
damn it.
talking at the same
Will you
time.
drunk
That's what I mean.
asshole shut up for a minute?
It's all good.
Shut
Listen.
up.
Listen
How
to
do
him.
I?
He will ask
I'm
question.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
How do I? I've been on here like maybe a year, maybe or more,
yeah.
and I don't. I'm curious as how do I bring people to this channel? I don't know how to.
Well,
People that I
people
talk to in the
use
world.
the internet
I don't know
these
how to.
days. So
Why don't
what
you
you
let him
need to
finish
do
talking?
is
You shut the
basically
Can I
fuck up.
please?
go onto
Can you
the
please?
internet browser.
No,
Yes.
fuck Google.
Hey man, I got
Find
you.
the
I got you.
URL. Find the thing after
I know that you.
HTTPS
Hey,
colon slash
Yeah. Okay.
whatever that
Thank you.
is.
Yes,
Thank you.
Slurf.
Find
Well,
that, share the
That's
link
great
to
advice.
this show with
I mean, people
everyone you
reluctant
can.
to
You
find
have
it,
cell
so
phone
that
in hand in pocket all day. So
It's
use
very,
that to
it's,
show
it's
people
very, it's
one
very
by
difficult
one.
to find. It's very difficult to find us,
Hey Plop,
but
I
we
got
are
you.
you should
here.
probably go
Share
back
that
to
fine.
24,
Telegram.
In
we're here
Soviet
24
Russia,
hours a day.
Flat Earth promote
We are here.
itself.
Yeah, Flat Earth has no limit. There is no limit to Flat Earth.
Listen, Polar
We,
Bear
we
hunt
talk
you.
about this 24 hours a day here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Greatest place to listen about Earth on Earth.
And
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a reason that we
yeah,
had to
yeah,
stop
yeah.
working with Russians, and that's because they just attacked Ukraine. And I guess
best,
I haven't
the
been to
best.
either place, so I don't really know. But anyway, we can't
That's
go
a
back
great.
to the moon, and I want to know why.
This is the.
Fauci. I
I
thought he
was
was
going
dead.
to tell you, as a transgender, I love this place. Flat Earth Discord is the most. It's my favorite place. They
Hey,
they
we got
totally
a celebrity here.
support
Helio.
transgenders, and
Helio.
this is the most fabulous place for
Helio.
everyone to support transgenders and Flat Earth. It's right here.
Listen, in Soviet
24/7
Russia,
Flat
gender
Earth.
pick you.
And all you have to do is just go on YouTube and type in 24/7 Flat
Gender
Earth Discord,
you.
and you'll find us right there. And you just click the link, and you'll be able to find us right here. You come in here live.
And that's not very respectful.
Do you hear that?
Sorry,
you
what?
hear that? Sphere Earthers, you hear that? What he just said.
Yeah.
That's how you get. That's how you get in here.
Hit it up, Helio.
No,
I'm
Sean,
too tired to do the damn
And
accents. I love
Russia,
you guys.
Earth makes you flat.
I am here to show you that globe bullshit. Okay, globe bullshit. I can totally prove globe bullshit.
In Soviet Russia, horse shit step
Fuck
in
Soviet
you.
Russia, the Poland, the Blisk vodka. Blisk
Drink Blisk vodka.
We drink vodka and globe bullshit. Okay, fucker.
Blisk vodka rhymes with flat Earth.
We go
In Soviet Russia, Earth measure you, which is counterproductive.
Oh, you guys are still in the Russian vodka.
I love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Vodka proof flat Earth.
Let me think.
My sister proved flat Earth on her back.
On her back. See, my sister.
I give you my sister.
That's nasty.
That's nasty. Yeah, that could get wicked. Time out.
I
Man.
give you my sister.
My
She comes from
sister
Ukraine. She comes from Ukraine.
Oh, here we go. All right. Hey, this is the greatest place on Earth to talk about Earth.
For real.
Bar none. If there's
That's
a better
true.
place on Earth to talk about Earth.
If you have a certain disposition,
send me
it
a
might
link.
not. If you have a disposition a certain way, it might
Easiest
not
place
be
on
the
Earth to talk about
funnest
Earth.
place to talk about it for you, but it definitely is the best place to talk about it.
Dude, far none, man. Far none. Bar
Get
none.
your ass in
Ever.
here.
You mean bar
Adam
none? Yeah,
Unsalted.
bar none.
Yeah. That's a good link. Right there.
Anyway.
Discord.gg/flat earth.
Yeah, put it out there.
Get your ass in there.
Flat Earth. Fucking find us.
Hey,
Mongo's, come on. Hey,
when
if you
we're
like talking about
messing
Earth,
around
man,
with each other, we're just clowning, but we are good people to talk to.
if you
Yeah,
want
I'm
to talk about
sorry.
Earth,
Just
man.
be real shit.
We're
I was
just
joking
we're
around.
just a little bored. So get your ass in there.
I'm a little drunk.
Click
I'm sorry.
that
I'm
link.
clowning around.
What you have to
Dude,
do when
you're
you
drinking vodka.
join,
I drink
go to the VC check-in
IPA.
room.
Helio
I
drink.
drink gasoline, bro.
Get your ass checked in.
He drink Arkansas bitter. I drink IPA California.
No.
I can't do IPA.
No, I don't drink IPA. I drink Miller Lite.
He drink piss straight from can.
In Russia, vodka drinks you.
See, I did the call for all the other drunk.
Hey guys, trust the plan.
Trust the plan.
Can I trust the bendy water from PP? When I take bendy water, I tell you every time my PP bend. If my PP bend, it must be globe. Okay, it must be globe. Because my PP bend. Unless I'm girl. If I was girl, not PP. No PP bend.
Yeah, girl PP usually goes straight down unless they have skills. You know what I'm saying?
But my PP bend. I seen bendy PP, therefore globe. Okay.
It's called an arc.
It's an arc. It's definitely a 3959 arc for sure.
Hey, gentlemen, if I may, real quick, you know what's interesting is that they predict that the next solar eclipse is going to happen in what, like a month? I think it's in April. No, I think it's in April. I think it's late in April. There's going to be another eclipse, and so it's interesting. The whole
viewable in America.
Is that where they say it's going to be? I mean, witnessed? I'm not sure.
That brought it up. You're telling us. Why don't you tell us?
Yeah, I think. Well, I think. But no, I'm not sure. I just remember hearing about the next eclipse. I don't know where it's going to be witnessed.
Solar
I'm not
or
sure.
lunar? Solar
I think it's solar.
I think it's lunar.
Is it lunar?
It's probably one of them. It's probably one
I
of
think it's
them.
solar.
Somebody Google that shit straight away, man. Somebody figure that
But it's
shit.
interesting how when that does happen, though, the whole you know, you hear for like a month leading up to it, all those news stories and all the everything that they put out there about it and how everything works. But, we know for a fact that they're lying.
Hey, did you guys see that lunar eclipse a couple of years ago? Full lunar eclipse. It was like 7 degrees in Arkansas. I was like standing outside going, I was like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I'm standing out in 7 degrees outside going, oh, this is brilliant. And I was just like freezing to death with some binoculars, 50 times binoculars going, that looks beautiful. And I'm just like, I don't know how long I can stand this.
I suck eclipse, therefore globe. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, it has nothing to do with
therefore globe
nothing to do with Earth shape at all. But anyway,
I know that. I'm not trying to say
dude,
that.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm fascinated with the eclipses. Bring it up. Yeah, sure.
Bring it up, man.
It's just interesting because they, that they bring it up. I brought it up because they bring it up.
Let's bring up the Selenilian fucking eclipse.
No, they never bring that shit up.
They won't bring
they're
that
scared
shit
of that shit. Yes.
All right.
No, but seriously, I mean, so is there a new eclipse coming this year?
No, in April. It's supposedly there's a solar eclipse. I remember there's a solar eclipse happening sometime in April. I think late April. I don't exactly remember where exactly you're supposed to see it, but it's interesting the fact that they just say that
April 30th.
regardless of. I'm sorry, was somebody looking it up?
I'm looking it up.
If there's an eclipse next month, and we can't see it from here in America, but somebody else can see it.
But that's crazy.
That means that the globe Earth is bullshit.
Well, yeah, exactly. So why would they even say that then? Why would they even say, "Hey, April, it's going to be an eclipse"?
Send us a link. We'll figure it out.
I got time and date pulled up here. Hold on. Look.
You got it. You pulled it up.
Yeah.
I'm not.
That's what we do. That's what we do. If somebody brings up,
there's a partial.
Yeah, I'm not full of shit, man. I wouldn't just say that shit just to say it.
No, I'm not saying you're full of shit. I'm just saying,
there's 2 eclipses this year, man.
And shit.
They're both solar and they're both partial eclipses. Okay.
Oh, shit.
One is on April 30th, and you can see it in South America. Right?
Yeah.
The next one is a partial solar eclipse in like England, Russia, parts of Africa, Middle East, shit like that. You can see it's a partial solar eclipse.
Okay. Well, okay. Let me ask a quick question because I brought that shit up for a reason, right? Yeah. I remember when I was a kid. When I was in school, they used to bring us out of the fucking classroom and make them cardboard boxes to look at an eclipse. And they used to tell us, this is the last full eclipse you go see in 30 years.
Yeah, you're not going to see it.
But it seems like every other year, they advertise it in some bullshit ass half-ass eclipse.
There is a lunar eclipse coming up May 15th. It's going to happen. It's a full lunar eclipse total. We can see it in North America, Asia, Africa, South America, Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and Antarctica. May 15th. That's a lunar eclipse.
That's this year? May 15th this year?
Yeah, we can see a lunar eclipse this year, man.
What about the one you said April 30th? What about the one April 30th? What was that?
May 15th is the lunar, and April 30th is the partial.
Oh, so we'll see one in April and May?
No, we're not going to see it in America, man. No.
No.
We ain't gonna see fuck all, nothing, man. It's happening down there in South America. Anyway, man. Then we got another total of lunar eclipse in November. So we got one. We have 4 eclipses this year, man.
Holy shit, 4?
I'll tell you what was really fascinating for me is I remember when I was a young man, and actually I was a teenager.
Like 80 years ago, nigga.
Yeah, well, it was about 30 years ago. They took they had everyone in the entire I was in junior high school, right?
Yeah.
They took everyone and had a television screen, right? And we all watched what you guys are Flat Earth dude, you know what I'm about to say, right?
Yep.
Just say it. Come on, say it.
The Challenger launch, right?
Blow
the first civilian launched into space. Right?
She's gone, but she's also a professor.
Ooh, that dream of
Dude, the Challenger is like all these. This is like the Challenger astronauts, but they're taking they're like, hey, we got you. You're a teacher. You don't know shit about space, but we do because we're astronauts. And guess what happened when I was as a child? They took everybody out of the classroom and we're all like watching this shit live. They stopped school.
Hey,
all
you know what this is? You guys talked about this last night, man. That's called mass hypnosis, mass psychosis, mass fucking trauma-based mind control, man. Mass trauma-based mind control.
If he knew that this should happen to us type of people. I was taken out of class, and everyone in the school had TVs in their classroom.
Yes.
Hey, let's watch this first civilian who
die. Let's watch people die. Let's watch people die. That's a good idea. Hey, kids, gather around, man. We're gonna watch some people die. Boom! Hey, ain't that a bitch? Hey, fuck!
Brilliant! It's brilliant. No,
brilliant.
that
Fuck,
shit is
it
brilliant.
is brilliant, man. Fucking
Brilliant.
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 Fucking.
Because think about it. You
Edward
you got all
Bernays
these people, all these kids
shit.
fantasizing about space and fantasizing about exploring
Hey,
space.
hold on though. Wasn't it brilliant though? Because she was doing the master's work, right? I mean, just like I attempted it, but I never made it. But I was doing the best thing. I was hanging out with the most academic and athletic people, because astronauts, they're fucking I mean, astronauts, I mean, fuck, they got all the
But that's when the space program, after that ended, there was no more talk about going anywhere after that. After they did that that bullshit, there was no more talk ever about anybody going anywhere. They squashed all that talk.
Yeah, and then the ISS just appeared in space and nobody ever told you how they built it, right?
Right.
And
yeah,
and nobody remembers how the ISS was built. It was just all the fucking sudden there.
Yeah.
So
that's
call
real.
me a dick. Call me a dick for not believing their bullshit.
Well, you are a dick,
Call me a
but
dick
I'm
all
not
day
going to call you
long.
a dick for that.
I am a dick.
I mean, you are a
see,
dick.
I'm a dick for
you're a dick,
every other reason
I'm gonna say you're a dick
besides that one.
You're an asshole. You're a fucking asshole. I hate you, but not for that
and
reason.
a dick, but not for that. Yeah, because I saw they pulled me out of class to watch this fucking teacher die.
No,
in the Challenger.
I was right there with you. I was sitting in a circle with my classmates. I think I was in like second grade or third grade. sitting in a fucking
I
classroom.
was
Well,
I was
watch
in,
this
I
fucking
was in fucking
bullshit.
7th grade, I think, or 6th grade. That I watched this fucking teacher die in 7th grade, and I
How
was
old are
like
you? Hold on, how old are you?
horrified. I'm
horrified.
I'm
Horrified.
40.
Fine.
I'll be 49 this year.
Hey,
Oh, shit, you older than me. I'm 43. So what the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah.
Hold on.
No, I
No,
I
no,
actually I
All
was
right.
there. I was there fucking in 8th grade. I think it was no, it was
Yeah,
7th grade.
you have been.
7th or 8th
Yeah.
grade. And they pulled everybody in the school. They had TVs for everyone to watch this fucking teacher die.
Die.
Everybody in the school was they like TVs in every room to watch this fucking teacher get exploded. But nobody was in that fucking space shuttle. We all know that now,
Yeah.
but
That shit
it
funny.
was just like look at the trauma.
Nobody.
I thought it really
Trauma,
happened back then. Fucking A.
MK Ultra trauma. Helio. Hey, there's somebody in the chat says they're tired of listening to drunk guy, and I was like, which drunk guy?
Which one?
Yeah, which one?
And I was like, oh, okay, like Helio. They pointed you out, Helio, fuckers.
That's okay. I'll shut
Come
up
on,
if
guys.
they want.
Nah.
Hey, if they're
Well,
trying to
I'll probably
listen
say
to
right now,
me,
he's not the
hey,
only
if they're
drunk one in the
trying to
chat.
listen to me,
We got
get your ass in here and make some more sense than I'm
make some
making
more
right
sense
now.
than we're making.
Because
Yeah.
if you
Come on,
think
get your ass.
if you think that a teacher died on the Challenger and you can prove it for a fact, as a matter of fact, get your ass in here and fucking tell me.
Look, I've been drinking this bottle
Because
of bliss,
they gave me
and I'm
this
lit.
fucking trauma when I was in 7th grade. What the fuck is going on with you? I'm tired of listening to a drunk guy.
I was got the drunk guy, man. Fine.
You guys always have some drunk assholes on here. Or drunk flat earthers.
Assholes on
That's
here.
why they think the earth is flat, because they're drunk.
They're drunk. Flat earthers are all drunk.
Even though they just put fucking fake fucking space movies in front of our face all the time. Flat earthers think the earth is flat because they're drunk. I mean, fuck you, man.
Fuck off. Take that.
See, I heard you going off flat earth, dude, the other night. I was just laughing. I wasn't in here, but I was listening
Yeah.
to you out here.
Sorry.
You were going
It
off
happens.
the other
It
night.
happens.
And this is the same way I feel. It's like these fucking assholes
Fucking
think they have
assholes.
something. Yeah, they're just assholes and fucking people.
Bring your shit.
Hey, you flat earthers are so dumb because you're just ignorant about the real truth that we have everywhere. And every time we come in here and when we spend time, trying to bring them and prefer real information, we try. All right. We're gonna calm down a little bit.
It is honestly strange, though. It is honestly strange when you research the people that were supposedly on that ship.
Bring it.
Why do you continually get people that are still alive to this day? When you
I mean that's another clue.
I mean, that's really odd. Like how is it that every person that was on that ship had a twin?
Still
was like the same.
Twins. I was a twin.
Almost everybody on that fucking Challenger flight is
It's the truth though. When I looked into that shit, and actually where I live in Wisconsin, one of the dudes that was supposedly on that ship is actually a professor here at the
I
university.
wasn't even gonna bring that up, but Paul brought it up.
There's actually somebody here to this day that is a professor at the University of Wisconsin that's supposedly on that flight. But you Google that shit all day. Every person that was on supposedly they're still alive to this day. But when you try to deep dive further, I'm sorry, that bliss got me bliss. But they got me bliss. Like it's a twin. They all had twin brothers and sisters.
They all had twins and with the same names exactly. My bad. My bad. Yeah, Yeah, smoke that one in your pipe there, Globy. Roll a bowl, man, would you? Come on, man. Any of you Mongos in the YouTube chat want to jump in, man? The link's below, man. It's in the description. You click that link, man. Get your ass in here. Bring your whatever you got, man. If you got something, man, I would love to see.
I mean, show me some curve.
Show me some
come jump in here. Show me a curve.
bendy water. Show me some
see some
fucking
curve.
bendy water. Or anything like that would be cool.
Yeah, well, come on.
Axial rotation.
I'm desperate to believe in a sphere. Come on.
Air pressure without a container, man.
To be honest, we're looking for curvature of Earth. I mean, there's plenty of curves everywhere, but
my girl got curves.
Specifically about that's what I'm
my
saying.
girl got curves.
Don't get nasty. Don't get nasty. Maybe
the only
that's
curves
just
I
in
know.
my mind. I mean, it's
the
just
only curves
every natural man always thinks about curves all the time. But we're talking about curvature of Earth.
I'm talking about
existing.
Gas pressure without a container, man. I farted once, and I could hear the gas pressure being released. What do you think
You
of
ever
that?
put a lighter to your ass?
I fart every day.
Have you ever put a lighter to your farts? Anybody?
Yeah, me. I've done it. I've done it.
We're off into the weeds, but we can
we
can cut the weeds down.
Rocket science.
We can get back to some science. Hey, gas pressure without a container is science. Last time I checked,
that's rocket science.
But if you think about global warming, I mean, I put a lighter to my butt before when I farted, I see it. That's global warming. I'm contributing to the destruction of the earth. Obviously,
this global warming.
Let's get back to all right, well, just moving toward fake space and getting back to let's do this. It's just really kind of disgusting what they did to a lot of children. I mean, I was subject to this fake Challenger flight where here's what they did. In my opinion, you can believe me or not. What they did is they said, hey, we have all these astronauts that are risking their lives to, go on the Challenger and do this. And there's one civilian happens to be a teacher, right? And so since they've done some other space shuttle flights before that, but this one happens to have a civilian who's a teacher. Right? Okay. So it's a teacher. And so for this.
Well, she was a woman too. It was a woman too, right?
This, well, it doesn't necessarily matter if it's a woman or not. In my scenario, how they made this happen. So this teacher is a civilian, right? The rest of them are astronauts, right? So they're going to do this space flight on the space shuttle. First time ever civilian flight by a teacher. So they have hundreds of thousands of children put in front of a TV thing. This is what happened to me at my school. This teacher was on the space shuttle Challenger, and guess what happened? We all know what happened. Why would they put hundreds of these astronauts have been on these space flights many times before, and they didn't sit students in front of the television before this, but every single person that lived in my era that I talked to, when this one happened, when they were at school, they put a TV in front of their face to watch the teacher die.
Sure.
Every fucking buddy that was alive at that time, they stopped school for everyone to watch this teacher die, and they didn't even get to space. So, it's really dangerous for astronauts to go to space.
Didn't they kind of do the same thing? If you think about it, it's the same scenario that happened with Kennedy, right? They put him on this pedestal and put him out there.
They put him right down there in Dallas, right, where he could get his
almost the same thing. This big spectacle, right? And they blew his head off in front of everybody in exactly the same way that they did with the.
Yeah,
with
it's so embarrassing. I mean, once you figure it out, it's so embarrassing how ignorant the masses are. It's just like, let's do this so we can just freaking
manipulate. You know, this is manipulation.
And what's the word? I can't even think of it.
Indoctrinate. I mean,
no, it's even worse than that. It's shit. I can't.
It's like the
There's so many words.
I know what you're trying to say. I think we all do. It's like dishearten everybody's spirits so that like manipulate everybody.
It's a breaking.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you trust me, so I got
to break
you.
your spirit, right?
Yeah,
to break
they
everybody's
break the what's the word? I'll think of it in a second. But you don't realize it's happening. Your parents don't realize, and they're just like, "Oh my god, this teacher died in space. I can't believe this." It's like, dude, after that shit happened, and with the Challengers thing, they took everybody in the junior high. We were like all watching this, and it's like, oh shit, the Challenger fell apart. Oh shit, the teacher died. And school was shut down for the rest of the day. We had to go home. And it's like, it's just tragic. It's
I think a part of that reason was because there was at that time there's a big influx about children, young ages, thinking about space and wanting to get into that field and wanting to be interested in that, wanted to go into that environment. So they were like, well, let's take this regular person, let's take this regular teacher, put her up there and kill her, and then that will squash everybody's dreams of wanting to do that. And they'll think like, oh no, you can't just jump into a rocket ship and go into space.
I don't know. I mean, the cartoon of space was already established for quite a long time before that. But anyway, somebody was gonna ask
Helio,
something.
yeah. I want to tell you, have you seen what good lives are living those dead teachers? I mean, so many children have prayed for them. So, yeah, when so many children pray for you, then you will be living a very good life.
Well,
Wealthy.
shit, get them kids to pray for me because I ain't living that great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're about my age, aren't you? Like near 50?
Well,
Well,
41, yeah.
Yeah. So you're about the same age.
Getting there.
No, it's not a big deal. I'm just wondering. I mean, you remember that shit? I mean, did you guys?
I do. Yeah, I know. I was at school.
Did they? Yeah. Did they sit you down in front of the TV and watch the Challenger explode?
Actually,
Romania?
the teacher. Yeah, we didn't have a TV in the classroom or and stuff like
But
that.
you were aware
But the
quite,
teachers
you
were
know,
telling
right
us.
after you heard about it, right after it happened, right?
Yeah, in the very same day. Yeah,
Dude, in
and
America, they what made all of us watch it in America, watch it live.
yeah.
Fucked up, man.
So, we were still communists, you know,
Yeah.
and
It's
yeah,
crazy, bro. And it's just like all this comments, holy I mean, when you think it can't get any more fucked up, it just keeps getting more fucked up, bro. Fucking crazy, bro.
yeah.
So we're gonna do what we're gonna do, you know. It's like if they're gonna sit a bunch of kids around in America and make them watch a fucking teacher die or fake watch a teacher die.
Fake death.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, they're gonna fake make a hundreds of thousands of kids fake watch a teacher die. Holy fucking shit! They can do anything. I mean, it's like that's some evil motherfuckers.
well, they don't want you to know that.
Well, I do know, so fuck them. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to fucking, do what I gotta do.
It's funny because if you say this stuff to a policeman, there is law which forces him to arrest you, and you know.
Nah, a policeman is
Officially, yeah.
is official. I mean, he doesn't. He's not forced to do anything. He can make choices. So anyway, that's a different situation.
No, but yeah, when they see something, they have their code which they have to follow. You know. So
I was forced in junior high to watch them fake a teacher dying, and
yeah,
they made it look real, and I thought it was real. So in a space flight, and not only her but 6 other astronauts. I think that's fucked up, man. I didn't
you know
realize
what I call
until
that?
like I didn't realize that till like
They
4 years ago that it was all fake.
they have stolen prayers.
It's like, how can I
That's
respect any
I
authority
know.
when they put that
Well,
shit on me? You know what I'm
you know
saying?
that doesn't sound like such a terrible crime, but it actually is horrific. It's horror movie, a crime kind to steal
So, I mean,
prayer.
at the same time, when I was a young man like that, I used to watch a lot of horror movies, and I'd laugh at them, and I'd be like, "Oh shit, people are getting gored," and which that
Yeah,
was fake. But then
yeah, you know that.
they forced me to watch teacher get
Yeah,
sacrificed
yeah,
on
human
TV
sacrifice. Yeah,
in real life.
nothing
But
is more
she, she
satanic than
she
that.
actually didn't die. I know that for a fact now, but at the time I thought she actually died, and that was pretty
Such a
horrific.
tragedy. Yeah,
And so thank God she's probably still alive and doing her thing. But
there were teachers in high schools and universities who were literally crying in the classes for those people.
dude, everybody in my school, in high school, everything. I was in junior high at the time. There was high school. Everybody was forced to watch this This
Yeah.
listen.
Watch how they fakely die.
No. I'm just telling you. I mean, it wasn't that way in Romania, but in America, everybody in America was like, "Oh, we have the first civilian going to space in the space shuttle." So they stopped school. There were hundreds of thousands of students, junior high, high school. They stopped the class. They rolled TVs into the room so that you could watch this. And when the Challenger exploded,
You know what, Helio? They did.
hundreds
I
of
was in grade
thousands
school.
of young men and women saw that had no idea about the government bullshit at the time were like, "Oh fuck."
Helio, they did the same thing on 9/11.
Never made it to space. She died. She left her family at home. And they blame it on some O-rings. Remember, you guys remember the fucking O-rings?
Yeah. So it was a faulty. Yeah, I remember that. I was
Yeah,
in grade
see,
school.
but I actually was forced to watch that shit. They stopped the whole school. Everybody, every class had to watch it live.
But where did those
All
teachers
across
wanted to
America.
go? Did they
All
want
across
to go to Uranus or where?
Was that a joke?
They were going to the ISS.
What was their
think.
destination?
No, actually, I mean, it was like the space shuttle. Well, at that time, the space shuttle was just going to orbit. They were going to orbit and then launch a satellite. At that time, the space shuttle, and then they had their own little. They had their own little habitat or whatever. I don't even think because this was before the ISS. Because I think ISS was like 1991. Not spatial. ISS was like 1991,
I thought they were going to
92.
the moon. They weren't going. I thought they were going.
Well, who fucking told
That's
you
how I
that?
remember it. Maybe I'm wrong. 'Cause I was in grade school. You said you was in high school. I was in grade school when it happened.
I was in
So
junior high, dude. No, it was
the
when
space
the teacher,
shuttle.
when the first civilian died on the way to space. Anyway, what they were doing with the space shuttle, they were launching satellites basically, and so what they were going to do was go up there and float around for a few days, fucking launch a satellite, and then come back. But anyway, that fucking space shuttle, just disappeared. On the way, it was just like, and I watched it supposedly live.
It must have not been a very important satellite.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
It was, but seriously, I mean, I don't know if I'm making the high point about this. I wasn't the only I live in a very. I was growing up in a very small town in Arkansas, and they forced me to watch that shit live. And so that was happening all over America. They made us all watch the Challenger explode with the first civilian, quote unquote, in space. And
such a great show. It was a great show. Yeah.
Fucking sad.
Don't you agree?
Yeah, it was a great show, but it was fucking sad.
Based on that performance.
I actually want to kick everybody's ass that actually came up with that fucking great show. To be honest, I think
what would you do now if you had the knowledge you have now, and if you were in the class forcing you to see that video, what would you do?
Dude, you know what? Knowing what I know now, and if I knew they were going to do that to children, children from all across the United States,
Would you
I might
stand up to
I
your
might
teacher?
fucking go crazy. I might fucking
Yeah,
lose my
me
mind,
too. I will throw the
I
chair
might
in his
fucking
head.
be like, mother would be like, I'd probably be in prison right now. I mean, like, this motherfucker's crazy, but I know, knew they were gonna fake this fucking. Oh, dang it! Yeah, but I won't now because I didn't know ahead of time, and I was a little kid at the time. But dude, if I knew they were gonna do this to fucking children all across the United States and fake them killing a teacher because she was a hero, first civilian going to space and shit.
Yeah.
I would fucking be so pissed. I don't even know what I would do. I can't say.
It was the biggest hope of all mankind. A civilian to space, a teacher. The space is out there for every one of us. We're gonna go and travel the stars in 20 years. We will be like Star Trek is a joke, is a toy movie.
And none of
Yeah.
it was beneficial. Nothing from that mission had anything to do with anything. It's just like the only thing it had to do with
Just shut
was
up so
it was
quiet
just like
will.
a teacher attempted to go to space, with some other astronauts, and they all died too. And it's just like, well, fuck it, let's try it again. And it's like, motherfucker, you made us watch this shit. Anyway, so yeah, I would be, dude, if I knew ahead of time they were gonna do this shit, yeah, I would be fucking pissed, bro.
Helio.
I would start a
Helio,
revolution.
wait.
Like if I had
Helio.
like at least 2 weeks premonition about this, and I had the means to convince others, bro, we would have stopped that fucking Challenger launch. Anyway,
Do
what?
you know why the space shuttle program has ended?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Because it was complete bullshit from the start.
No. That's not why.
Really? What?
Because the video camera technology, of filming stuff.
Are you talking about the
has
landing? The landing when they had the
advanced.
jet engines and shit?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
But
that's cool. Hey, but check this
civilian,
out. They can't.
I'm
They
telling
couldn't
you,
keep it
in
up.
those
Just like with the
years,
bullshit. Like I just told you, I mean, the entire Challenger and all those different freaking space shuttle launches, all of it was bullshit, and they couldn't keep it up. That's why they stopped it, because it was so fake, just like the moon
yeah,
landing shit. I mean, it's all fake, So
exactly.
they
Yeah.
couldn't keep it up. That's why, I don't know why people believe it, but I do know why. They actually want to believe it, but they shouldn't. But I can't.
Well, there's
I'm
something.
not. I'm not in their mind, but they shouldn't
Yeah.
believe
You
this
see,
nonsense.
the more advanced technology we have, the less space program.
Well,
So
I mean,
nowadays,
how much?
everybody has in his pocket a 100 megapixels camera. This is, at the moment, it is very high resolution.
Hold on,
For
Jimmy. I know
yeah,
what you're getting at, but as far as taking a picture, man, I know kind of where you're gonna. How long before everybody figures out that all this globe stuff they're talking about is complete nonsense?
Yeah.
Because I mean, as far as culture wide, like across Earth, because I know, I mean, a Western culture, we just play around and just fucking cut around, and which Western culture I include England and certain parts of Africa and Eastern Europe. I mean Western Europe or Eastern Europe, not Western Europe, but there's some shit going on in Western Europe, and they're trying to fucking clown us on that shit right now. It's really getting deep, But anyway, so I didn't finish my question. What was your original question? Well, I mean, the original question is like flat globe, peace, death. Do you believe this or that happened in history? And so we're for the most part, the arguments are fairly shallow, and it really has to do more with beliefs than what we can prove about, what we can actually do. Which, to be honest, I can't do a goddamn thing from where I am. So, but
How many palological or ontological layers does the Earth have? Like in 4.5 billion years, how many layers
I don't see the Earth in that way.
has got built? Yeah, but I mean,
You fucking with me, aren't you? Because I don't see the Earth that way. There's no such thing as that. God dang it, man. Oh, man.
yeah,
I
when
mean, yeah,
last night
man. That's why I love you,
when
brother,
Matthew
man.
was here talking about dinosaurs.
Yeah, when I started bringing some of that shit up with him,
Yeah.
he shut the fuck up. He didn't know where to go from there. It's just like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
All
But
right,
yeah, if they
so
claim,
you dig down in the earth, you go back in time, and it's like,
yeah, they
yeah,
dig down,
probably.
they get to a layer, they call that a layer, and they say this layer belongs to 500 million years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, show me where the 4.5 billion years layer is then in this globe, because 1 billion years has 1,000 millions
God dang
of
it, man.
years. So there has
You're
to
gonna make
be
me late.
there
You're
has
gonna
to
make me
be
late for work tomorrow.
1,000 million layers there.
1,000 million layers that we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's going to happen is they're going to use science to
Well,
determine the
where are
age
these
of
fucking
the
layers in
layer.
the earth? Who fucking
Wait. They have
counted?
science. They have science, though. They have some science to throw.
Yeah,
Hold
the
on.
science is
They're
supposed
gonna.
to count them.
All right. So once they find these layers, they're either going to dig through the layers like with
Yeah, to the
brushes and
next one, and the
shovels and
next
shit,
one.
or they're going to use a tube and they can stick it way down and they're going to pull it back up. Oh, we have layers, which means that there were times, how this shit.
Helio, wait. When you look at the picture diagram with these stupid fucking layers, yeah, in that picture you will see
Part of
a
Earth.
couple of them. 4, 5, 6, 7 layers.
Which one are you talking about? I don't see what you're.
Yeah, I'm talking when they show the Earth, like when you cut an egg in split, you know, and in the middle you have the core, and then the
Yeah,
magma, and then the
that's not what
stupid
they're
layers.
saying, though. That's not what they're saying, though.
Yeah, but where are the
Necessarily.
4 billion years layers? You know, there has to be at least
Well,
1 billion
they can't
layers.
age them. They presume ages according to certain fossils. But I mean, they can find fossils in certain layers, but they don't really have
Yeah,
evidence of transitional fossils. They just they have their own story about
yeah,
about evolution. Yeah, but the layers don't necessarily give them time, and this is where they're wrong about it. Yes, there are fossils, but it doesn't. It does represent time. There was a time when those fossils were buried. You know, I
yeah.
mean, fuck yeah.
Which
And
time?
you know, you can't say it's 4.5 billion years ago, or 12.5 billion years, or 25 billion years,
Look,
or
Helio, Helio.
and I'll tell you what.
Every year,
Yeah,
every year.
hold on.
Yeah,
They have fossils that are most of the fossils they find. The vast majority are oceanic or river fossils. They're water. And the only way a fossil is formed is when it's rapidly buried by dirt. You wouldn't find a fossil if it was just standing on top of a
yeah,
land. A fossil wouldn't form unless it's rapidly buried by dirt or volcanic ash. And
yeah.
those are
Dead
two different
animals
types of
are
fossils.
eaten by others or by ants. You know, and yeah.
Or they
So,
just decay. They just decay into dust. If there's
I don't think a leash can escape ants. I mean, nothing escape ants.
well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if
Yeah,
an animal dies on the land, its skeleton will decay before it's ever fossilized. Fossils
yeah,
only happen when it's rapidly buried.
yeah. Correct.
So if you're going to find a dinosaur fossil, that means that it was either rapidly buried by water or some type of major volcanic event or something. And so the fossils are remineralization of the bones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, I have some I don't think they've ever actually found dinosaurs. Just saying that I could be wrong about this. I don't, but I don't think there's any dinosaurs. Not that way. Because if they found dinosaurs, they would find a shitload of them in one place. They did.
They could not live in this world.
Well, sure, but if they were fossilized because they were buried, I mean,
I
no.
would
Listen,
say,
that's what fossils are. You can only find bones fossilized if they're rapidly buried by volcanic ash or dirt.
well, there's no account for
Because otherwise,
volcanoes erupting and covering the world, but We have accounts of a great flood. You know.
Sure, yeah, I'm down with that, but the timeline doesn't necessarily align with that.
And when we talk about volcanoes, it's always something local, like Pompeii, for example.
Sure, yeah, and I'm down with that too. Well, I mean, to be honest, I'm not discounting, the global flood either, because I grew up as a Christian, and I don't know what this world is. Maybe God did fucking start everything over, and
no, he
we're
didn't start
trying to
over.
figure this out from there, and
With the flood, he separated the old world from the new world. So to get into the old world, you have to swim that big flood. It's a huge ocean. You have to swim through it
unless
to go
you're on
back
Noah's
into
Ark,
the old world.
unless
Yeah.
you're on Noah's Ark, right?
Yeah. Well, you see, he flooded it because this new world, we are foretold that it will all be burned. So it has to burn like somewhere in our future. It has to ignite, and when it will ignite, it will start burn everything. Like all these times that we lived, they will burn away.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it will.
It burn.
Because
It
Yeah,
burn.
Will.
What the? No, it won't.
yeah,
No, it
the
burns.
fire of Armageddon is foretold that it will catch the dead
Oh
in
my
their graves,
god.
and um, you see, death will be taken away from people. So yeah, this fire
All right,
has to
cool,
take
cool.
away
So,
your
well, I guess
death. You know?
I think of it in a different way. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
After
It's just
Noah's
speculation.
after
Yeah, but
Noah's flood. Yeah, I mean it's all speculation. After Noah's flood, which, to be honest, in my opinion, I think it's all speculation. But I have no idea what this place is. But every symbology is pertinent, and none of us know about this. But it's definitely pertinent. So it should be taken seriously because we don't actually know. You know what I mean?
yeah, we are bringing into the world stuff which was not supposed to be existing.
No.
Or
Why
it
would
was
you
not
say it's
supposed
not
to be
supposed to be?
physical.
No,
Yeah,
it's happening for a reason. I would never say it's not supposed to be because it's happening. How can you say something's not supposed to be when it's actually happening that way? Like
uh,
as
because it's
far as like,
coming from the
listen,
underworld.
what other world?
Under.
Oh, the underworld. Oh,
Yeah.
this. Well, I mean, I prefer to. This people are going to think I'm weird. Whatever. I think it's more of a recycle or a co-cycle, where it's just like it's more of a balance. It's more of a balance than like like black versus white or like a negative world, just like pulling
No,
back and
no.
forth.
It's all that we experience is physicality, yeah, existence. But there is stuff which hasn't been created, hasn't been brought to existence. And these are things like unnatural, everything that is unnatural. And to give you an example of a unnatural thing is like our inability to go back in time and become your own father. This is something unnatural. But
Well, that's correct. I mean, yeah, that's unnatural
yeah,
and impossible in my
yeah.
mind. Yeah.
Well, the
What
nature forbids it. It forbids us
you can't
to
be
do
your
any
own
such
father.
thing. Yeah, but there is an entity which actually Lucifer is the son of Satan, but Lucifer is older than Satan. Satan is now in his infancy. Satan was created by God, but he wasn't given life nor a body. We will give Satan life and body, and we will give him life, which obviously is not life from God of life. We are not righteous to give
Is this something
to
from the Romanian culture, this- I'm being genuinely honest because I didn't hear something like this in my culture. I'm just wondering.
yeah, I did read Zamolxism, Greek mythology, the Book of Enoch, and the Bible, and
and from your
trying to fit everything together.
yeah.
I see
Well,
these
you don't have to
stories
try.
that
It
I'm
is
telling
together.
you. Yeah,
And I'm asking you because I sort of agree with you on some of
yeah,
this because it's not black and white. It's not like devil did this and devil did that and I did this and I
yeah.
did.
The way I see it is like many cultures has made observations and they wrote down the way they understood, the way they heard, and yeah, when you look in a different civilization, culture, history, you get their version of event, but you find the same event explained to another country in another culture, and the names are a little bit different and the event is also a little bit different, but it's actually overall, when you picture it in a big picture, overall is the same story, you know
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, Jebby Jeff,
yeah.
when you see Satan, and I know you do, and I see
Mm.
Satan too.
Yeah, Satan for me
He's like
is
I see you. And I'm like, yeah, I see your ass too. Yeah, I got this. And so
uh
that's all
the
I need.
way I see
I ain't scared.
Satan
I ain't scared of
is
Satan.
like the ancient Greeks. I think the ancient Greeks, they gave a new name to Satan, and that word is system. They replaced the name Satan with the word system.
Oh, that
System is a Greek word,
works out.
and yeah, a system is. I mean, even us, the human beings, we are a complex assembly of systems.
Mm-hmm.
We have the skin system, the digestive system, the bone system, skeleton,
That's
the
the
muscular
physical. That's the
system.
physical world,
Yeah,
though. But it's also
yeah,
intrinsically connected to our
mhm,
spirit as
yeah,
well. So you have to be
yeah,
aware. Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, I love
Uh,
this spirit talk that you guys are talking about. But I
hello.
just wanted to see if you guys wanted to talk about some of the stuff we've been talking about in YouTube chat.
Yeah. What are you guys
Sure.
talking about on YouTube?
This
Yeah.
is I know it's so goofy. It's so goofy. I'm not here. I'm just a chat skank, you
Wait,
know.
what me and Jebby Jet were just talking about is more goofy than anything you could bring up. We're talking
No,
about
what you guys
Satan
were talking
and
about wasn't goofy. Like
spirit
my
We were off
goofiness
topic
is about
anyway.
the
Yeah.
goofiness that we're
Oh
still
no,
talking
it's all
about the
good.
shape of the Earth, which is goofy. to me because like everybody wakes up and we have a reality, and then people want to deny
Bring it
this
out.
reality.
What are they saying? What are they
And
saying?
so their best effort against the flat Earth proof positive of we see too far is our black swan imagery, which we have many different black swans. But their best effort is that the oil rigs is a conspiracy theory, that the distances to the oil rigs is a conspiracy, and that we shouldn't just believe the distances to the oil rigs because for God knows what reason, and I'm saying like, please, come up with a channel for the conspiracy theory that offshore oil rig distances are a hoax. Like I'm interested. That sounds like a wild conspiracy theory to me. Wild.
That's really interesting. So,
and that's the best they
so
have.
are they saying
They're
that
saying that 9.61 miles is fake. They want me to tell them that, and then they want me to tell me how I verified it. And so I'm like, whoa, like, like, tell me why you disbelieve it first. Like, make that YouTube channel for 24/7 hours.
that's really interesting?
think
Hey,
these
they can go to Santa Barbara and actually, verify. Actually, you can go on Google Maps and verify it for yourself. You don't even have to go to Santa Barbara.
It goes to the same. It goes to the same thing. It's like, oh, I don't believe in the Eiffel Tower. Like, I haven't been there. It's like, well, that's something you can actually go do.
Verify. Correct.
But and so that's the problem that they bring, and they think it's a gotcha for me, and I'm like, no, I'm
Like
literally not going to tell you that the
BLMSP has
oil rig distance is
been there 3
9.61
times.
miles. Like, I'm not going to tell you that. What I'm going to say is, why don't you make a 24/7 Discord about why offshore oil rig distances are a hoax? I guarantee you, I will tune in, and if you convince me that offshore oil rig distances are a hoax,
Hell yeah.
I'll be all with you.
That's
but they're
what
not
I'm
ready
talking
to do that.
about.
So
Yes.
what would
Hell
be
yeah,
what would be a hoax then? If the oil rig is not 9.4,
Yeah, that's what I'm
9.61
saying.
miles
What
away, but it will be 9.6.
No, I mean, yeah,
miles.
I mean, well, I guess they're trying to say that it's measured by nautical miles, which you count off by ropes.
No,
So it's like,
no. See,
so
that's
they're trying
a
to make our point
distraction.
for
Don't let them
us
put that
about
nautical
distances
mile shit in
over
there.
water not being real.
No,
I mean,
that's
they're
not.
just presenting a lot
They're
of different
just
things to
they're
us
so full of
with
shit
that.
when they bring that up.
You count off
No,
nautical miles by ropes? Can you
No.
elaborate?
Yeah. Look it up.
No, you don't measure
Or
it that way when
elevation
you're
angles.
standing on shore. Not
And
that
they
way.
compare the
No.
two, and
I
they
think you
do
mean leagues, not
Well,
nautical miles.
Leagues. Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't let them fucking get you distracted by nautical miles or leagues or anything like that. No, you're standing on the shore. You can see the
6 miles.
fucking
Like, I mean, that's the new
see
thing
the
that I keep
friggin'
bringing up
platforms.
because the black swan is fine, but people observe the sun every day, and so literally, if the Earth was you do the whole black swan thing, and it was like, but we observe the sun further than the horizon distance. So actually, the sunset is a flat Earth proof. It proves that it's an optical illusion and
oh,
not
I get it
not.
now. I get it. I get it what they want to say now. They are willing to say that if you can't get Eratosthenes' magic camel to measure the distance from the shore to the oil rigs, then
Well,
you
there's
cannot
that.
have a precise measurement. Yeah.
Eratosthenes' magical camel.
Yeah.
That was really good. I like
Well,
that.
this is just sort of the new thing that I've been posting out. If the Earth is a ball with a radius 3959 miles, the horizon must not be more miles than 1.225 times the square root of the height of the observer in feet. We observe the horizon sunset further than this. The horizon is not a NASA globe toy. And so so you would have to believe that the sun is obscured by a physical geometry only 3 miles away from you. And so 6 miles total is the belief that the sun exists in your reality.
You're forgetting the altitude.
Hold on.
Altitude's fine. No, but it's obscured. No, that's fine. You have, but something is obscured from you at 3 miles, and so sunsets being obscured from you at 3 miles is a very real proof positive that your reality isn't 6 miles of sunlight.
It has to be at sea level to be obscured by 3 miles.
Okay, well, of course, when you're observing it from a shore, looking at the sunset,
am I not being heard?
I hear you. Sorry.
There's nothing being obscured. The first part of what you were saying, I stated this. The first part of your statement. Once you started talking about the sun, stop it there. Let them respond, then you respond back, because everything else after that point,
okay,
you're making a claim.
I'm not. I am making the claim then that the sunset proves that. But if you don't want to make the claim,
All right,
you don't have to.
So you're making a claim about the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just heard you make a claim about the sun. I just heard you go through all that.
It was a claim based on geometric horizon. It was a claim based on it wasn't my claim. It was the claim of geometry. Of a geometry and of your observation.
Say it again. Say it again. I'll tell you if it makes sense or not.
We observed the horizon sunset further than the radius of 1.225. Maybe I got to reformulate it. No, maybe I got to reformulate it. No, that's why I'm trying to bring this out. It's like if we're only supposed to see a geometric horizon at a certain point, that horizon when you're standing on the shore and you're looking at the sunset is only when you're seeing the sunset is only but it's being obscured, but the claim is that the sun is being obscured. That's my point. The claim that the sun is being obscured
you're observing it
by some geometry, and that's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Where's this? All right. Cool.
Because I looked on
in your argument. Hold on. In your argument, where's the sun? Where's the sun?
Well, my sun could be whatever, but the claim is that the geometry of the ball Earth is obscuring the sun. So it kind of doesn't matter how really far or near, whatever.
All right. So
because in 3 miles,
I'm going to help you.
The sun.
They're the ones that are claiming that Earth curve is obscuring the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, you as a flat earther don't know where the fuck the sun is or what it is.
Well, I never claimed that. I think if somebody wants to claim that.
What I heard in your argument was that you don't.
That's my.
All right. Well, then
you have a physical object and prove nuclear fission in a vacuum.
Oh my God, that
can't be done.
That also has nothing to do with what the fuck I was talking about either. So anyway, so stick with the simple arguments of the black swan, and you'll be fine. But if you want to go in circles with globies with this nonsense, then go ahead, because you're going circles with flat earthers as well with this kind of.
I mean, I guess it's strange. No, is kind of the question, because people say, "Oh, sunsets prove the globe," and I'm like, actually, sunsets prove the Earth is flat. Because if you had a geometry like that, you know what I mean? You only have 6 square mile distances of the sun.
Hold on, if you live on a globe, slow yourself down a little bit. I mean, if you're really thinking about sunsets, sunsets happen on a flat Earth because the
sun is.
I mean, because it goes far and light attenuates. Yeah,
far away
very
from me.
simple. I know.
All right,
I know. That's very
all
simple.
right. So what?
That's why I'm saying,
Everything that
like,
you
in
said
3
before
miles,
this,
if you believe in the
right now,
globe,
everything before that, you were trying to make excuses for the Globies, and you wanted to make. It sounded like you were trying to make all kinds of weird.
I'm trying to help them out. Yeah, they need all the help they can get. Like, I'm just trying to think
No,
rationally about this,
dude.
or irrationally.
The best thing you can do for them is explain it simply, and they can call you dumb, but they can sit out there and fucking try to rationalize their stupid idea about the globe all day, but you answer it simply, and they're the ones that are going to look dumb because they're making shit up when you're not.
Yeah, they're gonna have to, like, because we know the geometry, and it's like
Yeah, because
they
you
made the
see the
big
sunset
mistake
because
of
it's
giving
moving
us the
away from.
geometry.
Yeah, you don't have to make shit up about the sunset as a flat earther. Oh,
I
you believe the
don't
Earth is?
postulate.
I know, but it sounded like there was a lot of shit you just said that I'm just giving you recommendation. You don't have to listen to me. I'm just saying you don't let them postulate. Now I would say, hey, the reason I see the Earth move away from me and set is because it's moving away from me, and I can't see it anymore.
Yeah, see, I love that. I use that. I use that. So I'm with you, dude. I'm with you completely. I'm just just out there
And
trying to
if
talk to some
you have
people.
to, you'd be like, all right, so
These
they'll
people
be
like
like,
cartoons a lot.
it's like here I know that you guys say it's 93 million miles away, and I'm spinning backwards away from it, and that's why I see the sunset, but I don't feel the Earth moving, and the sun looks a lot closer than 93 million miles away, and it looks like it's moving away from me. And when it moves far enough away, I can't see it anymore.
I mean, that's just reality. That's a completely realistic view. That is completely real.
They can't.
That's the problem.
They have no
Reality is
argument against that.
Yeah, they're so against reality. Like, that is so real what you just said, and I fully agree. And that's why I'm bringing up, like, hey, this is goofy to think that 6 miles is all the sun exists in your existence, like on a ball. Like, this is goofy. That's goofy. It's just like it's.
You talk
It
about the
doesn't make any
horizon,
sense.
like
Yeah,
observer
I try
height,
to bring it up
3,
to
6
them because
miles.
it's so goofy.
I mean, you just have to.
But
Yeah, it's
they
cool.
try
It's
to
cool
think
you're
that's
looking
like,
into it. I mean,
prove
these
something. I mean,
arguments can
no,
be
and I
really
think
simple. These arguments can be really simple, and you don't have to get emotional about it. You just like, well, here's this. Boom. Here's what you
Oh
say.
well. No, most other people get emotional about it. I'm not emotional about it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
against
know
it.
that, but I've
I'm
been doing
against
this
having
shit for
emotion
like
about it.
6 years. It's all good. It's all good.
Like, when
I
people
got you.
when people are really upset, I'm like, hey, you know what? The metaverse exists. The simulation is real. Like, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I'm just talking about, like, these weird fractals of the
I
Matrix.
didn't say that either. I didn't say that.
And, people get a lot of upset about this stuff. So
Well, I think
I'm just being real. I'm just like sort of a realist
the fractals
about it.
are a design of it as proof of creation. But yes, we actually physically exist. I mean, it's not a
Oh,
not a
absolutely.
simulation.
I would think so. I would
But
think
anyway,
that makes sense.
but that's really not
I like
important.
the program of our own reality. Like, it's like more of a program. So you want to believe that you're spinning around and nothing, and you're standing sideways, and all this stuff that disbelieves reality and makes reality null and void because you have to fucking listen to the government that mind controls. That's cool. People do that. That's what happens. What am I going to be super mad because people are upset about that because I'm trying to make sure, people have their own governance, like they have their own control of their own faculties.
Be honest,
I'm a bad person
you're
because of
making
that.
no
Apparently
goddamn
this
sense
is.
at all. Into the break, you're making no goddamn sense at
I'm
all.
making all the sense. But it's
You're a
really good
fucking
talking
idiot.
to you, dude.
You're an idiot.
Well, that sounds pretty harsh. So
Okay, yeah, it's harsh because you won't. Whenever I try to talk, and I'm a moderator here, and
well, damn, make me a
start
moderator, bro. Dude, I'm good.
Okay,
Can you
make you somebody that shouldn't be able to talk on here because you're fucking acting like a retard.
Well, no, don't do that. Can you make me a moderator on YouTube chat?
What I can do is
I will literally not block
I'm gonna
anybody.
make a new role and call you idiot. Do you want to? You want to be have a new role? It's called idiot.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
I'm not gonna do that.
Dude, make me a mod on the YouTube though.
No, I'm not gonna give you shit. I'm gonna let you
Well,
speak.
dude, make me a mod on YouTube.
I want somebody
and I
else
will-
to fucking agree with me that you're a fucking idiot.
Check the live stream voice text.
I mean, if
I
you check
agree.
the YouTube, they're probably calling me an idiot a lot, bro. If you want all that, man, check YouTube. They really don't like me.
I put a nice Billy Madison meme in to reflect my opinion.
I mean, I want you to hang around if you really are curious about Flat Earth, but if you're not and you're just here to play, then I'll just fucking kick you, bro.
Dude, I'm here to play in the Flat Earth realm, like. So that's why I'm saying I'm on YouTube. If you make me a moderator on YouTube, that would be cool.
It's fucking
That's not how you get promotions. Come on.
Okay.
It's fucking not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
No, well, I'm just saying since we're talking.
No,
I talk on Instagram, YouTube mostly, but people really don't like me. But Glad's
Really?
he's a
They
super
don't
cool
like
guy.
you on other
He likes me
platforms
all right.
either. I don't like you either. So other people don't like you, and now I don't like you, and so they don't like you on Instagram either. And you want me to give you a fucking moderator? What the?
I'm just trying to talk.
Please, thank you so much. Into the Break is a soldier in the YouTube chat a lot. So he gets it done for the Flat Earth side. So that's what's up, Helio.
My bad. I mean, he's kind of an asshole, but
hey,
And he's
I'm not
making
even being an
arguments that
asshole,
can be
dude.
debunked so easily and make us all look stupid.
Helio, sometimes you get a little bit emotional, and that's okay. Just as long as you can recognize it.
I mean, no. Can we talk about like, am I making people look stupid by like asking about the horizon distance and like when the geometric horizon should be blocking off people's view of the sunset?
You should not
and
care
how the
what people
sunset
think.
is proof of the flat Earth instead of it being proof of the globe. And like, I'm not talking about like, oh, I got like good lasagna dish. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to talk about like how fun it is to be a flat earther.
Okay, well, I came on to just say this because I'm about to go to bed. But Helio, he's in the YouTube chat all the time. Just like I said, soldiering on for us. And he's asking if he can be a mod. I think that's. I mean, I don't know. That's up to y'all. You should get in the DMs and get to know each other.
no, it's not gonna happen. But I think he's just clowning. Hey man,
He's not clowning, dude.
No, I'm not.
I'm telling you.
Definitely. Hey, clown YouTube chat all the time, but dude, no. What he's not.
If you've been in YouTube chat for 1 second, you know that it's the clowning that works. Like it's putting
bro.
the
So are you
argument
admitting
back
to
on
clowning
people.
on purpose?
If you were clowning and were funny, I would actually, I would.
You know what? I know my humor is not for everybody. Like, you know,
How many alcoholic beverages do you think are between the two of you here tonight?
I think Into the Break doesn't have. He just doesn't have the spunk.
I don't
You
have
think
the
they
chutzpah.
understand each other?
The chutzpah or the spunk, you know, just like I ain't gonna mess with him.
Anyway, I had to come and defend Into the Break because he puts the work in. All right, guys.
All right,
Good night.
cool.
Love you.
Hey, Flu, I appreciate that because I was getting frustrated, but that's okay. If you vouch for him, you know he'd be
Just
all right.
trying to help, man.
That's all good. Is he's a flat earther though?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Cool. I'm gonna give him. Oh, he already has a flat earth. But I ain't gonna lie. I mean, if you come in here, if you come in here fucking with me, I'm gonna be fucking with you. I promise.
Listen, if you both remember this conversation tomorrow, then that'll be step one, and then
yeah, I think
maybe you can
that's a good
Into
point,
the
though.
Break. Maybe you can show him that you're certainly on the side of truth.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, there's just something getting lost in
Where do we
translation.
start at? What do you want to light, dark?
I don't know. I gotta go to bed. I love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I think everything's set up here now. You can go, Vlad. And I'm not far behind you. So
Yeah. Into the Break's just dealing with some spiraling globies in the YouTube right now. But when you try to get into both sides of the Black Swan about what we're seeing in reality and what they're excusing away and try to bring them into the same conversation, it gets confusing. But yeah, the Into the Break, yeah, he's in there battling tonight in the YouTube. So
that was my bad. I was just
yeah, no, it's the fog of war, you know.
Yeah, it's friendly
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah. But yeah,
I love that. I love that about it. You know what I mean?
But also, I mean, I was giving you some clues into how to really, you know, get into the Black Swan too. Also,
Oh no, you were. No, I agree too. Like it's like let them carry you into like the break. That's sort of the inspiration to it all.
Yeah, and when you give them an inch in this whole Black Swan thing about what they're excusing away, they'll take literally they'll take miles to see what they need to say. So, but the Black Swan, you know, they're going to deny it because it's damning. So to get into an argument with them is great. I love doing it too, but they're always the reason why they're arguing about it is because it's damning.
Yeah, did you hear what I was saying? Like that was what they're bringing up is like how do you know the
I was watching the whole conversation, but yeah, it's
I don't
you know
need to give you
every
that.
single Black Swan hand wave dismissal gets really foggy, and that's their plan.
I think it would behoove him to listen to criticisms to his arguments because they're simply attempts to help him speak more clearly and make a more articulate and rational point that can't be criticized.
I'm not telling people not to criticize them or to try to pick apart, but I think something might be getting lost in translation because these things are these.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, no. But I do think things get lost in translation when we're trying to describe what we're trying to describe to someone else. You know what I mean?
I mean, well, can we talk about like what I was talking about that sort of caused that argument was that the sunset, and like it's a sunset.
If something's 100 feet tall and it's 3 miles away, that doesn't mean you can't see it just because the rate of curvature is 3 miles.
I have a question. Can I try and clarify or ask a question to clarify to what you're saying? They're wanting to have this vanishing point of a distance where they can no longer see according to their whole setup. Yet there is something beyond it, the sun, that is seen. So they can't have it both ways. Is that what you're getting at?
That's why I'm saying that if the horizon obscures boats, then it obscures the sun, and that's only 3 miles away, or like
Not
if
at
you're
the
1
same
foot
distance,
away.
because the boat is on the surface. The sun is at least a few hundred, if not a few
Well,
thousand
no.
miles up into the sky. You know, it's not
Okay,
on
so
sea
so
level.
it's an elevation
It
angle.
won't be occulted by the curvature if it's 2 miles
But
up.
I mean, that's
If
what they
it's
say, that the
100 feet.
sunset is caused by is from geometric obstruction.
But somebody could argue against you with the mathematics that
But
you've
I mean,
argued
are they
in your
really going to
example
argue against me because
and
they say
completely
that the
dismiss you.
sun?
I'm trying to protect you from them utterly dismissing everything you have to say just because you're making this simple mistake.
Well, I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about, is that literally the claim? Is that we have a geometric sun and that or a geometric Earth, and we rotate, and then the sun is obscured by that geometry, because then that geometry is very, very important to sunsets, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm not trying to
Please hear me. Please
bring
hear
it
me.
out and ask.
I get that, and you're 100% right about all the structure of what you're saying. There's just one detail you're not factoring in, and that is, what is the height of the sun? What's the altitude of the sun? Because it could be 150 miles high, and it would, over this curvature calculator, take this much distance before it's occulted or blocked by
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
horizon.
yeah.
But if it's 10 feet off the ground, then you can easily calculate it's going to take 7 miles before it's blocked. But it's
Yeah,
not
it's
10
like
feet off the
you're
ground.
seeing
It's
the.
not on the ground. It's way up in the sky. Everybody agrees that because you've been able to look straight up at it. And you've been underneath it once in your life.
So but it would. Well, I mean, that's what I'm just thinking about.
There's a hole in your boat,
Like,
and I'm trying to plug it for you.
I know it's if it's so high, we rotate around, so then the height of the object would matter. So it would literally never. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. So
it wouldn't.
I mean, like, yeah, I didn't mean to cause all this sort of trouble.
No, I'm
And
trying
thank
to
you
help you,
guys
buddy.
for coming to help me think about this, because it
Just
seems
don't
so
say
odd to
to
me.
a smart glober 3 miles and you won't be able to see the sun. That would mean that daylight was only 15 minutes.
Well, that's what it would seem. Yeah, a 6 mile radius, or I mean, 6 miles. You're the
If
radius.
you
Yeah.
serve them up a softball, they're going to crank that out of the park on you and just dismiss
Well, it's
everything.
just refraction.
Just laugh at you. I'm trying to save you from that.
So, but it's like, the distance to the Himalayan mountains, right? Whatever, the Everest. So the top of Everest, like, how far away are you observing Everest? It's that diminishing angular size.
There's something called
And
Laplacian
but
extinction.
because if there's a geometry that obscures something, it kind of doesn't matter the height of it.
It does, but you're 100% right.
Because
Up
you'd
until
only
that,
be able to see a certain amount, and so diminishing angle. It's like if you're the angle that enters, well, it gets so convoluted, so crazy. Yeah, I
say
guess you
there's
can't
5
welcome.
miles of drop over a certain distance, and you can still see the sun. Then all you can conclude, minus refraction, is that the sun is at least 5 miles above the surface to still be able to be seen in a straight line, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so 1.22 times the observer's height in feet, right? So if you can have a direct line of sight between you and the sun, you're both theoretically, technically observers. What if the sun was looking at you? If you can see the sun can see you. So do the same calculations, 1.22 times the observer's height in feet, with the sun instead of your eyes. Think about it like that.
93 million miles away or whatever.
Well, that would make it very, 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 very tall. Would it not?
Something. I haven't done the calculation. Have you? That sounds. I mean, I get what you're laying down. That sounds wild.
If you can see something, if you can see someone can see you. Direct line of sight, right? So you can use the same calculations as either party being the observer and the other one being the observed. And the curvature calculations would apply directly without fail to either perspective within that calculation. Maybe you could use that to guess at the height of the sun. Take some measurements and extrapolate them in reverse.
Oh yeah, we don't need to do that. I mean, what we have is a projection onto.
I've talked too much. I'm gonna pause out for a
No,
minute.
you talked enough. I didn't talk. I didn't try to talk because I felt like you were explaining to me precisely what I wanted to know. So thank you very much. What was your name?
Iron.
I'm Brady.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Thank you, Iron.
Hey, I don't mean to be rude, Iron, but I think everything you just said, I didn't understand any of it. I think it didn't make any sense at all. And I don't think you can use any method at all like how you described to figure out the distance to the sun. I think the only way you can do that is by actually taking an actual tape measure from the ground to the sun, but good luck doing that. I don't think you can do that
I totally agree with you. I said perhaps you could extrapolate some sort of calculation. Maybe I misspoke in my phraseology, but I meant it was a good thought exercise to look at it from the other end, you know?
Yeah, if you were standing on the sun, then what would be your height to the horizon?
And you're looking at a 6-foot person who's about to disappear over the curve. How high would you from the sun have to be to see that person that far away? It'd be some interesting math. That's all I'm suggesting.
But in reality,
I think there are some things in this world that we can never know, and we may never know. Maybe we're not meant to know, whatever that means.
I mean, that seems to be the way of the world. So we sort of do these angle measurements based on Euclid geometry, apply them to whatever applied science they tell us to apply it to, and then you go about your business. And that's what I'm just like, I'm more interested in, like, instead of just going about my business, like, let me get into your business. Like I am with all politics, right? Flat Earth is politics.
I'd say it's the end of the road of politics as far as my life goes.
Well, as in
The only reason why I know the Earth is
colloquial
flat is because of my own political involvement.
Colloquial terminology wise, yeah. But yeah, that's the interesting thing. It's like, okay, here are these stars, right? Here are these lights in the sky. Let's measure them. And you measure them with a astrolabe by sextant, right? And what are they based on? Angle measurements from your perspective. Some people are wondering about, like, why do they dip? Why do they dip? Like, that's curve. It's like, well, like when you're standing in a hallway, does the ceiling also dip down as well as the floor of the ground raise up in a parent position? It's some simple shit. It's like, this is reality. If you want to make some ghost story about some nonsense, like that's all on you. But the reality of it is, it's like when I go away from the fucking sorry for the curse word, for when I go away from a star, go 100 miles, 60 miles, right? But 100 miles, it looks shorter. But I mean, it's also moved. But if it was like supposedly at the same time, that star would be lower. Oh, why is that? Because you're on a globe? No, it's because the fucking ceiling also dips when you're looking at anything in perspective. Like I was sitting in my backyard. The yard goes up. Is it really up? Is it really up for me? No, that's apparent, you know? And I don't know. It goes into the whole philosophy as, oh, do you believe your eyes? Because you see perspective, you see reality. I do believe my eyes. That's where the difference really rises from. I believe my eyes, other people disbelieve their eyes. If somebody trying to fool me, I know that they can deceive my eyes, but I know that if I know how they deceive my eyes, they wouldn't be able to deceive my eyes. You know, that sort of thing. But they want to tell me that the oil rig distance is another conspiracy theory that I need to buy into. Oh, the oil rig distances are a hoax. All these hoaxes, I'm just like, where is the curvature? That's all I'm really asking. Where's the curve? Like, I'm so on board. It's not there, man.
Yeah, or what's up with that?
I thought I was disconnected. I'm glad you're there. Thank you. What's up with them being so demonic in the chat and stuff? Like, just being like, why do they even exist? Like, why are you there so mad because
They're
we
religious.
disbelieve your belief? Like, they're like, you're in a cult. And I was like, no. I just disbelieve your beliefs. That's all it is. Like, I disbelieve your culture. Like, you have a tradition, you have a culture. This heliocentrism is your belief in your culture and tradition. And I just sort of disbelieve it.
You are a heretic.
Yeah,
They hate me.
you're right. That's true.
They hate me, Sasha.
I hope for a moment that you will be getting mad hearing accusing you of being a heretic.
Yeah, no, I take that as that's a
compliment.
term.
It's a
Like,
compliment.
yeah, it means doing something right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure people are getting killed in the world right now for being a heretic in certain places.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be very sure of it unless you're very sure of it. So.
He's not wrong what he said. Actually, that's the reality.
Yeah, people put it out there to see. They, make it easy.
There are Arab women in Arab worlds, countries, which they don't believe that they are cheap, worthless cattle, and they are getting killed for that, for not believing that they are worth less than a camel. Anyway, yeah. So, I heard
That's
you.
one of the most
Iron.
depressing
Iron.
things that can be
I
brought
heard
up on
you.
this chat.
I heard you
And
talking
it's
about
true.
the sun, like about the sun nuclear fusion.
Hi, I brought that
You
up.
mentioned it. Yeah. What were you saying about that?
Well, I think that nuclear fission may
Yeah.
be real, but nuclear fusion
Oh.
is disproven. Like people we wish, like all of humanity really, if nuclear fusion existed, then all of humanity's problems are solved. You know what I mean? It's free energy.
Yeah.
That
So.
And so you'd
Well,
have to prove that about the
they say the
sun.
sun. Yeah, they say the sun is in a nuclear fusion process. Yeah, where the hydrogen atom it gets obliterated, it's exploding into all its component particles, subatomic particles. Yeah. And then, because of the strong, intense electromagnetic fields, those particles are being pushed back into a helium atom. And this helium atom again explodes also, and then it turns back into a hydrogen. So, yeah, this is what we need, actually. And to mankind was on a race of
if we're racing like that,
demonstrating
where's the
this.
finish line?
Uh, they were not racing with anyone, just by themselves, you know. So yeah, they were not competing against anyone. So they built this big fusion reactor, which they called the tokamak. Yeah. And one of the lead scientists there was Max Tegmark, yeah, in the 90s, early 90s, in his early youth, like when he became a PhD and so-called scientist. And his purpose at this reactor, I'm not sure if this reactor was built based on his project, scientific projects and stuff, you know. But it might be. He was deeply involved in this stuff, and it proved to be a complete failure. So they cannot demonstrate that you can have a hydrogen atom disintegrate into the component particles and then fusion back into a helium atom, which then again explodes, disintegrates, and forms back a helium
Yeah, it's a
atom.
constant
A
process of
hydrogen.
it's
Yeah, this
it's
change.
perpetual motion because gravity
Yeah,
and the
but
helium
it
that it
doesn't happen.
explodes and it keeps
It doesn't
burning.
happen. There is thing that
Sunspot,
we
so
can do
sun.
with nuclear bombardment. Yeah, we can turn lead into gold. But the process of doing this is so fucking, sorry for saying that, is very, very expensive. Like, that piece of gold is like
I mean, it seems like they're making
100
the gold.
times more the
They're coming up
price.
with the gold. They're trying to tell you, like,
Are you
oh
saying
yeah,
that
yeah,
that
we're
fusion reactor didn't
mining
actually do
gold.
anything?
Sorry?
There was that fusion reactor that they just like used recently. It was the new one in China or whatever. And they're making gold. You think they're making gold from that, Russ?
No. I'm going back to the other thing we were saying earlier.
I believe that they're making gold from that.
I'm not talking about
No,
gold. I'm
it's
talking about
too
the fusion into
expensive, man.
energy.
Yeah, but in terms of energy, yeah, they cannot achieve it. Fusion.
I mean, they're putting in terms of
no,
energy. They're
not a
putting a
chance.
lot of money into
There is
fake
not even.
money, and
Listen,
they're making
iron.
they're doing
Let me
cryptocurrency, and
finish.
then like, hey,
Iron.
look over here,
Iron.
we're literally making gold.
Iron. Let me finish.
I wasn't talking.
Yeah.
That wasn't me.
The other guy, I don't know. He keeps talking over everyone.
You're gonna get me
So
muted accidentally. Careful now.
yeah, no, you're all right. But yeah, someone asked about this reactor in China. So the problem is they don't even have the possibility to demonstrate that a hydrogen atom can transmutate fusion into a helium atom. That's only theoretical on paper.
Hey, wait, Jeppy, Jeppy Jet. There's something wrong with your microphone. Whenever you're speaking alone, there's like some scratchy sound that almost sounds like rubbing plastic against a wall or something when you speak. I don't know what's with your microphone. But
Oh, really? How is it now?
it's weird. It's like every time you speak into it, it sounds like you're taking a plastic bag and crumpling it in front of the microphone. I don't know what that is.
Maybe it was my beard. But is it better now? Because
Are you
changed
rubbing
position.
your microphone in your beard?
Maybe was happening. I have a new phone now. It's a smaller phone, and yeah.
Hey, but Sasha, what do you think about this this whole like conundrum with the observed sunset?
Rational.
Like it's if it's a fusion reactor we're looking at, or whatever the hell it is and is. Like, what about like its obscurity? Like, I'm just trying to disprove the globe at this point. You know what I mean? Like, so is it 3 miles? I'm not seeing the sun, or is it like I'm looking at a mountain and the tip top is obscured by a certain meter? It just like if things are obscured, is the fusion reactor obscured as well? That's what I'm trying to ask. I'm done talking.
I don't know what you mean, but this the tokamak fusion reactor is a failed project. They did not achieve what they were predicting, and it's just some kind of hot oven which you can make a very, very hot fire. It consumes vast amounts of energies, like the amount of energy which all the American industry
It's like
will
1.9
be
megajoules.
consuming in 5 years, like the American industry, not just the households.
I mean, they
yeah.
need a lot of more power than that. Like, that's not even enough, dude.
Well,
no, but that's why I'm asking: is the horizon of the sun setting? Is that like arbitrary by like you're standing in a tall building, or is that like literally like if you're standing on the shore and you see the sunset, like your horizon obscures the shore at that certain
well,
I'm trying to look for flat earth proofs here, or at least debunks of an earth 3959 miles.
in its circumference. And so I'm just, how do I go about this?
Have you ever draw a sine wave on paper?
I have.
Yeah. Okay. So, you can do like, 5 peaks up and 5 peaks down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this sine wave has a beginning and it has an end.
I'm not talking about like light. I'm talking about the actual, if it's a physical object, like it would be obscured by physical geometry, and that's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about light.
Well, I was
like
trying to
I know.
explain
Where does
the sun go?
The
Yeah,
behavior of light when it doesn't have enough intensity to propagate through the medium anymore.
Well, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you this question differently?
Sure, go ahead.
So at like sunset.
Thank you.
At sunset, you don't. If it was fading away because of what was the word you used? You said it doesn't have the strength to propagate.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you then see it getting dimmer and dimmer until it eventually just goes away?
That's attenuation light.
Doesn't it?
That's
because what you see is you see it moving down, but staying the exact same size until it's eventually obscured by the horizon.
Wait, doesn't it get dimmer though? Wait, hold on. A1 steak sauce. Don't you observe the sun? Let me ask you a question, A1. Hold on. Let me ask A1 a question. Is the sun brightest? Is it brighter when it's right above you, and is it dimmer right before sunset?
But what he's saying is the sun itself should be dimmer.
That's the weird thing about it.
You're right. The sun is brighter when it's higher up in the sky. But what he's saying is that the sun itself is becoming dimmer.
I mean, do we?
Wait. No, he's not saying that. He's saying light can only travel so far through the medium of air. Not that the wait. Are you thinking that he's saying that the light is putting out less light when it's nighttime? Are you thinking he's saying that?
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that the claim is that the horizon is at 1.225 times the square root of the observer height. And
I was asking A1 steak sauce, but dude, that wasn't a question to you. That was to A1 steak sauce.
I know that they don't. I know it's optical, but there's a claim of geometry on the table, and I'm saying so at 3 miles of you looking at a sunset at the beach in California, that's only 3 miles away from you. And I'm thinking that then if you take that radius of it being 3 miles, and then so it's like the sun only exists for 6 miles in your reality. And that could be a globe, it could be anything claim.
Don't say that to globers. You're gonna make us
I
all
would love it. No, I'm not saying it to globers.
I got a question. Who gave into the break, flat earther? Who gave you that?
I wonder
Seriously.
who gave in.
See, no, I'm not trying to cause a problem here, guys. Come on.
You're a noob.
No, I'm really. It's not. I'm not taking it personally. Like, I think you're a cool dude. I think you're a cool dude. I would be friends with you. But the problem is we have standards here, and you have to be like above a certain level to like rationally get the flat earther. You're clearly displaying.
I get it. But if there's a geometric horizon, that's all I'm asking about. If the sun is obscured by a geometric horizon only 3 miles away from you, like that seems weird as shit to me. Is that not a flat earther claim?
Yeah, but that's not what we were talking about.
Seen the horizon 3 miles away from you, the
That
sun
seems
obscured
weird.
by the horizon. Where did you see that?
Well, I lived in California and I looked at lots of sunsets, and like people love to take sunset
how did you
pictures
measure
and
the
stuff.
distance to the horizon?
Well, I didn't.
Did you
Well,
say
that's the
3
whole
miles?
point. That's the whole
You
point.
could see further than 3 miles from wherever you were
Yeah,
looking.
I think
So
it's
how
further
are
than
you
that.
making this claim?
That's what. No, I'm not making a claim. No, I am
Okay, yeah, I thought it
refuting
was
the
your
claim
claim.
of the globe. If you live on a globe, 3959 miles, the horizon would be 3 miles from you on the shore, and so sunsets would only be 3 miles, and so literally 3 miles, and you're the radius of that, so that's only 6 miles that the sun exists.
Into the break.
That's for
Don't
objects on the
That
surface.
seems
What
so
you don't
weird to
understand, I've been
me
saying
and
for
not
an
real.
hour.
Into the break. Wait.
So not real. That's not
Into
reality.
the break.
That's my point.
Into the break. Hey, dude, wait. Do you hear when other people are talking?
Well, yeah.
Because you have this gift when you start saying something and someone wants to ask you something or actually reply to you something, you just keep on talking and you never
Well,
stop.
no, that's not true, sir.
Yeah.
No,
It
that's not
happens.
true, sir. I'm done.
Yes, that is true. You interrupted me while I was talking to A1 Steak Sauce.
That is true.
I mean, well, you were interrupting A1 steak sauce. We were all interrupting each other, so it's like not a big dog.
Yeah,
Like,
we are
no,
talking
like
over each
I just have
other
a simple question.
oftentimes. We are talking over each other oftentimes because you were doing that and we were trying to address your comments, in here, but
I mean,
you are ignoring. It's hard to have a one-on-one conversation with you.
Okay, here, hold on. Can I ask a question that I think the answer will answer both of our questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So just very broadly, at like 7:13 p.m. when the sun sets, what happens?
Yeah.
Like in your model, what happens? What is happening?
Well,
You want?
in my
Do you want me to
mod,
quickly
I
answer
don't
it?
have a
Yes,
model.
please. That's what I want.
Get. You have a longer answer. I have a shorter answer. I'll just give him the short answer, and then
Go
you give him
ahead.
the long
Go
answer.
ahead,
Okay?
Ryan.
Please.
Sure, go ahead.
So how about this? It just gets so far away you can't see it anymore.
Okay, but then wouldn't that make the apparent size like get smaller?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, it does actually get smaller.
Well, because when I personally look out, what?
Well, I was going to say it's not something I think you can observe so easily with the human eye. You were about to say, as I look out, it was like, yeah, that's what I was going to say. You can't see that. You can't measure that angular size with your eye. But if you put a filter in front of a camera and film it through a camera, you can actually see that the actual angular size, to the best of my knowledge, gets smaller as the day goes by, which would indicate that it's not 93 million miles away.
See,
Also,
but where I would
it's
interject,
distorted
I would
the
say
last
that
minute.
doesn't even matter. That doesn't matter. What matters is what
Can
you
I
see
add
in reality. Okay. And so if there's a geometric horizon there at 3 miles away, like that is it. Like I'm not talking
Yeah.
about
Okay. Wait. Shut up for a second. Hold on. Let me add on to what I was saying. So back to what I was saying. Hold on.
First
Let
of
me
all,
add to
it
what I was saying.
was
So I realized
Orion
there was something I
giving the
missed. I'm
short
sorry.
answer.
I want to keep hearing the
Orion,
shorter
wait,
answer.
Orion.
There's something I missed to say. I'm sorry. I didn't finish that point. So as I was saying, the angular size of the sun gets smaller as the day goes by. And you see, what I'm trying to say is, in the heliocentric model, if the sun was the size that they say it is, and the Earth was the size that they say it is, and it was 93 million miles away, in that model, the angular size would change so little you could barely even measure it with like a very high tech camera and a measuring device. Like you wouldn't even see it when you look in the camera. Is what I'm saying. And so what I'm trying to say is the fact that it changes at all like that is an indicator that it's not the size they say it is, and it's not 93 million miles away.
Follow-up question, and I think I know what you're going to say for this, which is fine. Why does it appear to be going below the horizon?
Yeah. Now you get to answer the second question. And
No. We're
the same reason. I'll answer this one. I'll answer this
Orion,
one.
you told me
The same reason. The
I
same
can
reason that an
answer you.
airplane goes and
we're not there
you
yet.
can't see the airplane anymore. It's
We're
just
not
too
there
far
yet.
away.
But
That's
that
it.
comes with resolution. That's very easy. Like, don't ask where it came from. No, we're talking about like why
Into the
you
break.
think that something went above your head and is traveling linear in a pyramidal shape. So it came
Who
from
is
the
this
head.
guy? Shut up.
And
What the hell is
What
going
are you
on?
talking
Seriously,
about?
who the fuck is
And
this guy? Like, is there
hold on.
anybody that can mute him? What the fuck? What the fuck is
I
going on?
know
You trying to
clearly
mute I brought the topic up. Like, this is the only topic that matters.
Hold on.
Dude,
What are
did
you
you
talking
hear
about pyramids for?
Orion saying that after he's going to give his short answer, I can give my answer, and you kept fucking talking?
Dude, Sasha, you talk all the
I'm
time.
not
Like, I just
Sasha.
came here to talk about this one specific
Yeah,
thing,
but
and I'm
talk
trying to
with people
convey
when they are addressing
ideas and
you.
trying to
Don't talk over
understand
me.
other ideas as well.
Yeah,
Do not
into
talk
the break,
over
whatever
me.
the fuck your name is. Shut up. Just mute
You
yourself,
are
dude.
talking over everyone. Yeah, over
It's not a great
Orion,
look.
over Iron, over everyone. I
It
was
doesn't look
about
great.
to say something like 10 times by now to
Sorry, hey,
actually
Sasha, sorry. No, I
mention
respect you, dude. I'm
that I
sorry.
was about to give an answer, which Orion clearly said that.
Yeah, into the break.
You have
Can
to
you mute
learn.
yourself at least? Can you at least do that?
No, I literally muted myself. I was like, I respect you guys. Like, I'm really only bringing this up, but I don't.
Yeah. No, dude. If you have nothing to say, look, dude. If it's not your turn, you gotta mute yourself. All right. When it's not my turn, I mute myself. So can you please mute yourself right now?
I say my stuff, a couple of words, and I'm done. I'm not taking long. Yeah, so my answer is actually to strengthen what Orion just said. If you film the sun set with infrared camera in the infrared spectrum, where you have almost zero refraction phenomena going on, yeah, you can clearly see that the sun is getting smaller in size.
Okay. Now,
yeah.
Would so in
Well,
theory,
now it's not your turn into the
Oh.
break. It's the turn of the guy who asked the question because he said he has a second question. He was about to ask a second question. So yeah, let's
was him
see.
get
No,
that's how you went
dude,
stick
no,
sauce.
I was just saying, like, no, I think maybe that, I mean, clearly every day, like, there's different sizes of the sun and moon. Like, so that's not really, like, let's just forget about that. Let's go on to
Okay,
the
you want to
geometric
forget,
horizon,
but
where
you're
the
saying
geometric
you're making now a
horizon
positive
is.
claim. Listen, you make a positive claim. I want you to explain why do you see different sizes of the sun and the moon during the day?
Why is purely optical.
What's the cause? Yeah.
What's the cause? I don't have a cause for that.
I mean, I can answer that question. That's
Oh,
kind of
you
what I was
don't.
leading
You
into.
got a cause for that? Boom. I'm muted.
That's what I was gonna say. That was
Yeah.
what I was gonna
Okay.
bring up.
Go ahead. Say.
Okay, so my question is in my thinking, you're getting further away because you're rotating away, which would then make it be small. I guess I don't really know a great way to word it.
Yeah. See, what I say is that you're not spinning away. It's just that's going away, and that's just an optical phenomenon of reality. If you paint a picture, have you ever painted a picture before? You put perspective in there. You know, small things in the back and big things in the front. You know, it's very simple.
I'm very confused where you lie.
No, where I lie is like where they say the geometric horizon as if you're 6 foot looking at the horizon, you're seeing boats disappear, right? Okay, well that's where the sun and moon disappear as well. Okay, So sunsets prove that the Earth is flat. Like that's where I lie. Like I don't know why there's a big everybody's kerfuffle. I'm asking, is that like a legit thing? Like,
Well, I can tell you why everyone's upset, because it sounds like you were agreeing, like with me, that the Earth is round because you were talking about geometric.
Well, maybe I am. Maybe I am. Does that really matter? Why is
you mind if
anybody upset at all?
Hold on. Can I ask you a quick question? So, if we're going to be talking about the sun, let me ask you this: A1 steak sauce. So we observe the Earth, we feel it as being stationary, and we observe the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by. So my question is to you: do you know of any evidence that anyone's ever found to the contrary?
What do you mean?
Do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth?
I said this. I guess probably no one here was, or no one in this channel was here when I joined. But the problem with getting measurements like that is that everything is on such a large scale that the average person can't do it. And I know that you're going to say that because I can't personally get the evidence, that means that it's just anecdotal, which is technically true.
Wait.
So that's what you call a fallacy, right there. A1 steak sauce. I need to point this out. That's a fallacy.
No, I know. I know what you're saying.
It's actually a Ron Jeremy fallacy.
I'm just saying that just because I can't prove something personally doesn't mean it's not true.
Are you aware of
Bro,
anyone
now
who
this
has
fairy
proved?
tale. Into the break. You shut up now. Let Orion speak.
So what do you wait? I want your response to that. I just said that what you just said is a fallacy. It's a Ron Jeremy fallacy. It's too big.
I don't know who
the
that
Earth is too big to measure axial rotation. So do you understand how that's a fallacy? Do you understand that?
No.
If you don't know who Ron
So what I'm
Jeremy
saying is you're basically making an excuse. In those plain words, you're making a BS excuse.
Well, yeah,
but it's
because
a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. You're just simply saying to me, your answer is the Earth is too big, and it's too hard to measure axial rotation of the spinning Earth because it's too big. And that's a Ron Jeremy fallacy right there.
Bro. I could show you evidence from people who are able to do it, and you could just say that you don't believe it.
Now you're appealing to authority.
Yep.
Well,
why would you not just show the evidence?
Exactly who is actually going to prove your dumb bullshit to us?
Whoa, I'm not trying to insult anybody. I'm not.
Dude, no,
I don't get why you're so
you
aggressive.
literally did. Hey, who is going to do it? I'm going to hold you to task, you little bitch. You dumb motherfucker. Who is going to fucking prove it to us?
Shut up.
Who?
Into the break.
I'm confused why you're being so aggressive. I'm
This
just
is
trying
not
to.
I'll mute myself. Sorry, but like who? Come do it, dude.
Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. We're just explaining to you that the model that you believe
but
in
you guys are
is
all
malarkey.
aggressive. So let me explain to him.
No, I get what you're asking. It's just all of you are
you're a
contradicting
Glober.
yourself.
Okay,
so
I
much.
understand that. I understand you're a Glober. You believe your stuff, yeah?
Yes.
Because we all were once like that, yeah? But when you drive your car has a physical device, instrument, attached to your drive shaft coming from the motor, yeah? And it tells you, it gets a reading, yeah? It tells you the speed which you are traveling with, yeah?
Right.
Yeah. So whenever your wheels are turning, your speedometer needle shows you the speed you are moving with, yeah? And that's a physical instrument. It's a device installed in your car. It's a speedometer, yeah?
Don't
It
forget the
measures the
odometer,
speed.
which measures the miles that you've driven based on the speed.
Yeah, that's something else.
But you can
Now,
trick that by having larger tires.
don't deflect into
I'm sorry.
other stuff,
I'm sorry.
irrelevant. Now, you also have a smartphone, yeah? Because I don't imagine someone not owning a
I do,
smartphone
yeah.
today. if it's not a child. As an adult, you should be owning a smartphone. And when you take Google Maps or other navigation app on your device, yeah,
Yep.
and you stand on place, yeah, and you look where you are on the map, Google shows you. When you get into a car and you are driving, your phone will show you approximately the speed that you are traveling with, because the phone has a speed velocity measuring instrument device inside it. It's inside a microchip. It's very, very small, that device. It's a co-magnetometer, yeah? 6-axis inertially suspended rubidium atom. And that is the instrument that measures your speed, velocity in time and space. So if you're flying with an airplane, that instrument can also show you what speed you are moving. But when you are standing on the ground still, it shows you that you are standing still, you are not moving. But you claim that the Earth is rotating around its own axis, and at the equator you have a tangential speed, velocity of 1000 miles per hour, and somewhere about the 45th parallel you have about 700 miles an hour. So if you are in America, somewhere close to 45th parallel,
Yeah, I get your question.
your phone app should show you that you are moving with 700 miles an hour.
So, okay, can I ask you a
There
question?
is, yeah, I finish now. There is no physical instrument or device capable to show you this speed, the speed of rotation of the Earth around its own axis, neither the rotation around the Sun, which is a mind-blowing acceleration, constant acceleration of 66,000 miles an hour. So, go ahead.
Okay.
You can answer.
So, first of all, I'm going to be honest. I don't really know where everyone here stands. So, what is your opinion on satellites?
Tell us where you stand.
Okay.
You're going to need R for satellites.
You're going to need what?
You didn't answer. I gave you an answer, but what do you have to say about it before I address your satellite question?
Just a total deflection.
No, I'm getting there. I'm just wondering if you're all going to yell at me for saying the word satellites.
Yeah, you can't use satellites. You need R for those. That's begging the question. Next.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is that an app like Google Maps doesn't get your location based off of some rubidium atom suspended in a chip. It gets it off of GPS data from satellites.
No.
And those satellites are also moving around the exact same
phone,
position.
listen, your mobile phone is not functioning with satellite GPS data. You get no signal from outer space, from the heavens. Why? Because if you embark on an airplane, yeah, and in flight at altitude of approximately 30,000 feet, your phone is far away from any ground networking antenna, yeah, so you have no signal.
Okay.
Not okay, because you have no signal, no internet, nothing, unless there is a router inside that airplane that provides you with a connection to the internet, which is being linked through the airplanes' telecommunication systems.
If you were over 30 years old, you would know this because you experienced airline travel before, during, and after.
I've flown on a lot of airplanes.
If you're in an airplane
Well,
and your cell phone doesn't work, why does that make sense when you're closer to the satellites and with less atmosphere in between?
What do you mean it doesn't
does
work?
not. It should
yeah,
work.
it should be
Hold on, what do you mean it doesn't work?
providing you much more precisely your location, because you are closer to the satellite, so your communication is much better than on the ground.
Exactly.
The closer you are to the transmitter, the better the signal and the connection link.
It's called
Less
the inverse square
interference.
law.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The what?
Well,
Have you ever seen a satellite or a cell phone tower?
Yeah.
A cell phone tower with antennas all around it. They're bars that are vertical, right? And they're directed in a 15-degree arc outward from them. And they don't point up towards the sky where the satellites are. They point horizontally. Even if you just look at the structure and anatomy of a cell phone tower, you realize there's no satellites anywhere involved in it. There's not even a dish that points up anywhere in the whole grid.
Okay. I'm going to save us all some time by just saying I got myself into an argument I didn't know enough about.
I appreciate your honesty.
That doesn't
Really,
mean
I appreciate
a thing or two.
Yeah.
You'd have to
So
have
I
measured
myself, I give you credit.
You'd have to have measured the Earth radius and the speed of its rotation before you could even have satellites in the first place.
Okay,
So
well,
what is
late
the
here
point?
anyway. I just wanted to be in here and see what it's like.
Well, you are new
Now you know.
to the subject, and there is a lot to learn. What I can tell you about the Flat Earth community, our place here, is that we are not Flat Earth Society. Those guys are controlled opposition. Those are people with high places, governmental jobs, which they are paid to mock and ridicule the flat earth. Yeah, they make the most outrageous claims and idiotic to actually, when a ordinary person visits their website and see what those guys are saying, he's gonna say these guys are idiots, so I'm done with it. I don't have time for this kind of BS. So we are not those guys. And what flat earth actually means is that we are extremists. We stick with science. Science does not provide all the answers to all the questions. There are many questions that we do not have an answer for, and we are okay with that. But to accept tooth fairy stories as a valid, a true answer for some question, that is not science anymore. It's pseudoscience. To be science, it has to go through the scientific method. Something to be scientifical, a scientific theory. There has to be an experiment for it. If you
Isn't the
don't
most
have an
important part a
experiment,
null
like
hypothesis? A possibility that you are wrong, an ability to prove yourself wrong.
Yeah.
Without that, it's not an experiment. It's just a furtherance of your own belief, right?
Yeah.
You have to have skin in the game. Prove me wrong.
So, it will take you a lot more time to get accustomed with these ideas here and the knowledge. This community, our community, has already verified a lot of the scientific stuff out there in the world. The vast majority of flat earthers, when they speak about refraction, they actually truly know what refraction is, how many types of refraction are out there. They are not just saying this word, fancy word, with easy mouth. Are you still here?
Yeah, sorry, I was.
Yeah. What
yeah.
is your name, please?
Me?
Yeah.
A1 steak sauce.
A1 steak sauce. Oh, that's
Like
a bit
the
complicated and long.
like the delicious sauce you put on steak.
Okay. So
Had
A1.
sugar added.
call
I
it
don't
so.
trust it.
Don't believe him. Don't use A1. It'll ruin
No,
your
I agree.
steak.
It's disgusting.
So about satellites, another thing I can tell you is that the ground radio waves antenna transmitting broadcasting antennas, when you have a network of broadcasting antennas, you can create in the air a place of resonance, yeah, which is created by the intensity, emitting intensity of all those antennas. This is something like if you ever were in a room where you have a home theater surround sound system, yeah, with speakers in all 8 corners of the room, but you can adjust the volume of all the speakers. So in the center of that room, you will have a surround sound effect. So when you are in the center of that room, you hear the sound very strong, very loud, the loudest, and you cannot tell which way the sound is coming from. Now, when you move next to a wall, closer to a wall, you will hear the speakers closest to you, and those others further away, you cannot tell that you hear sound from them, because you will be also in stereo effect.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I would love to talk about this more, but I don't have time tonight.
Now, if you actually raise the volume on the speakers from the wall further, yeah, while you are closer to the opposite wall, you will hear again. You will have the surround sound effect, but now is not in the center of your room, but is actually closer to this wall where you are. And by just manipulating the volume, you can make this surround effect move inside your room however you like. And you can do this very easily with a computer. And this is what they actually do also with radio waves antennas. They create a high intensity signal in the air, yeah, where all these antennas are broadcasting, and whenever you point your satellite antenna towards that point, you are receiving a signal like there is actually a broadcasting object up there in the air. Satellites are virtual, they are not physical things.
You just murdered him.
Yeah. And he was right, yeah. That device inside the mobile phone is not actually a magnetometer, it's something much more simple. But yeah, we will be getting there with technology when we will have actually a real magnetometer inside our phones.
I'm pretty sure it was about 10 years ago that IBM created a laptop that would, when you drop it, it realized it was changing its speed rapidly, and it would stop the hard drive so that it wouldn't scratch the hard drive with the reader as it was spinning. So it would stop it from spinning before it hit the ground. And I think that was the device that was patented and then put into iPhones and Androids to act as an accelerometer.
Well, actually, the physical hard drive, where you have a high rotational disk, those things, they are actually a gyroscope in itself. I mean, you don't need much to turn it into a gyroscope. And
all you have to do is move the thing that houses it, and it resists the motion and scratches itself and damages itself permanently.
yeah, well, if you hang the hard drive on axis with bearings, then it will be a gyroscope, you know. But yeah, it wouldn't be very, very efficient, but it would be enough to actually detect like sudden changes of position and stuff. I think they can take out that kind of reading from the brushless motors, because when
That's
the hard
true, but
drive
it's also much more like airbags. The airbags have to deploy while the crash has just started. We detected an immediate change in a
all
draft.
stepper motors and brushless motors, they have a feedback signal,
Yeah,
you know.
and you can have a sensor that detects the feedback and triggers something.
Yeah, and when the laptop is in free fall, then it is much easier for the motor to spin that disk much faster. So it will have a sudden increase. It will accelerate. you know, it will start rotating a little bit faster. And from reading that feedback, you can very, very precisely actually measure actually the downwards acceleration.
I do not agree. Agree. I mean, it detects the change and has time to halt the AC/DC aspect of the brushless motor. If it leaves it polarized in one direction, it'll jerk it to a stop, and it won't damage itself on impact.
This is what the mechanism. Yeah, this is what how they design the mechanism, you know, to stop it. But
well, you understand that a brushless motor is constantly switching its polarization between positive and negative from one half to the other, like 1,000 times a second.
Yeah.
So if you stop switching it,
not 1,000.
stop, and it's braced.
Those frequencies are much bigger. It's measured in hertz frequency.
My original, I think that's why it became cost effective to put it into phones and be able to track motion so efficiently. It's because it was initially a hold the hard drive still so when it hits the ground, it's not spinning and doesn't get fucked up.
Yeah, but in your phone is not actually a brushless motor for detecting acceleration or free fall.
No, I'm talking about the little teeny tiny little circuit that they attached to it. It was really expensive to make it so laptops didn't get messed up when you dropped them. And then they were like, make these for 14 cents. Put them into the phones. And we can track their motion. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, it's a good point. But still, this technology, they have designed it, they made it, but it doesn't make much relevance because, this was known from many decades ago that we will go to solid state storage.
Are you saying that technology is advancing faster than we know what to do with it?
Well, in the microchip industry, we knew that that the physical hard drive, the ones with the spinning disk, they will become obsolete. We knew this from 90s, early 90s.
So are you saying we're currently at a point where we don't need any more technology or people will do nothing but bad stuff?
I'm saying that at the moment, you see, they started making these spinning disk hard drives with reading and writing information magnetically, like on a audio cassette. Yeah. And we knew that this technology is mechanical and is very, very limited. We can advance it like up to a certain point, but beyond that, it's not a good memory storage. I mean, the amount of work to manufacture a brushless motor hard drive and technology, the mechanical components and the precision grades is too high. And we knew that EEPROM microchips and many other memory storage chips or programmable chips that we should be focusing on advancing these.
You're opening a door to politics in the last 60 years of geopolitical and economics, and I would advise against it.
Well, they wanted to be stranded, like ordinary people, to be bound to this mechanical technology, and the evolution and progress is very slow. They did this for 2-3 decades, but now, they had no choice. They couldn't hold it back anymore because the requirements are much too great, and the companies, the corporations, they just went on producing solid state hard drives, microchip. And it actually offers even a greater security.
I think we should go back to flat Earth because I would love to debate 100 points of what you just said, but that's not why we're all
here. Yeah. So, what is refraction?
That's better.
Yeah. How many colors are there?
If nobody else, I'll say I think refraction is an apparent visual experience that's not necessarily measured or in reality exactly what you observe it to be, but more often than not, it's closer to reality than lies that you've been told. It's definitely not adherent to the lies that you've been told, but it's pretty dang close, at least 3 days out of 7, that it's reasonable.
Well, from what I read, from what I got to know, I would say refraction is actually the measuring of transparency.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
By transparency, do you mean the visibility range through the atmosphere? Lappalachian extinction?
Yeah. Mediums, there are many transparent mediums, but not all of them are the same. Some are more transparent than others.
Yeah, it might be stormy weather tomorrow, so it's lower visibility today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, correct.
Sure.
When there is rain, the air, the medium,
but that's all atmospheric.
Is not transparent as if in a warm day when you have a low humidity.
Right, so that's atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, and the air also is not a perfect transparent. No medium is a perfect transparent.
Google
Yeah,
Laplation.
the vacuum,
Laplation extinction.
the theoretical vacuum, yeah, it it will be a perfect transparent, but it's not achievable, you know. So, yeah.
I think somebody needs to be a sponsor for Into the Break and work through some conversations and some argumentative points that you can take to flow birthers.
Well, he got a flat earth
He's
ball.
fixing to make us look stupid, every one of us. He has all the major points correct, but he's using bad examples that can be easily debunked, and then anybody who hears that get debunked is gonna be like, yeah, they're all retarded.
Yeah.
They're gonna be discriminatory in their adjudication. We shouldn't open the door to that. We should try to work with him. Because the sun doesn't go down when it's 3 miles
I will
away.
talk with the mods about it. Not not to take his role, but maybe change it. There should be something like flat earth noob, you know?
Yeah.
Beginner. Yeah. Learning.
He's not a 5-year veteran, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm worried how many people who would be converted ultimately over time are going to hear him say something and be like, well, that doesn't even make sense mathematically. So I don't even need to pay attention to the possibility of what you say. I can just ignore you outright. And then they're gone. They're never going to pay another mind to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
If your first introduction into Flat Earth is hearing his explanation of sunsets, if that was my first introduction, I'd be like,
I would be
everybody's
laughing.
retarded.
I
I'm
would be
leaving.
laughing. Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But if he's new, like, somebody should take him under his wing and explain why that's the right explanation.
Yeah, you said sunsets prove flat Earth, but I can't see his point.
His argument was the contrary. He said he believed they prove it's flat Earth, but then he proffered an argument that disproved that point. Because if the sun's more than 3 miles away, it must be floating on the ocean, and I can't see it anymore, like a little dinghy. No, it's high above the ground, so it's well past 3 miles that you won't be able to see it. I could not get him to agree to that for 3
I still
hours.
think something got lost in translation in that whole thing. Because it started off on some some unending thing going on in the YouTube chat, and I think that's what propelled it into the live chat. He was trying to explain the lunacy of the hand wave dismissals of the Black Swan that were going on. But yeah, I just think something got lost in translation.
I wasn't in the YouTube, so that's
well,
totally
I think that's
possible.
why I was in there. That's why I came in. That's why I came into the live stream, because it was just, they were lining up for their hand wave dismissals. I think it was out of context, and something got lost in translation of trying to explain why. I'm not, whatever,
But that's what
yeah,
I've been saying this for the last 3 hours, is that he's going to make this argument to people who are going to outright dismiss us before they even hear our arguments, because they could dismiss his ridiculous statement.
he was just dancing. He got caught in the dance of their BS. Not saying he was swept up in it. He was just trying to explain what was going on. He was trying to explain this ridiculous hand wave dismissal parade they had going on in the YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube chat's
and he probably did a good job in that context. But
yeah. Well, the YouTube chat, I mean, it's not even comparable to the lobby chat. I mean, it's just complete. And if you ever want to see some sharing of pain, that's where it is in the YouTube chat. They're really spiraling in there 24/7.
Yeah, but the problem is, at some point I heard him agreeing with the Glober that it might be a globe, and that actually.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The whole thing just got confusing.
Yeah, so.
But that's what it was born out of a constant flow of hand wave dismissals of the Black Swan, which you know how those go. They're just you kind of have to say, are you serious? Do you believe what you're saying right now? So.
Well, I can understand that problem. Like he was saying that these Globers are saying that the distance to the oil rigs is a hoax, some sort of conspiracy.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to. That's what they're trying to claim. Well, prove the distances. It's like, well, why don't you just go find some things to measure yourself? They won't do that.
Yeah. So these kind of people don't even need to pay them the attention.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was saying. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
This kind of people should be moderating. Like people making such claims should be hold like in an echo chamber, so that
Well, that's what the YouTube chat is. It's an anti-flat Earth echo chamber. That's what they try to. That's what they fancy it as. They fancy it as their opportunity to chant their rhetoric over and over and over. They don't respond. They just chant.
Has anybody who is here right now, were they recruited, or did they find their own way here? I've never seen a join the flat Earth community. Come on, join us. Like we're the island of misfit toys more than anything.
Well, that's what's funny, because when you hear stories of when people enter into the server, some people have these, how'd you find the server? You can just tell why would you make up a lie of how you found the server? It's funny.
I was driven here because everywhere else was stupid.
I knew about the server 1 or 2 years before I joined. So, yeah.
Yeah, I heard the people in Oakley's chat the crossover, and then hey, check out, and then when Oakley shows over, it's like, well, check this out. And eventually, I listened on the YouTube for over a year. Well, it was maybe 8 months before I even got on the actual Discord. But yeah, it's fascinating.
1 year of Nathan Oakley daily. That's a master class in flat spanking.
Oakley's great because I've been listening to Oakley for at least 5 years live. Now 4 years live, and then I've gone back to 1 to 2 to 3. If you watch from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, somewhere around episode 22, it just gets real. And it's just great. But yeah, I saw the Math Powerland stuff. Probably it was at least, I know in 2017 I'd seen it. But so I was just consuming all this flat Earth
videos,
realizations, and it's like, wow. Before I even came to here. So it's funny. I think a lot of these globe pseudoscientists think that people are being converted here. No, people are showing up here because of the realization. And they can't wrap their mind around that. They think we all showed up here and said, okay, oh, really? Oh, the Earth's flat? Okay. No, we all realized the Earth was flat, and then we showed up here.
We're
Not
the
all,
survivors.
not all, but
here once they get here, they get pushed to actually verify themselves, and those who do become flat earthers. Or those who are intelligent enough to know science. Yeah.
It's kind of like the
Physics,
Mad Max movies, right? We've got a little community inside walls with a gasoline station. Why should we let you in? What do you have to offer?
Yeah.
Do you have water? Can you fix engines? Like, what can you do? Why should we let you in?
True. Because it's not about growing big. We don't want to have millions of people here, like any other Discord server or YouTube channel. Yeah, we do want to have people coming here, but we have to deal with each one of them, get them through all this, and realize, and then become a flat earther. And if they do that, yeah, welcome in the family. But if they are clowns like Brenda or those guys from Gem Panda, Gamma Panda, they're not gonna last.
No. Shoe is an observable phenomenon. Shoe.
What's that?
That was Brenda on Oakley.
Oh, Brenda. Yeah.
Yeah, Shoe.
Yeah.
Shoe.
Yeah, that guy is one of a kind, 1 in a million or a billion.
Yeah, an excellent person to have in the forum.
Yeah,
he's a monster from the globe.
An example, yeah, right. Anti-scientific, anti-anything,
He's an animal that lives on a globe.
Correct. And that will be an insult to the animal kingdom. So, what do you think, guys? What do you think about compasses?
I think only nerds own compasses.
No.
Depends on where they're made, Cappy. If they're
Nerds
made in
and
Germany,
Boy
they
Scouts.
work in Germany.
So it
Anybody
depends
else
where
can look
they
at
are
the
made.
sun and see.
Does it matter where the compass was made?
It does in Gem Panda server.
Yeah. Man, that was so hilarious. Like,
Was made up in heaven. He might be a special one.
I think compasses are only necessary for navigation when you are at sea. If you're on land, you can just stick a stick in the ground
well,
and watch the
then
shadow
it
move.
has
You
to
don't
be.
need a compass.
Yeah, but
The
then it
sun does
has
it.
to be a compass which is made on the sea. Because if you had if you have a compass made in UK, it won't work in USA.
It would have angular drift built into it. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what the boss from Gamma Panda is actually standing for, defending. You know, he's saying that he was defending a guy claiming that Nazi soldiers were using Nazi-made compasses, and they wouldn't be working in Russia, or American soldiers could use only compasses made in America. If they take a British one, they can't find the north. It wouldn't show the north. They will not work in USA. So a magnet made in Australia will probably, instead of attracting, it will be repelling in USA. You know.
On a side note, I randomly watched a YouTube video today that was talking about uniforms of British paratroopers in World War II. And there weren't very many of them, but the buttons on their uniforms, if you cut two of them off of your uniform, you could stack them on each other, and the one on top would act as a compass. They magnetize like one end of the button, and marked it so they could navigate just with their buttons on their uniform if they lost their compass.
Yeah.
Kind of germane to the topic, but not really relevant.
Oh, that's. I didn't know that. But I knew that the military is always ingenious, and yeah.
I bet I can find the video in my YouTube history if anybody's curious.
Hello, everyone. Is anybody here?
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the earth, gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, to describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah. Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
Yeah, I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why? Or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for actual answers. Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
But anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right. There's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you, is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So, best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this. Does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object? Okay, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require what there's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, yeah, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through. Some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What? What?
Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take
a moment. Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption? Yes. From where?
From like lights on the earth.
Bud. You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the earth is round. You can
Maybe you're not understanding the definition of words. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So, no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
No shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky, because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the Earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the Earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the Earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, yeah.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you stopped?
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's told.
Are you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother.
Are
I
you not?
have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, yeah?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
So,
oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said
Simple
it
yes
for
or no.
scientists. I don't know what qualifies as scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman. I work
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about can a person take a ruler? Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
No, I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
And why don't you look out the window?
Yo, Yam, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you say?
Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientists from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic,
There you
man?
go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientists, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like, Mr. You have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going
sun
to
go
receive.
when the sun sets?
Too far away.
Realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out your window.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But mathematically,
you think that the government is paying me to like tell you that the Earth is round?
No, yeah. You just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one-world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it like, do they have like screens in airplane windows that are like?
Yeah,
dude. Did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet. A little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that. Basically, he was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's
okay.
like 3 times.
One of my relatives flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what?
This is
they didn't take any photographs.
It was borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically, and this is in the models, you can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
Oh, why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer
It's not even funny.
Question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah,
3.
that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you,
Mr. Yam. 3. 3%.
Question.
I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion of
Maybe
the
if you
Earth.
want me to hear,
Oh,
then you
I
should
got
tell
you.
this dude to don't mute
Okay,
me.
here's
You
what
guys
I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question.
Bro.
Mr. Yam, your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute him. It's just because you want to
try
hear
not
what
to
they
be
have to say.
offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this This thing.
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is, okay, you can work it out in a program, you can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave, all right? 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation, okay? Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, hold on. What I mean by, oh, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. M? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. Just did it.
Yeah. Then why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me.
Okay, 250 miles. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct, but as far as 250 in comparison mathematically to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted. That's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Yam?
It's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up though.
You can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think the oceans bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right?
You really think that it falls off the edge of the Earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one. But do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach?
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because...
No, because you guys, you just spit out what you have to say. Lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So, yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Sure.
Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what
if you're
exactly that means.
Right. So
what it means.
If you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles.
Number, though.
Yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the voice text, Livestream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear, too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam, there's
not
a...
accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is that there that are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than a 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reafraction, for posting that. I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere, so thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
No worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's reflection and this and that. And that is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, how is what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge, just out of curiosity? Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that why?
Isn't round, then there would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall. It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave and then flat and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up, and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What
That's
about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there. To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. Now, the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is a high plateau which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dogs, and more than 14,000 different kinds of items for 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors. We simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible, because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we are going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor. The wind and the tide which had closed the ice in around us finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean, and here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. I knew it would be taking a big chance, but it seemed the only way. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge enough of ice falling to sink a fleet of ships. seemed like a warning from Providence not to go alongside the barrier. We therefore had to unload from the bay ice. We had to put our tractors overboard with the engines running to safeguard the lives of the drivers as the ice was constantly breaking off. We had to get the tractors quickly away from the edge of the crumbling ice. We came within an ace of losing overboard our principal plane of exploration, the William Hawley. It was a critical moment. At times, as the ice broke, then our supplies would fall into the water. We kept a man on watch with a life preserver on line as a safeguard for the men working on the edge of the ice. We were working against time to finish unloading before the fall freeze-up, when the ships would have to return to civilization. You can see what a tough job we had to transport 400 tons of material through this area. The bay ice was constantly shifting and cracking. We call this period the White Nightmare, and a nightmare it was. The hardest work of all was this man-hauling of sleds into Eskimo Huskies, still the backbone of polar exploration. They can go where no tractor could ever go. You can't do without them. The Rupert must go back to civilization because the bay would soon freeze and she couldn't stand the ice. Now the only person out of 150 men to get sick and who would have to go back on the Rupert was the doctor. Suddenly, without warning, a storm hit us before we could get all of our food and other vital supplies stored away. And all hands had to work frantically throughout the storm to prevent the loss of food boxes under deep snowdrifts. The storm lasted for many hours. We found it chilly, working in the wind. And when it was over, there was a bit of digging to do. And here is the original commando.
The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying experience for this 58-year-old explorer, who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration, and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition. But it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to